Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. With your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Thursday pre-market prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you this morning. We're fired up. We've got the congressional hearing today on the GameStop saga, so I am fired up for that. It's going to be fun. That starts at noon Eastern time, but we got some stuff to talk about until then. Earnings on our radar, rotation on our radar, vaccine rollout on our radar, a lot of things to discuss. Our guest today, Mark Chaikin, will join us at 8:15, and Buck Andrews will join us at 8:35. Buck is, of course, the founder. You okay there, Dennis? Buck is the founder or co-founder of Inform. Today's show is also sponsored by Inform. I'm putting the link up on the screen to check out that site, inform.info, in4m.info. Joel, bring up those charts and tell us how we're doing here in the overnight session.
All right. Good morning, traders and investors around the world. It's kind of a weird day. There's a lot of things going on, but we're still basically in a trading range here for the S&P. We had three closes right in the same area. Got a little bit above that. So I'm looking at 39.30 on the upside. It's around those closes. And on the downside, I mean, until we take out Friday's low at 39.90.5 or 38.90.5, I don't know. I don't think the market's going down. Crude up 41 cents at 61.57. Gold just trying to hold the bottom of this major trading range. That's up 10.40 at 17.83.20. That's the gold market. Silver going opposite ways. If you're doing spreads on that thing, man, you better rewrite your spread book because silver's going the opposite way. That's down 4.5 cents at 27.27. And Bitcoin, we're hanging up here in the 50,000 handle. Got the 53 and change a little bit earlier. Now down $1,000 at 51,675. Triple D, you've been observing the markets, the after hours, and also the pre-market, and it's just, I don't know. I can't describe the feeling. It's like we're just kind of churning and can't really go up or go down. What from the order flow, from what you're seeing out there, what's your take on this market?
Well, we were up last night, and we were up substantially. Not the S&Ps being up 6 or 7, but there were stocks getting bid all over the place, and they pulled the rug out from underneath them overnight. So I go to bed looking like we're going to have a bullish day. I wake up, and it's a significant bearish day. And again, same story. These mega caps, not performing. Tesla gets a nice bounce back day yesterday. Amazon gets a nice bounce back yesterday. They're both weak today. So you're seeing, not sustained rallies in some of the bigger names. The smaller names have been what is carrying us. Although yesterday, IWM had a couple weak days. It did close well. Obviously we sold off early and we closed fairly strong, so it makes you think, okay, well, maybe we're going to get this next leg higher here again. But this morning, a little rug pull, but to be determined. I mean, we're definitely not, down 13 handles in the S&P isn't, significant whatsoever.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. So we're hanging out. We got a big battle between the bulls and the bears, and it's more of the same. I mean, Walmart puts a little damper in the market here, but again, you look at Walmart and you think, okay, is this the kind of stock I want to own if I'm, trying to make 10% a day, which a lot of these other stocks have been going? It's not.
Nope.
So, let's go and let's start right with the Walmart earnings because it's the one report, the big report that everybody's talking about this morning. It is getting hit here on a sell-off, but I think they were going to find a reason to sell us no matter what.
Well, here are the numbers. Adjusted EPS, $1.39 versus $1.50 estimate. So they missed their EPS number. Sales did beat 152.1 versus $148.4 billion. So a mixed report on the headline Q4 numbers. Comms up 8.6%. Wow. That was better than the 5.8% estimate. What other numbers did I see? E-commerce sales up 69%. They're also raising their quarterly dividend by a penny from 54 cents a share to 55 cents a share. And they're also reporting a $20 billion buyback. I am seeing some commentary about weak operation sales in international markets, specifically the UK and Japan. Don't know too much about that. I'll just stick with the overall numbers there. But e-commerce sales good, comps good, buyback, dividend raise.
I mean, lots of good things said. They're concerned about this, bottom line, they lost some money on this asset sale or something. But again, it's the kind of stock that had a nice little rally into the reports. So it was a nice setup for the shorts. And I just think this is the kind of stock that people aren't interested in right now. 1.5% Walmart. I mean, is that a sexy story? Is that like lithium? Is that EV? Is that pot? Is that crypto? It's none of those things.
Nope.
Again, this market wants that sexy story, and that's why they're selling these stocks, and they're having a reason. So if you're coming in, and buying good companies on good fundamentals, you may eventually be rewarded for that. Like buying Walmart at 140, maybe you'll eventually be rewarded for that. Right now, this is the kind of market they're selling these stocks.
I'm looking at the 15-minute and the 60-minute, and obviously there's a buyer right now just under 140. You have a bunch of lows, and this is just going over the last couple hours, just under 140, 139.71. But I see a spike here. Was that like an off-exchange print or something like that, Dennis? This didn't go back up to one. I don't know. On my 15-minute chart.
8 o'clock?
Oh, that's right.
At 8, at 8 o'clock, there's always off-exchange prints that are hitting the tape. So, okay, good lesson, though. If you're seeing some crazy spikes in your charts at 8 a.m., or even 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is when Edge opens. Those sometimes are actually real pre-market trades. 8 a.m. is when a lot of times trades from the previous day are hitting. I don't know why they hit at that time. I don't know the background behind it, but sometimes they post these off-exchange trades at the close, so it's closing crosses. For whatever reason, some of them post at 8 a.m. And they'll throw out your chart if your charting service is looking at FINRA, which is off-exchange, and some of these off-exchange trades are relevant to the market, but some of them are late reports. So that I would assume probably, and I don't know if Walmart spiked up there or not because I didn't go look at the tape, but I would assume if you saw a big spike right at 8 a.m., it might have just been an off-exchange trade.
I should have known that.
Okay.
But no, thank you. No, I mean, the timing of it. All right, and on the dailies here, you got a low at 139.19. I mean, does it find a home in here, 139, 140 today in rally? It very well could. I haven't seen, when's the last time we saw a 6-7 point down move in Walmart? It had to be during the financial, during the March meltdown. So I'm not shortening in the hole here. 139, 140 looks like a buy area if I had some puts or, was trying to cover short. That's for today, but definitely you're going to get a rally here in some time. I just don't think you're going to get back to yesterday's low at 144.50. That's technical look at this one.
I'd be a seller rallies short term just because, again, until the speculative...
Out of favor.
It is. Until the speculative bubble bursts, and we do have a speculative bubble in small caps. People are just buying small caps. They're buying, whatever companies, $1, $2, $5. Until everybody gets burned there, these stocks remain out of favor, in my opinion. So, and I'm playing, the small stuff too. And, from a trading perspective, I'm not buying Walmart on the dips. I'm buying, these other speculative companies. Some of them. Some, not necessarily, but, you're buying more smaller caps, mid-cap names, stocks that, have underperformed for a lot of years. It's their time right now. Again, this can all change on a dime. And, yesterday we saw a little bit of a change, a little bit of hope in Amazon, a little bit of a bounce back in Tesla. But, today more of the same. They're just selling those stocks. So, guilty until proven innocent for Walmart.
And also, I don't want to go into a whole pandemic discussion here, but Walmart had a hell of a year, right? And a lot of it was because of the pandemic. People were loading up on stuff, and and they're talking about selling this Japanese operation, everything. I just think they just knocked it out of the park, last year because of the circumstances. Now, we don't know what's going to happen moving forward, but, they were just pumping out, people are ordering online, and maybe they just don't expect that to continue. But,
well, is it as good as it gets? I mean, you're talking FedEx, you're talking UPS. They had decent reports, and they sold them off. Is this as good as it gets? They looked Amazon, the same thing. The Amazon report was fabulous. Yeah. It was way up, and they sold it off because they're looking at the market and saying, okay, going forward, we're coming out of lockdown. We hope, unless the South African strain has something to say about that. But it looks like, we're markets trying to look past COVID, and they're saying a lot of these stocks is maybe these are the quarters as good as it gets. So.
Maybe that's the case. So
does
that mean that you're buying the dip on like these Bitcoin stocks? And we'll talk about this more with Block 835. But like SOS this morning, no. That's what you said. You said the speculative names.
Well, that's super speculative.
Yeah, I knew you were going to use that.
A few of these I do trade. Okay. I've been down and dirty in that MFH one, and I've still got a little piece of it. I picked up that one. I think I talked about it a few days ago. I picked up that one around $4.50. It exploded yesterday. I sold half of it yesterday. I don't know how the hell you even get out of these things when they go like that. I'm up in a week. I'm up like 150% or something stupid in it. These are some of these smaller names. I don't like buying them once they're gone. Like I like chasing something that's all of a sudden it's up 100% in a week because I can't control the risk. When you're looking at this thing back at 450, and some people were saying, this was on Twitter, people were talking about this as being a potential, crypto play. I didn't do hardly any research on it. I was like, chart looks okay, and they're talking about it as a crypto play, a Bitcoin play, blockchain play, whatever. So, I nibbled. So I did nibble in that one, but this is like such small little amounts of speculative capital. This is not my bread and butter. You guys know I'm a mega cap trader. I'm more like inclined on shorting. Like, the trade has been, one of my buddies at Bright Trading was saying, the trade has been to be short Amazon every night, for the last week and a half. Yesterday, that trade didn't work out as well, but it's really been the play is that market's going to be up and Amazon's not going to be up. So, shorting, if you're doing hedge trading, shorting Amazon and being long Qs has been a great trade here for the last couple of weeks. Which is absurd to think about with Amazon being such a big component, but it's all the smaller stuff that's been picking up the slack, and it's the smaller names that this market wants to own. So lots of different strategies. You've always got to be adapting. You've always got to be doing different things. You've always got to be playing around, and sometimes, whatever you're doing is going to be working. But when you get a basket, if you're sitting and you're a trader, here's another rant. You're sitting in here and you're a trader, and you've got like one or two strategies, and that's the way you make your money. I'm going to tell you your toolbox isn't big enough. I probably have 100 different strategies that I rotate through. And when I see something happening, I was like, oh, this is what they're doing. And I go grab that tool out of the toolbox, and I use that tool for a little while. I use that strategy. And then, okay, they're pulling this one out, so I'm going to do a different tool. And all that is screen time and experience. 21 years trading professionally every single day, putting in your 6 or 8 hours a day. Every single day, and you get more experience, you get more tools in your toolbox. So there's a time for being aggressive on the short side, there's a time for being aggressive on the long side. Lately, I've been aggressive on the long side where I haven't been trading hedge. I've been sticking with a little bit longer in some of these smaller cap names because it seems like there's a new one every day that just spikes up. So you always got to be adjusting, doing different strategies, but if you're always just playing, the speculative stuff and it goes up every day, eventually that doesn't happen. So you've got to have more tools in your toolbox.
100 strategies. Vegas wants to know how much Ritalin you're on.
Yeah, no, none. Okay.
He doesn't employ all 100.
I don't even drink coffee.
No caffeine.
He doesn't even drink coffee. I know. We should put that out there.
No Ritalin, no caffeine, no nothing.
Yep.
No, you can't be on. I can't go on caffeine. I'd be bouncing off the walls. You wouldn't even hear me talk. It'd be like that Micro Machine Man from years ago. So
yeah,
no coffee.
All right, it's 8:15. Let's bring on our first guest, Mark Chaikin, founder of Chaikin Analytics. Speaking of having different strategies and putting in screen time, Mark's got decades and decades of experience. Yeah. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. No Ritalin here. Sorry.
No Ritalin. That's good.
It's a nice scarf, though. I like that scarf.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cold in Connecticut.
It's cold. Don't bring that up around Dennis. Don't mention the cold or the snow around
What's
Dennis.
the temperature outside here right now? And this was a warmer day. Let me just look at my cell phone.
Right.
What is the temperature here in Georgian Bay? We are 16 degrees. 16 degrees. Wow. So that's actually a pretty warm morning.
Downright balmy.
Yeah, the neighbor's out there in a swimsuit.
All right.
Okay, next.
Mark,
Sorry.
Mark, what are you seeing out there right now? Seeing a lot of small caps moving, large caps not so much?
Small caps moving, large caps, particularly the mega cap stocks that Dennis was just talking about, are affected by higher interest rates. If you continue to see higher interest rates, there'll be a PE multiple contraction. That's really all it's about. Amazon's business is going great guns, but and this could change overnight. You know, the Fed yesterday sort of hinted that they're not going to let this get too far out of hand, and you do have big inflation numbers, but all things being equal, small caps are where I'm looking for opportunity. Had a stock that I own reported before the opening, Sleep Number, big earnings, up 13%.
Yeah, that's a big report.
Yeah, I mean, this is being repeated over and over and over again. You see the power gauge ratings pointing you to stocks that are bullish. By the way, that Mercurity Financial bullish rating, unbelievable, off and on over the last 9 months, whereas Walmart has a bearish rating. So the fundamentals do steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, let me just give those sleep number numbers for a second, because they were very good. The EPS was $2.19 versus $1.44 estimate. Sales of $568 versus $551 million. They gave guidance for the year. EPS at least $6 for the year versus a $4.48 estimate. So they blew away the estimates for EPS for the Q4 and their fiscal year guidance. So just a great report for SNBR. It is up, like I said, big time this morning.
It's a small cap name too, and people like the small caps right now. That's what people are gravitating to.
That's where they're going. My colleague Dan Russo recommended this at about 90, and Sandy jumped on it. She owns it. I actually don't own it, but we're all family here in Connecticut. And look at that chart. I mean, this is just amazing. But I could give you over and over some of the names we've talked about on here. Turtle Beach, HEAR.
Yeah, that's
that's a good one.
Mitch gave us that too.
Yep. I mean, look, these are the charts that people are looking for, and these are the kinds of stocks people are looking for. And they're thin and they're underfollowed. That's one of the key themes that I think you're seeing, and I know you guys talk about that. The small caps do not have a big analyst following. You get a big earnings report from a Sleep Number or a Turtle Beach, you're going to pick up some analyst coverage, and that makes a big difference.
And CNBC coverage. I mean, that's where, it's unbelievable the effects that CNBC has on stocks that come on. An analyst will do an upgrade, and the stock will go up 3%. They'll pop on CNBC to talk about their upgrade. It'll go up 10% on that segment because then everybody's seeing it. You're getting all those eyes. And there's so many people who are just watching CNBC for the next trade. I'm in there too. I trade the stuff too because there's going to be a pop with it. So CNBC influence.
I think you're leaving out the Wall Street bats and the Reddit crowd too. Getting in on these stocks.
They are. They're on the
CNBC
rating trade. They're on the CNBC trade. That's why the CNBC trade is so influential.
I think that's a whole new dynamic that's entered the market, and it's definitely. It's gone way beyond GameStop and AMC. So that's analysts. A lot of times they're a fade. Eventually, when they get these kind of moves, but I think that's another factor. Mark, let's just talk about the overall market here. You get, I look at things on a closing basis, 3 closes, right in the same area. What do you think? Is this time for a little pause here, or are we just looking at 400, 4,000 in S&P?
We're probably looking at 4150 to 4350. I thought it would come by the end of the year. It may come sooner. It's a slow melt up. This is the same scenario we've been looking at since pretty much April, May. Too much money with nowhere to go but equities. And I've said for a long time that the riskiest trade in the market was the long bond or the bond market, and that's sure playing out now. And if you go back 3 months and see all the money that poured into bond funds, for everything from governments to high-grade corporates to high yield, it's hurting. And that's not going to get better anytime sooner because the vaccine rollout's going to pick up momentum, a lot of mistakes being made. Look what's going on in Texas. It's tough to turn this market back. It really is. Think about the only thing that's caused a 2.5-day decline. It was the madness around GameStop and the whole short covering gaming the guys who had a cover and selling the stocks that they were long, like Expedia and some of those other names.
Mark, I have a question there for you. Chaikin Analytics is a really good fundamental research platform, but fundamentals don't really seem to matter at all right now. So how do you square that circle?
I would dispute that one, Spencer. Look at Sleep Number. That's all about fundamentals. If Sleep Number had reported a flat quarter or negative guidance, that stock would be down 15%. The way we solve the problem is to rely on the power gauge rating to point you in the direction of stocks that are likely to outperform, likely to report positive earnings surprises, and then blend that with relative strength and Chaikin money flow. It's really just 3 indicators. You don't need 100 systems. Dennis can handle that. Most traders can. And so we've distilled it down to 3 indicators, and we've been talking about this for 8 years. So it's not like a Johnny-come-lately strategy. Relative strength has been working since time immemorial. Go back to the mid-50s. Group strength works. Industry group strength works. So this is not a complex. Here's the biggest problem that traders have. They don't leave their baggage at the door. And if you don't leave your baggage at the door, you're coming with preconceived notions, you're stubborn. If you leave your baggage at the door when you open up your computer in the morning, focus on the stocks on the long side and by the way, the short side has been icy, just like it is outside here. You can't make money on the short side consistently in a secular bull market. It's just a losing game to fight the trend. So trend of the market, power gauge to find the right stocks, relative strength to confirm that the market agrees with you, and Chaikin money flow to tell you whether or not smart money is accumulating. Let's go back to probably the biggest disappointment of mine for the last 6 months, FedEx. All the way up, as it was making new highs above 300, Chaikin money flow was negative. We were actually asked about that on the show. Why is Chaikin money flow negative? There's a story in there. Smart money drives the market. And by the way, with this rally up to 260 in FedEx, I think it's time to exit the party.
Is it as good as it gets, like the Walmarts? Like, you were in this perfect environment for FedEx, Amazon, UPS, Walmart, and you look and you think, what's the drive? If we come out of the pandemic, people like Joel is saying, I'm excited to go out to stores again. There is going to be less people. And there's still an overall, acceleration in people ordering stuff online. But we've had this spike up from COVID. It's gonna, plateau and maybe come in a little bit here. So I kind of agree with you. Even though I do own FedEx in my long-term portfolio, which I've had for a long time, I kind of agree with you that I think it might be as good as it gets. Yeah,
and the stock I am most bullish on here, stock I've talked about, I own it. Sandy owns it. Pinterest. Blowout quarter. When we were on 2 weeks ago, I think it was 65, rallied up to 88.
Yeah.
The numbers are fantastic, and they have great sponsorship. Remember sponsorship, Joel? When that actually mattered. So you've got Motley Fool. You've got one of the sort of Twitter monitoring services like Folio. You've got the guy in Chicago, Ofer Gottlieb. They all love this stock. You've got legions of people just looking to buy this on dips, and a great business model in my view. I actually understand what they're doing. They've linked up to Shopify. So if your wife goes online to get a decorating idea, she can actually transact through Shopify and other online shopping engines right from the Pinterest site. And they're developing sort of virtual experiences. I just like the story. I like the technicals. I like the earnings. Is it richly priced? Yeah, but it's a lot better than buying QuantumScape or QuantumScope at $18 billion valuation that hasn't even figured out their business model yet.
It's a good point. Yeah. Eventually, the fundamentals are going to matter on those smaller names, so maybe better to steer towards the ones that already have that figured out. Mark Chaikin is the founder of Chaikin Analytics, joins us every other Thursday. Mark, thanks for the time. Stay warm, stay safe. We'll talk to you again.
My pleasure. Be well, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Dennis, and Joel, do you have any comments on the hearing that we're going to get later today, starting at noon? And public service announcement: Benzinga will be streaming that hearing right here on our YouTube channel. We're not going to stream it the whole time because we realize it's going to be mostly boring, but like 95% boring, 5% hilarious. And so
I'm cringing ahead of it.
We're gonna have somebody.
I won't be able to watch it.
We're gonna have
There's
somebody
gonna be
watching.
so many dumb questions.
Right, and that's what we're ready for. So we're gonna have somebody watching, and we're gonna queue it up. And whenever something dumb happens, we're gonna play it for you and talk about it. So it's gonna be.
I am just cringing. Joel, you want to talk about it first before going like 5 minute round?
I'd rather walk barefoot over hot coals than or go to the dentist and watch that. I mean,
you're going to get a bunch of house reps.
They don't know nothing about the market
structure, plumbing questions that they don't understand, and they're going to probably be a beat on short selling. There'll be a couple of people that won't even understand that short selling makes the market more efficient. So there'll be some people saying, "Well, we'll be betting on stocks going down." There's going to be some attacking of probably Melvin Capital for even betting on GameStop going.
Yeah, they are. They had to defend their stance.
But yeah, they're gonna bet. Yeah. There's going to be like literally some reps that are going to probably be attacking Melvin Capital for betting on the short side, which is just ridiculous. So I don't know. I cringe ahead of it. Maybe maybe they're going to surprise me and actually ask some relevant questions and get some good information out of there. But I think it's going to be a big nothing burger. Ken Griffin's testimony, if you read it, really didn't say much at all. He's going to just be sitting back and obviously defending the payment for order flow model. If they start getting into payment for order flow, that's where it gets interesting, and they will. I mean, that's where it's going to go. But if they're just going to be asking a bunch of questions because they don't understand it, and it's complicated to understand. I mean, you can get people, seasoned traders that don't totally understand the mechanics that are going on behind it. I can summarize payment for order flow for you very quickly in the next 30 seconds. Let's keep it simple. The pros, and this was Petterfee that was talking about this on CNBC yesterday, but he outlined it nicely. The pros are they have driven commissions down, so you could say zero commissions and price improvement. What is price improvement? It's getting a better price than what the offer or the bid is. So when you lift the offer or hit the bid, you get a few sub pennies better. That's what price improvement. That's kind of the pros to payment for order flow. Now the other side, which I have argued for a decade, is that, and this is where it gets a little more complicated, but I'll try to keep it simple, is that when you take all this retail order flow and you push it off the exchange, which is what payment for order flow drives the flow off of, it drives the flow to Citadel, to your off-exchange market makers. When you keep all of that orders off of the exchange, because, you at Robinhood, your orders usually, if they're passive limit orders, they might, but if you're crossing the spread and sending market orders, those are going straight to Citadel. They're not seeing traders like myself. So what that does is it discourages market makers who are making markets in the market. So if they're on the offer, I'm trying to just, keep it very, very simple. So, market makers are providing bids and they're providing offers for you to get out. If they're always getting picked off by high-frequency traders and they're never getting any other orders, they're not getting retail orders that are smaller, they need to widen their spreads a little bit to make up for the difference. So what happens is it's called the toxicity of the market. That's the technical jargon behind, that's the bigger word. But the market becomes more toxic. So these market makers got to widen their quotes a little bit. So instead, and this is what you see in the small caps, and this is why the small caps are a mess. You don't see it in mega caps. You don't see it in Bank of America. You see it on the small caps. Wide spreads. You'll bring up a stock. Sometimes you see some small cap names got like a 10% spread. You will see that in certain stocks. The reason for that is there's no market makers that want to be providing tight markets because the off-exchange market makers take all the good flow away. So they're not profitable unless they make the spread really, really, really wide. So your spreads on some of these small caps could probably be here if we didn't have payment for order flow and off-exchange market making, but instead they're here. So now they got price improvement that's coming in. They're saying, okay, well, here's your spread. We got your price improvement. We got you to here. Because Dennis, you're getting a little bit better price. But really the spread maybe should have been here, so you would have got this if the markets were more efficient. That's the argument on the other side. So, basically 3 points. One, pros, price improvement, zero commissions. Cons, the spreads are wider and you're paying more because the spreads are wider. And if you think about it, the off-exchange market makers, we know they're going to testify, one of them today, obviously are making money on those orders. And they're not making it by, selling the data or figuring it out. They're making it on the spread. It's all about the spread. The major media is not talking about the spread. They don't understand it. It's all about the spread. A market order comes in to buy, they can sell at the offer. Market order comes in to sell, they can buy at the bid. They can basically jump the queue. That's what it allows you to do. When the orders are routed directly to you don't have to post. You don't have to be out there. You can just match the quote or give a few sub-pennies better. So it's all about the spread. And that's why they pay for those.
Yeah, I talked about that when Bill was on. I mean, like they're just going boom, 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 boom. They're like in and out, penny here, 2 penny here. They're not holding GameStop for $85 or
Citadel made a killing on GameStop. You saw the flow; it's going back and forth. They're pinging between the offers. Sometimes the spread was $2. Boom, I sold. Boom, I bought. Boom, I sold. Boom, I bought. Making that spread all day long. They made a killing on GameStop. So they didn't shut GameStop down. They made a killing on it. They would have loved it to keep going. There's no doubt that they would have made a killing. A market maker getting flow like that, going back and forth, it's evenly matched. It's a dream. So in all likelihood, I don't have Citadel's book, but I would say in all likelihood, they did very, very well in the GameStop situation. So that's why Citadel didn't call up Robinhood to say shut her down. They probably were pissed off that they shut her down because they were probably making some money. So anyways, you think you're hurting the hedge funds? You helped Citadel with the GameStop story. I will tell you that much.
Right. And maybe a firm like Virtue, which is the way to trade this, which hasn't really gone anywhere.
It doesn't move. I don't know.
It doesn't move.
They're
maybe
concerned.
Next quarter.
But think, there's two concerns for owning Virtue, and I sold my Virtue Financial for this reason. I've owned it for a long time. Two major concerns. One, payment for order flow goes under attack or goes away. That hurts their business, so that would hurt. But the other one is the financial transaction tax, which is the boogeyman in the room. And this is going to come. We're going to bring Bill Hartz on to talk about this maybe next week. But I've talked about it too. A financial transaction tax that if they didn't give a market maker exemption, would destroy the retail brokerage industry and would really hurt the off-exchange market makers, obviously, as well. It would really hurt everything. So those are the two boogeymen in the room. Now, Virtue, Citadel, get a market maker exemption, which I think they would, then that would actually benefit them significantly. And if they all of a sudden get a market maker exemption, I'll be getting long Virtue Financial. So that's the wild card. Two things: payment for order flow and the financial transaction tax. Virtue Financial, great company. Obviously, off-exchange market maker, firing on all cylinders. Their quarters have been excellent. I'd love to own the stock, but I just don't know where regulation's going right now. So I'm just laying off here for a bit. But I'm still on my watch list to rebuy it.
Yeah, 20. I mean, this has been in a trading range, and it's kind of trying to extend the upper end of the trading range. I'd keep an eye on this $29 area, a couple of highs right in a row. So you break above 29, you got more work to do at the high of the move. At what's that, 29, 28. So it's trying, but kind of trying to pierce the top of the trading range. So you know what happens there. If it doesn't get through the top of the trading range, maybe headed back to the lower 20s.
Also, I just want to clarify some confusion. There's two Citadels, right? There are Citadel Securities, there's the market maker. That's who Dennis is talking about.
Yeah, and
that's not Citadel, the hedge fund. It's confusing. They have the same name.
Their market maker business kills it. I mean, just rocks and rolls. It's got all this captured flow that it can profit from. It's a really kick-ass business.
Right.
So,
but they're two different businesses. Let's clarify that.
Well, when you get that big and you're worth that much money, you get into everything.
Right.
Citadel is like the Amazon of the financial markets. I mean, they're into everything. Why would you not be?
They don't like
Ken
the
Griffin's
job.
a genius. There's no doubt he's a genius. Ken, if you're listening to the show, we love you. I don't totally agree with how everything is set up, but
I wouldn't say we love him. Let's stop there. I wouldn't say.
Can we get him on the show? Well, we don't love him.
I wouldn't say we love him.
We don't love Ken Griffin. Okay, we don't love you.
Draw the line somewhere.
We don't like you, Ken Griffin.
Jesus.
Dennis, you're up there hiding in the tundra, and
we don't like you.
All right, great, Dennis.
I just outlined the whole thing. You know what? It is what it is. He's going about everything legally. I would like to see some regulation, not maybe necessarily, just more on off-exchange market making on the way it's done, because I think I would like the spreads tighter. So I would like to see regulation there. But it's a good argument on the other side, because you guys want your free commissions. Well, you can't get it all. So I mean, that's where you go.
We've had Brad Kasiyama on the show before. I think
Have
so.
We had him on years ago, and but not just Brad. We had like the number 2 at IEX on a few years ago.
All those guys are great. I love the IEX guys. I clearly say I love you, IEX.
We're leaking here, Dennis. We got some sell balances. You nailed that yesterday when there were sell balances across the board, and I flipped my head, and we were down 7-8 handles. We're down here, bearing down on the pre-market low 0450.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the jobless numbers that they came out.
Yeah, I mean, they were. It was higher than expected. 861,000 people filed for unemployment last week versus a 765,000 estimate that was so high the prior week. So it's not going away. We're still in a freaking economic crisis here.
I know Mark's looking for like 4,100 or 4,200 and stuff, but man, these big boys got to turn it around. I'm looking at the Apple down $1.86. That's down 16 points since its earnings. Microsoft made a new all-time high the other day, but it was no higher than it was after its earnings report. Amazon punished off that good report. I'm looking at, there's just right across the board here. I don't know. I still think we need the big boys. I think we need the big boys to get us back up here. I think this froth is going to come off, and until we get this rotation back into the big stocks, I'm a little bit, I don't want to say worried, but
I've been worried about it.
Right.
I've talked about being worried about the rotation out of the mega caps, because you know what? The mega caps really started to puke. This market would really get hammered because it's still loaded.
No matter what. Yep.
It's still loaded with them. So you do have to be somewhat careful, just, randomly coming in here and buying the dip on Amazon and buying the dip on a lot of these stocks, because right now I don't know when that and you look at the scenario and you just think, okay, well, what if the pin pops and the small caps, they start selling off everything? So I don't know how this plays out. It's a very interesting dynamic.
Do we get something else going on? Because someone's just leaning on this thing. Do we get something else? Any news here?
There was a bunch of A30 figures here, but nothing.
They don't like them. I mean, they're just locking this thing down here. Yesterday's low is coming into play here at 96.50. Friday's low at 90.50. Someone is just saying, get me out here. And so, I just saw like a 2-3 point print there. So
wait a minute. But also look at GME spiking. The GME indicator. GameStop is back. All right, let me bring on our guest here. Buck Andrews, the co-founder of Inform. Chat, you want to talk to Buck because unlike Joel and Dennis and myself for that matter, Buck has been getting down and dirty in these crypto stocks. These tickers like SOS and Mara and Riot. Buck, that's right? You've been getting down and dirty here?
Yeah, well, when we talked about it last week, I said they're trading stocks, right? I said you put them on, you take your profits, wait for them to come back, consolidate, put them back on. And actually, from the time that we spoke about them, some of those stocks had 200% and 300% moves over the week, and they topped out yesterday. Obviously, that was a good time to take some profits, but they've had big moves. Look at we talked about Mara and Riot on our first show. Look where Riot has gone from where we talked about it at $17. Yeah, up to 83 yesterday from 17. So yeah, and interestingly, while the S&P is selling off here, these things are not. They were off earlier. They're off on the day, but they're not selling off with the S&P. They're not following the market at all.
Well, they follow Bitcoin. We know that. So
yeah, they're following Bitcoin. Yeah.
So Buck, you have been actively trading these. You mentioned the fact that yesterday would have been a good day to take some off the table. How are you approaching this now? Are you still long? Are you buying dips? What are you doing? Yeah,
so what I'm doing, a couple of strategies here. When these things that, for instance, the miners are, it's a capital intensive business, so they've been having a lot of offerings, right? So when I see the offerings come up, what I try to do is I try to buy right above the offering price. And SOS, for instance, came off, and you had an opportunity to buy that above the offering price, and it was up 40% the next day. And that was about $7, and then it ran up to 15. So it doubled from the time it did the offering a few days ago. The same thing with when you looked at Mara that had an offering. So I watch the offerings as an opportunity to get in, and then I have a few of them. I have about 4 or 5 of them that I have positions in, but I spread it out, so I'm not like heavily concentrated in any one. And then when they do tend to move together though. So when they move, I'll take some profits and wait for them to come back, and then consolidate and put them back on again.
Just want to point out here, I'm going to zoom in, make it easier for y'all to see.
But these are trading. They're traders.
So Buck's platform, Buck has been tracking all of these quote unquote Bitcoin stocks, and some of these are newer names than others, right? Like you all know, PayPal and Square and MSTR and Nvidia and GBTC, of course. But SOS is a newer name for crypto. CAN is a newer name. WBAI had a press release like 2 days ago, right? So Buck's been tracking this on his platform, so you can see it right there and kind of keep it. And I assume you're adding to this list as newer companies attach themselves and start moving with Bitcoin. So these are trading vehicles. You said that now. What does that mean? Does that mean you're buying this thing with like a 1 or 2 day or even an intraday time horizon, or what?
No, it doesn't at all, because I keep a half position.
Okay.
The question is going to be whether these continue to go up with the price of Bitcoin, and whether they're long-term investments. I mean, you have. Do you believe that cryptocurrency is here? It's the beginning of the cryptocurrency, like the beginning of the internet, which is what Mark Cuban said the other day. Do we have 10 years on these things? So that's yet to be seen. But if they are long-term positions and continue going up with Bitcoin, then, I think you saw ARK yesterday and the day before, they came out with a note saying ARK Investments, saying that they think that potentially Bitcoin could go to 350,000 or 500,000.
500,000? Is that what they said? Jeez. All right.
Yeah, they said that they said that potentially that it could go to 350. It's a finite instrument, a commodity. So it. And then I saw another report saying that they think by 2034 it could go to 1 million. So
you can't question.
It's going to be in 13 years from now, right? Now, if that happens, the question is, where do these stocks go in the next 15 years?
Yeah, you can't question Kathy Wood, I guess, right now. What else are you watching besides these Bitcoin stocks? And we had Twilio last night. We didn't get to that yet.
Yeah, Twilio. If you go to our growth watch list there, you can also see that Twilio is at the top of the growth watch list. So we also put out a growth watch list to follow. Stocks we like that are growth stocks, and Twilio's.
So these are stocks that you personally like?
These are stocks that I personally like.
Okay.
That are on the growth lists, my growth list. So these are
stocks that you would like buy on dips, for example.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yeah. That have they have very solid businesses that should continue to grow for the next 3 to 5 years.
Stocks valuation doesn't concern you on any of this stuff, or you just don't care? This market doesn't care about valuation, so you don't care either. Is that kind of? I mean, I've kind of gone that way myself, Buck. I've kind of gone that way myself with all of my newer trades, and the market doesn't care about valuation, so I don't look at it either. I mean, is that what this market?
No, of course, if we get a correction here, these stocks are going to suffer. There's no doubt about it. But if you had them for 5 years or 3 years, you will probably do well on them. So eventually,
regardless,
even valuation, a rapidly growing stock will grow into its valuation.
Some will, yes. Some.
Yeah.
If you pick the right ones.
These are ones that I think will, right?
Yeah.
So stock like Twilio, for example, would you chase that up this morning because it's up?
$40,
$60. No. Okay.
I would not chase it up. I'd wait a few days and see if it comes down to bases. And then it's getting harder and harder to find stocks that are making new highs, right? That are just consistently. I mean, picking stocks right now is getting a little bit difficult.
It's everything's gone. Everything's run.
They're up one day and then the next day they're down.
I mean, it's become you have to chase after a certain point. I know Dennis hates chasing, but at a certain point,
it's been paying to chase. You're right.
Yeah.
This is the environment that actually chasing has worked.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Just
momentum.
Yeah, and then Buck, you're still long your Cathie Wood ETFs, all of them.
Yeah, I am long them. Definitely long those.
Is there any one you like better than other ones, Buck? Like, cause there's like 5 or 6 of them, the Cathie Wood ETFs. Which one do you like the best?
Well, I like the ARC-W. That's her primary. Big one.
That's the one that I own.
That's the main
one.
Yeah.
No, the main one. The main one is ARKK, I think. But
ARKK is a blend between the ARC-G, so it's got some genomics in it, and the ARC-W. So it's kind of a blend. But I use that ARC-K for hedging my position. Like, the ARC-W and the ARC-G and the ARC-Q. So when I want to hedge, I'll go short the ARC-K.
Short stocks? That's not allowed after tomorrow.
or if we've come back a bit and I want to put on some margin, I will go into the ARC-K and I'll trade around that one and keep the other ones, so that I don't.
I have an ARC pitch, ARKR. Do you know that one?
No, ARC Restaurants.
It's ARC Restaurants.
Is that really Cathie Arc or that's something else?
No, it's a restaurant company.
Oh, is that Cathie Wood's restaurant
company?
No. You get me all screwed up. I was like, whoa, this is under the radar. Don't say that. They're going to start buying it. It was a joke. What
kind of finger?
I can see Dennis's finger going like right for the keyboard on that. Just to lift the offers, Spencer. You got to be careful.
ARC Restaurants,
Did you guys see Cathie's interview yesterday?
No.
Right, she did an interview, and what's interesting about her is she trades these. She was talking about her strategy for corrections, and says when everybody, she's kind of like Buffett. She says when everybody else is selling, that's when she wants to be buying. And so what she does is she says as a bull market and a move continues, they will like put more and more stock out. They'll own more and more stock. So she said like her primary fund might own 55 positions at the top of the market. And she says what happens is when the market goes down, they sell out a lot of those losers and they take losses on them for tax purposes. And then they concentrate into the stocks they want. So they'll go from like 55 positions into like 30 positions, taking losses with the stocks they put on at the end of the move, and then concentrating heavily in stocks that they really like. And so she actually has a long strategy that plays these upturns and downturns pretty well.
Let's see, she was buying Signify Health yesterday, SGFY. She was buying Exact Sciences. She was buying CMLF. She was buying AbbVie. Those are her biggest buys yesterday.
She bought some Tesla yesterday too. She hadn't bought Tesla for a while.
Like 90,000 shares.
But she hadn't bought Tesla for a while, so that's interesting. It's come off.
Do you know why she said
back into Tesla?
Do you know why she said she was buying Tesla?
No, why?
She says she's buying Tesla because she doesn't think that people have the ride service business that they can potentially get into, that they're going to get into.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Yeah, that's been talked about. Yeah,
been priced into the stock yet.
Okay.
This is. I looked at this one last night. I mean, this is if you're trading range inclined, this is it. This is what you're looking at, 780, and actually it's traded down $18 today here. So let's see. If it's going to hold, it's going to hold in this area. If not, man, you got some work to do on the downside. I don't know where, but we'll see what happens. 780. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Buck, anything about the metals here? Silver and gold no longer being correlated. Any thoughts on the metals?
No, you're not. I'm all in the cryptos these days.
Yeah,
not in the metals.
That's why. Yeah, I agree.
I will say this: you have seen a continuation of the bonds to the downside. Pretty good continuation. They broke through the lows last week once we talked, and have continue moving down. So that's starting to get a little bit concerning.
All right, Buck Andrews is the co-founder of Inform. There is the link up on the screen for you to check it out, inform.info. Buck, thanks a lot for the time.
Thanks, Buck.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, I have a confession to make, guys. Yesterday, one Luke Jacoby approached my desk at like 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He said, Spencer, wouldn't it be funny if we bought GameStop right now? And I said, it would be funny. You're right. So we did buy GameStop. So we are long. I never owned GameStop in my life, but I went in my Webull account, which only has like hundreds of dollars in it, right?
Nothing.
Hundreds of dollars. Sorry, Dennis. I'm the reason that Dennis eats actually in the after hours session because he was probably picking me off. Yeah, I went in my Webull account and bought some as many shares as I could afford in my freaking Webull account. So I'm long heading into the hearing.
That's a good call, actually.
Thank you, Luke. Dennis says it was a good call.
I thought about it.
You can't hear me.
I wish you would have told me that yesterday. I actually thought about it last night. I was like, they jacked this on the hearing. I thought this last night just to myself. I didn't say it to anybody, but just thought it.
Wait, Luke says that he did mention to me that we should ask Dennis if this is a good idea, and I said we should.
Luke, you should have said. I would have said yes, and I would have did it with you.
We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. Is what I
did it with you. Oh.
Sorry.
I think it could. They could jack it on. I don't have a position on it. They could. Yeah. It's possible. There's, we don't know, but sometimes, it's going to get a lot talked about. Does it get, the market's excited again about it? Not that it's going to go back to 70 or 80, but does it get jacked up to 50 or 55? It's possible.
Perhaps.
So, there's often a trade, and the trade ahead of it is sometimes the call too. So, you're already up $1.30 in it, so it's a nice trade. So.
All right. I want to do some questions from our chat. We had mentioned this on Tuesday, but the Palantir lockup expiration is today, so insiders can sell the remaining shares that they were not allowed to sell on the direct listing IPO last year. So insiders are now free to sell whatever they want to sell.
We told you this thing was going to 25.
Yeah,
everyone got all excited because Kathy bought some. I mean,
I bought and sold it on the Kathy, so there was money to be made there.
Yeah,
you buy it and you sell it to the Kathy pop.
Yeah. Weird things happen on these kind of days, right? Sometimes you just get that blast low and then nope, no one's really selling, and then it turns around. So you're coming into this area, and today's the actual lockup day. So I think didn't DraftKings everyone was pounding it into the lockup expiration, and
sometimes
it turned around.
Turned before.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's just so much overhead supply and so many bag holders here now. It makes me. Somebody's asking, is this like Rocket? It's building so much overhead supply, and if you look at this chart, just from the last month and a half, it actually looks just like the Rocket chart to a certain extent. You're sitting here on major support on Rocket, 19 to 20. You're coming into major support on Palantir around this $25 area. Does it hang out here? Does it bounce here? Yeah, it could, but it's just like the bounces are going to be trouble. I mean, even when Kathy bought 1.5 million shares, they immediately, that morning it got the little lift and then they sold it. So, Goldman even upgraded it yesterday and they sold into that too. There's so many people who are stuck in this now and so many people who are on the wrong side of the trade. It makes it tougher for it to bounce back. So actually, path of least resistance for this thing is probably still lower. So I'm not long Palantir. I actually bought it last night ahead of the ARC. I bought it last night because the email is going to come up like 6:30, 6:40. I was like, well, she might have bought it again and maybe it gets a pop. And the email came out like 6:35, and I was like, oh, it's not in there. I sold it immediately at like 26.90 or something. I should have went short. I wasn't thinking. I should have turned around and went short last night at 26.90 when she didn't.
How often do you do that? Like reverse?
Not enough.
Yeah,
you think, oh, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side of this, and you immediately hit the bid because you're on the wrong side of it. And if you're really on the wrong side of it, we'll turn around and hit the bid twice. It goes short.
Well, you can't though, right? With it depends on the
tech and the 10%.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if it's 10%, if it's traded, you can't hit the bid to get short. You got to get lifted, but you get lifted on Palantir. I mean, the thing's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's traded 33 million shares already this morning, Joel. This thing is crazy trading.
Wow.
But if you're buying it at 25 and just think, oh, it's going to be back at 35 next week, I think you're wrong. I think it's got work to do. I would wait until it stops going down consolidate, like you say, Joel, base, learning this from you, and start to actually go up. Get the momentum on your side, because right now the momentum is completely against you. Could it bounce off the 25 level? Yeah, it's a big level. It could, but you got a lot of, you got that, obviously the lockup. What's Kathy do tonight? Does she come back in and buy more? That could help it a bit, but again, that buy got faded too. And I mean, Kathy's having a rough day, because I'm looking at all of her trades from last night, and usually they're up. And, overall market's obviously getting hit too. But, I mean, she bought more Tesla, and that's getting slammed way more in the market. She bought more Shopify. Shopify's getting hammered. It's down another 40. Obviously it's a risk-off day, but she's not, popping the stocks like she has been, So, anyways.
I would say, it's her programs, like she can't be sitting there making – okay, look at this chart. Oh, look at this. She has the algo. The program that's run.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're doing.
People. You got a whole.
I don't know if they're doing. Are they running algorithms to get in and out of their positions? Well, a lot of the big hedge funds are. They should probably.
Have to.
I mean, she's basically a hedge fund, right?
Yeah, but look, you think you have to on 17 trades? How many trades does she make? I mean, yeah, there's individual trades. She's building positions in these. So there's a lot of trades within these. But I mean, 32 different stocks trading yesterday. I mean, you could totally do that, man.
I mean, you can't argue the performance of her funds.
If you had a team of traders, a few traders, you totally could. I'm sure she's using algorithms, but I'm just saying, when you look at Citadel, and they would have traded almost every single stock on the exchanges yesterday. Like, this is not a trading company. ARK is not a trading company. This is light trading. I mean, 32 stocks. I trade more than 32 stocks in a day. So, and I do a lot of it manually. So, you totally could, get away with not having algorithms there. I'm just assuming she does, because everybody does. She don't need them. Not at that volume.
Just back. We're coming into this area. You come into this area here. I mean, you had this many lows. I know Kenny talked about just under 24. I mean, this is a real interesting area. If you're looking to buy it back on strength, I'm pretty close here on this 50% retracement. That's back up at like 28.50 area. So if you wanted it to prove itself and get above that, that retracement, then that's what you're looking at in PLTR. 2 minutes to go, Spencer. S&P's got down to 98.75. That's not quite yesterday's low at 96.50. Trying to bounce. Not doing a great job of it, though.
Let's cover Baidu real fast. They had earnings yesterday afternoon. Stock is down this morning. Excuse me. It's been up a lot. It's been running hard into this report. Yeah. EPS beat. Sales missed. And they gave some Q1 sales guidance.
Sales miss. The stock's up 150 points in a month and a half, and the sales miss?
I mean, it was barely a miss. It was basically in line. All right, I'll call it in line. And then they gave some Q1 sales guidance that was higher than the estimate.
This stock is loved. This turned around and started getting loved when they started talking about EV. I know. Did we get any more information on their plans here? I mean, that was what it was, right? The EV rally in Baidu, was it not?
Yeah, they said
like $100.
They said something about that last week.
That's what really kickstarted this thing. So I mean, you need more information on what's going on.
They're going to provide chips, right? That's what it was.
Yeah.
They're going to provide chips for these EVs.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still a loved stock. It'll find some love somewhere, but it's a risk-off day, so I let the dust settle on a few of these stocks.
Wow, that thing was $100 for the longest time. Look at that.
Forever. It was hated, and then they started talking about EV chips, and then that blast off. That was the story. If Walmart turned around and started talking about EV chips, they'd probably blast the stock off. So they want a story.
What is Walmart? Story. Let's check out Walmart. Let's see what it's doing.
Still leaking.
Is it doing anything? Still leaking?
Yeah, still leaking. They need to they need to start accepting Bitcoin at Walmart.
It's going to drag the whole Dow down this morning. It already is.
That's a good point. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, why doesn't Walmart just come out and say we accept Bitcoin? Oh my God, that's a great idea.
I tell you, I should be in there. We get that stock back up. Yeah. We're taking on Bitcoin. We bought Bitcoin and we're accepting it as well. Yeah. And we took a big position in all of our cash. All the money we made last quarter, we bought Bitcoin with it. Like, Walmart, the Bitcoin trade. Bye. That was what they do. It's stupid.
We're raking it in.
We're raking it in, man.
What movie's that from?
No, you know what movie? No, that's not a movie. That's NAT.
That's from the guy on CNBC. That's
That's
Dennis's favorite interview of all time.
Yeah. Full disclosure, I'm actually long some of that stock. I have to say that.
Oh, all right. Jeez.
Just for fun.
No, that was
nothing's for fun.
That was like a year ago, right?
That CEO from Nordic American. He's on Kramer. And he was like bragging so much about his company because that was when oil went negative. And he's got the tankers. Me and Chase Razik wanted to drain our swimming pools, put oil in there, take advantage of the negative oil prices. He got the tankers. He's like that. We're raking it in, man. That was the top.
That was the top.
You can see
when your CEO comes on Kramer and says we're raking it in, it's time to sell.
Perhaps. All right. That'll be a wrap for us today. I want to remind you that today's show is sponsored by Inform. To learn more, go to inform.info. That's IN4M.info. Thanks to our guests today, both of them, Buck and Mark. Thanks to all of you in our chat. Hit that like button if you have not already. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe to get notified when we go live. Hit share.
I just liked you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. We appreciate your service as usual. I want to promote our upcoming boot camp this Saturday. Options and SPACs, a full day of education on that. You can go to benzingabootcamp.com to learn more. This podcast, or this show, is available as a podcast, If you are watching or listening via podcast, please remember all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. Everyone have a good rest of your day. See you, Joel. We got a full day ahead, though. We got a full day of programming ahead. I mentioned the live stream. We're going to be doing that. It starts at noon. The hearing starts at, it's supposed to start at noon. That probably means it starts at like 12:10, right? They're always going to be a few minutes late. They're going to start with the opening statements. That's probably going to be a little boring. I'm not sure if we're going to be streaming that. What I really just want to do is we're going to be watching it live, and when there's like funny stuff that happens, and especially for the Q&A part, because we all know the fireworks are going to happen for the Q&A. And when that happens, we're going to be playing that. I'll be on with on the Power Hour with Luke, hopefully Jason, and we're going to be just talking about it just as it's happening. It should be fun. If it's anything like the big tech hearing last year, right, with Facebook and Apple and Google and Twitter, if it's like that, it should be a lot of fun. I don't know what's going to come of this. If anything consequential will happen, Maybe nothing happens. Maybe nothing comes of this, but it's going to be fun. Whatever side you're on, if you think that, screw the hedge funds, or if you think that the retail traders are idiots, whatever side you're on, it's going to be fun. Okay. I think we can all agree on that. Yes, that's a great idea. DraftKings should definitely do bets. There should be prop bets on today's hearing, because it's going to be a shit show is what I think. Straight up. Where's Ivan Drago? I moved him. I found a third Rocky, so I just replaced him with the third Rocky. All right, another big day of programming ahead. I want to go through our schedule. I mentioned the hearing live stream. That's not till noon, though. We have Get Technical with Neil at 9:30. We're going to go through another Benzinga Pro demo at 10:30. We've got a Newsdesk update with our best dressed member of our Newsdesk. O is his name. And I'm sure he'll be wearing a suit. The guy always wears suits. So that'll be at, is that right? That's right. So that'll be at 10:45. SPAC Attack at 11. Zero Nation Power Hour at noon. The BZ Crypto Show at 2. We've got a special interview today. Mitch did an interview a few days ago with Tod Stottlemyre. If you are a baseball fan, that name might ring a bell. He is the son of Mel Stottlemyre. He was also a pitcher, World Series champion. And after he retired, he went into finance. He became a trader. He worked at a hedge fund. And Mitch talked to Tod just about that transition from professional athlete to professional trader. And that interview will probably air at like 2:45 and go till about 3:30. I have no part of that. Mitch, if you want to come on and talk more about that, but that'll be...
Yeah. I was trying to set up my camera to help that out, but...
set up your camera. What's up?
Yeah. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Just keep talking about the rest of the day.
Yeah. So we've got pre-market prep at the close, 3:30 to 4. And it's Thursday, which means the Benzinga Cannabis Hour is on 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. I watch that show every week because I am super bullish cannabis. I've mentioned this before. If you're watching our stream yesterday at like 3:15, you heard me get really excited about cannabis. I've mentioned I own a number of cannabis stocks that all trade on the OTC markets. I own Cresco, Curaleaf, Trulieve, and Green Thumb. And so I'm a big fan of cannabis just as an industry. So I'll be watching the Cannabis Hour at 4 o'clock today. And that's our schedule for the day. It's also in the description of our video. We are working on the graphics. Before Neil chimes in about graphics, we are working on schedule graphics, but the calendar is the schedule is at least in the description of our video. Brian Penny loves Curaleaf. Thank you. I do as well. I've been long all those guys for a hot minute. So as far as pre-market prep guests, yes, Jason will be on tomorrow. Jason's in Florida, but that doesn't matter. Can't stop, won't stop. Jason will be on pre-market prep tomorrow at 8:45, and we'll get an update on his trades, update on the football game with the CEO of United Wholesale Mortgage. So that'll be on tomorrow's pre-market prep. Okay, what I wanted to do for this time is just kind of hang out with you guys. We got me, you got Mitch. Just want to hang out, right? This is like the unstructured time of the day. If you have any questions for the chat, drop them in there. I will try my best to answer them. Naturebound asking me how I enjoy cannabis. Well, it's legal here in Michigan now, so I can freely state that I use a vape. Is how I'm not a big user. I'm more of like a social user. But when I do enjoy cannabis, it's vaping or edibles in some way. But I'm not a huge cannabis user. Just more of a social thing. Okay, what's up with the AMC? Yeah, I saw chat talking about that. It's moving up. Oh my God. Holy crap. All right, let's pull up that chart. Whoa. Okay, tell me GameStop is up with it. Just tell me. Not really. A little bit. Let me pull up this chart so y'all can see what I'm seeing on AMC. Dear Lordy. Look at that. That's this morning. Holy moly. Newsdesk, what's up with AMC? Yeah, just the hearing? No way. Oh my goodness. I'm seeing traders are circulating an article from Forbes France that is speculating on M&A from Amazon. How many times have we heard M&A rumors on AMC? How many times? Like, wait, who was supposed to buy them last year? Was it? I think it was Amazon, right? That news is recycled from like a year ago. No one's buying AMC now. No one's buying AMC at $6 when they could have bought it. Let's pull up a 1-year chart. You could have bought AMC at under $1, right? Why would you go and buy AMC at $6? Makes no. I'm saying, like, if you're a company, like if you're Amazon, why would Amazon or any business do that? They wouldn't. No. I'm with you on the theory that this is probably up on just the hearing today, but man, looks like I picked the wrong stock. I bought GameStop. That's only up 6%. Luke, we picked the wrong stock. Oh well. Man. That's pretty wild. GameStop going to buy AMC. Yeah, wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be good? Mitch, are you here? What's your deal? I don't know where Mitch went. He's here. There he is. Mitch, are you long any of this crap? You long? And I'm saying that.
No, I'm staying out. I'm staying out. But one thing I definitely will be paying attention to is the hearing in a little while. So yeah, definitely, guys, if you guys want to stay with us all day, we'll be keeping an eye out on the hearing and bringing some great commentary from the hearing. We'll be watching it all day.
Here's the way I see it. Here's the way I see it, right? Like, I just want to watch it with my friends, but my friends don't really care about this stuff. So you guys are my friends. That's kind of how I see it. I just want to, like, talk some shit about like the hearing as it's going on, and that's what I'm like imagining, right? It was sort of what we were doing last year with the big tech hearing, but just internally we didn't really do a stream for it. But I want to it's going to be fun. It's going to be hilarious, right? Like when else are you going to get a billionaire hedge fund guy and a Reddit / YouTube streamer and the CEO of a freaking retail brokerage? I mean, you're going to be in the same hearing.
Yeah,
it sucks that it's all remote and not. At least I believe it's remote. If someone knows more, correct me, but I believe it's remote, which kind of takes away some of the luster. If it's not remote, that would be even better. If it's in person, but I'm so excited for today. What about you?
One thing, I mean, to look at a positive of this is, for a long time, the retail traders weren't even mentioned. Like, it was almost like it was all agos, all institutionals. They weren't even mentioned. So I think this is at least a good sign that you're seeing retail traders coming back. At least the volume is coming back, and that's something that we have seen, and it really got started by the pandemic.
Okay, so Steve Krause from our Newsdesk just reminded me on the AMC Amazon rumor. Mm-hmm. Remember that was from a year ago. Remember that was a report from like a British newspaper, but they screwed up the companies, right? It was actually it was AMC Networks. It was AMCX. It wasn't AMC. So again, this is not new news. This is just like BS, like internet rumor mongering.
Yeah, this is kind of funny. I was making fun of this when this first came out.
We all were. It was a joke. It was a joke. It still is a joke.
Amazon buying AMC, that just wasn't going to happen, guys.
It's still a joke. It's still a joke.
No, the only thing I could possibly have seen is maybe they wanted to get their movies into actual movie theaters and kind of do that kind of move. But then when you thought about it, it just makes no sense. They just got the money if they wanted to do that.
Makes no sense. So, if they were going to buy AMC, the theater chain, they would have bought it last year when the company was like hanging on by a thread. They wouldn't be buying it now.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
I'm so excited for today. Tell us more about your conversation with Mr. Stottlemyre.
Yeah, so really quick, guys, I just want to tell you guys that we're going to be doing an interview a little bit later today around 2:50-ish. So join at 2:50. Really, it's all about peak performance, right? Trading is a lot about the psychological aspect and the emotionals and how you can control yourself to get to your peak performance. So that's really what this show is going to be about, guys. It's going to be called BZ Peak Performance. I'm going to show you guys a little clip here, 20 seconds, and then a little bit about the book so that you guys can get excited here.
At the end of the day, our focus matters and it counts. And if we're focused on things we can control and things that we can do and stay away from the things that we can't. So it kind of really became our message to all of our people, all the employees, all of the companies, all the executives, is let's focus on what we can focus on and just try to get better every single day.
Definitely. And that leads right into my, my first question kind of. And so a lot of it's going to be about how we can get to our best abilities. So Tod is talking about morning routines and how he gets ready for let's say the market open, just like you guys are getting ready for the market open right now. So I'm going to really quickly play another video here and so you guys can get a little bit more background.
Oh, that's fancy.
People say you only got one shot, so take it. Pursue success relentlessly. You know the drill. Don't take no for an answer. You can't learn to swim without getting wet. Opportunity doesn't knock twice. Reach for the stars and don't stop till you take one. The problem with that is you're only looking in one direction. You miss out on what is right beside you. People say to use the fuel you've been given, so I did. Burn bright and bask in what you've done. Just don't be surprised when you get burnt.
Wait. What did we just watch? What was that?
Hey, that's actually that's a promo for the actual book, and really what it's about.
They made a trailer for a book. Time out. They made a trailer for a book.
That's what you do now, Spencer. That's how you get content out, Spencer. Take notes. God. Take notes. That's how you do it, man.
Oh my God, I was so confused. I didn't know what we were just watching there. I didn't know how long that was going to go. I had no idea what that was about. I thought you made that.
You got impressed, right? I saw you.
I was so confused. Didn't know what we were watching.
Hey, so like I said, guys, really stay tuned. 250, we're going to be talking about this book, The Observer, and how you can really step up your game and master your emotions. So we'll see you there at 250. Now let's get to some stocks. Let's see the Capper scanner. What's up with that?
Ridiculous. That was insane. All right, if I just pull them, you want to bring up your why don't you bring up your gappers? I've got my pro open, but we can take a look at yours.
All right. Let's go ahead. Adding this to the screen here. Gonna take a look here.
Oh, here's some echo.
I hear that, Luke. Oh, I know what it is. The shared screens. There it is. We're fixed.
All right, we're good.
All right, there you go. So, sleep number, man. What's up with the sleep number?
What a report. How someone in chat said this. How many beds can one person buy? You can buy a lot of beds, I guess.
So one to watch, guys. That if you're not watching, I would watch to see if you can find Casper moving today. So Casper is CSPR.
Good call.
Looks like I got a refresh here. Let me get this refresh.
Good call on that Casper. Yeah.
Yeah. So Casper is one that I'll keep watching.
It's been a dog.
Yeah, it's been a dog, and today it's up to 2.6%. So a lot of what I like to do, guys, is called the laggard play, and so I look for sympathy in certain industries, and I think we could get some certain sympathy out of that sleep number report, and then watch this CSPR and maybe take off closer towards where it IPO'd at, kind of this $14, $15 price point. So I think an important price level today is going to be that $11. Let's see if we can get past that $11. If you press Alt-H on Benzinga Pro, you'll get that horizontal line. So it's really going to approach that $11 today. Let's keep an eye on it, see if it can get through that level.
Christian Gallagher in the chat making an astute observation. Some people actually have houses with like more than 1 or 2 bedrooms. That's mind-boggling to me. But I guess that is true. Yeah,
definitely. It is true. And a lot of people invested into a bed now that they're kind of
they're home
more stuck at home. And I think that's
true.
Where you're
seeing a bed is a great you should never skimp on a bed. You spend like a third of your life there. Do not skimp on beds, people.
Yeah, no. I have like an over $1,000 bed and don't regret a second.
Jesus.
So definitely got to sleep good, guys. Got to sleep good.
All right, sleep number and Casper.
This is an interesting one, a cheaper one that has been mentioned to me by trader Mongu. This is MOGU, up about 4% today. It's interesting. They have earnings coming in 7 days from now. You've seen a couple pullbacks on this one. Let me pull up the weekly so you can see it a little bit easier. So this one's really kind of breaking out from this trend line that you had here. Control T will get us that. And then, so, really we're kind of breaking out of this trend line. And what I liked is that it pulled back on this 8th and then rocketed right back up. So this one's going to be interesting today towards that 350. I'd definitely pay attention towards that 350, see if you get some volume to really come in there. And then you could maybe get a push closer towards that $4 whole dollar push there. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that one. APHA, I'm seeing a lot of cannabis up. I don't know if you saw that, Spencer.
Yeah, so Tilray had we didn't even get to Tilray. Oh, man. Well, here, let's cover Tilray real fast. Tilray had earnings yesterday after the close. It's always funky because they always report in Canadian dollars, I think. But here, EPS, 2-cent loss versus a 15-cent loss estimate. So they beat the EPS number there. Sales, $56.5 versus $55.5 million. Beat that number as well. What did they say? They talked about 26% revenue spike. They're going to close. So the free deal is going to close sometime in Q2. That's good to know. What else did they say? Cannabis segment revenue increased 46%. Net loss for the quarter of $3 million versus a $219 million loss in the same period a year ago. So Q4 2019 versus Q4 2020, their loss narrowed a ton. Losses narrowed again. They lost $219 million in Q4 2019. They lost $3 million Q4 2020. So great job on them closing that.
One thing that I know in the cannabis industry is that there was this kind of shift that happened late 2020 where
the
election. Yeah. Well, yeah, the election. But to me, it was kind of a shift in how the companies are really formed and focused on their strategy now. Before it was growth over everything. And now it's kind of shifted towards that profitability. And I think this is what you got to focus on. Now you can actually focus on that profitability and see which companies are leaning towards that profitability to maybe get some plays in the cannabis industry.
Yeah, I've seen a few people here talk about SNDL, Sundial. I mean, these things all trade together more or less.
So the one thing about Sundial, though, is that offering that you got to be careful for.
Yeah, hey, did they price that yet?
No, they did not price it. And they did $1 billion. So to me, I would avoid this like the plague. That's just my opinion. But like always, guys, do your own investment decisions. But I would definitely avoid this like the plague.
Wait, yeah, what day do they announce that? I'm trying to go back and probe. There's so many Sundial headlines, it can be a little bit hard to
dial that in. Oh, here's an interesting one. While you find that, HIBB up today. That's a Hibbett Sports.
Yeah.
This one has been trending. Look at this trend line, man. This is one that, like, you know, these sports goods. Look at this weekly chart. That's a nice weekly chart. If you have that stock, HIBB, maybe we can compare this to DKIS, Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's see how that's doing. Yeah, it's been doing pretty good on the weekly also. So
when the hell did they? If someone in the chat knows when Sundial announced his offering, because I'm not going to find any. I'm not going to look anymore. They announced a smaller one. It looks like on the 4th, but I don't see anything for $1 billion. I'm going through their PRs right now. I don't see anything for
the on the shelf.
Whatever. I'm not on it. I'm not looking at that.
All right, let's take a look at the big mover of the day. We got AMC moving, so let's take a look here on the 5-minute, see what we see on the pullback, see where we can maybe find some support, how you guys can try to attack this play today.
Jeez, AMC, is it still moving?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's off the high. Okay, it got to, what did it get to? 660? Got to 660.
660. Yeah, you're right on the dot. All right, so we'll do this alt H line. Let's get some kind of support here to try to figure out where we could find support. And so I try to roll back and see where we got bounces off of. So this is the 15-minute, and where we've gotten the drives really from this kind of 570, 580 area. So I definitely wouldn't be playing anything above this 580 area. I'd be looking for quick pullbacks at the open, maybe closer towards this 575, where I can risk closer down towards this high here, which is 562. So it's always about risk and reward whenever I'm doing my day trades. And so I'm really trying to measure what I call the ultimate risk, like if the trade just completely wipes out today. And that would probably bring this back down towards this 550, 540 area. So at least I know that my ultimate risk is about 70 cents if I get in there, 30 cents if I get in there by 570s. So I can look for like a 60-cent return. And so that would be up to like 630s. And that's how I kind of approach at least at the minimum 2-to-1 on any one trade. So I'll keep an eye on this one. I'd be looking for red to green moves as this one's pushed so hard here in pre-market. 830, it lifted off from 550 all the way to 660. Let's see if we get a 50% retracement from that. That's about $1. So look for 50 cents, and you see it come right back down towards this 590 and then bounce immediately off that. That's how kind of I approach it on the Fibonacci's there. That's a 50% retracement. I'd be looking for something a little bit closer towards the 66% retracement, so somewhere below this 590, closer towards this 575 near the open. All right, so one thing I definitely want to do is I want to bring on Neil a little bit early. We're going to start bringing him on at 9:28 to announce the open, because there's nothing bigger than the open. I mean, we can't bring them on after the bell. We got to bring them to bring the bell. So I'm super excited.
Neil, do you have a bell? If you're not, you got to get a bell.
Yeah, we need a bell. We need it. We need a loud bell. I need to wake up.
Gotta get a bell.
Neil's gonna go grab a pot and just start smacking it.
Actually, I think he might have done that just now. I think he might have gone to do that.
So did we talk about Twilio's earnings today?
Briefly.
All right, so maybe look for different plays in this one. I'm still waiting for Stripe. Some SPAC is gonna pick it up. Spencer, I don't know if you know about that company, Stripe.
Yeah, it's huge. It's one of the highest valued fintech companies out there.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I've noticed is that when you see the story of Twilio and PayPal get so hot, I mean, you could just imagine how many people are trying to grab that Stripe. And so, a lot of rumors has been PSTH, but I'm thinking that it might go to another one. One that I have.
I hope it's. I own PSTH at Dennis's behest, so I hope it's PSTH. That'd be pretty great.
Yeah, hey, that's the one that's been rumored, but you never know really which way it's gonna go. I have one called Supernova, which is the CEO of Zillow. So super excited about that one. We'll see if that one makes a move. That's Supernova, that SPN.
Wait, here, can I interrupt you just to pull up that AMC chart, because I'm watching it too. I'm watching it too, James. It's making moves.
All right, let's do it.
I'm watching it too. Back down below 6. I'm keeping an eye on this thing. That got it. That's a very strange pop. How's GameStop doing right now? Gonna watch them both.
Add a VWAP indicator on there. See where the VWAP is.
Oh God, you're gonna make me add an indicator in.
Yes.
Here. Actually, luckily for me, it's very easy. Oh no, I can't type. There it is. VWAP. See, look how easy that was. I just indicators, search VWAP, boom.
Done deal. This is my favorite indicator right here. The only one that I really use. Why? Because it takes in effect volume weight.
Yeah.
Versus
it's where at what prices are the trades happening? Where's the volume?
Exactly.
Like you see a candle, it tells you the open, high, the low, and the close. But it doesn't tell you where in that candle the trades happened. That's what VWAP does.
So when I use the VWAP, I use it a lot to determine the bulls and the bears. And so it becomes a kind of a line in the sand for me. Yep. And a lot of times I do this attack called the VWAP bounce. Ooh. So I'll look for an extension, a big candle breakout, and then a pullback on the 1 minute to the VWAP. You have to hold support right underneath it, so you have to have a clear defined support near that VWAP level. But that's how I kind of attack these, and I'll look for that extension like this one did towards that 50, and then I try to get in near that VWAP and risk right underneath it towards the next support.
Okay.
Look what time it is. It's time.
It's 9:28, so let's bring Neil on to do like an intro to the intro.
Yes.
Neil, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Thank you for that warm welcome, Spencer.
Yeah.
I love what you guys are talking about. The love-hate relationship is palpable. I love what you guys are talking about. Very interested in the VWAP. I just want to let you guys know we are going to be talking about moving averages and similar indicators during Get Technical today in just 1 minute. We are at about a 60-second countdown to the open. I think we need to get a countdown on the show that we pull up, maybe do a share screen for this. So let me
like a countdown clock.
Yeah, some kind of countdown clock.
Okay.
Must have. I need to get a cowbell. We're going to talk about QS today. Here in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Talking about how to trade when it's risk off. We're looking at our long-term holdings. How to not crap your pants and stay cool and continue making money. So a lot coming up. We've also got a guest, Simba Trades.
Now, have we got confirmation? Is his name Simba? Do we know that? We don't know that.
I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him. His last name, it might be a family name.
All right, there's the bell. You ready for our? You ready for our video?
Roll it.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Welcome into the open, where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth.
Hey guys, welcome to Get Technical. My name is Neil. With me today, as always, is Spencer Israel. Today we have a special guest, Simba Stocks. Follow him on Instagram and on Twitter to get more information from him. Today is a very interesting day. As you know, much of the market is red. It's down. People are acting emotionally. All right? Let your emotions pass through you. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Pound a Red Bull. And don't panic sell. We're going to take a look at our long-term holdings today and determine whether red days like this are times to get out of positions or perhaps buy more. So guys, a couple very exciting things I want to cover today. I'm going to share my screen right now. While I'm doing this, a stock that I like, DDD, the 3D printing company. Spencer, I'm curious if there's any news on DDD. If you can help.
I think we just lost Neil there. Sorry about that, folks. Neil, are you with us?
Yeah.
Neil, you here?
Just tricked you.
Just tricked me?
Yeah.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, I hit back and it kicked me out.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, I won't do that again. Any news on Triple D?
The person on the stock. Sorry, I was distracted on the stock.
Yeah, on the stock. I need to stop saying Triple D because Triple D, that name belongs to Dennis.
I mean, no news, but you know as well as I do. It's been like the trade's been on fire this year. Let me get my screen.
But it's down. It's down.
Yeah,
baby.
but that's how this goes. That's how
it's down like a lot. It's down like even I'm clenching my butt cheeks here.
Wait, can I get my screen off there? There we go.
Your screen. I want my screen.
Yeah, there we go. No, but that's how this goes, though. I mean, look at Triple D. Pull up a daily. It went from 10 to 50 in a month, 5 weeks.
I wanted to keep doing that, Spencer.
That's what we like. That's not how this works. It's not how this works.
All right, Spencer. We'll talk about how trends work in a minute.
Yeah.
All right. So, guys, let's really quick, since the market is acting all crazy, let's all take a chill pill together using Bollinger Bands. I'm going to talk a little bit about tools related to moving averages today. I'm going to get into MACD. I'm going to get into VWAP a little bit later in the week, but I want to start off with the absolute basics because, as you know, on this show, we like to keep it as close to just what's happening with the price as possible. Don't get too fancy schmancy with your tools telling me that the XYZ QB45 is doing some crap on the stock, all right? Maybe that works for you super jazzed up day traders that are doing a lot more than the average Joe like me. But what I'm interested in is what's happening with the price, what's happening with the volume, what's going on with the trend, when can I enter, when can I get out, let's make money. So first thing let's look at, I've got ESPO pulled up. ESPO, guys, this one is on the watch list, I think. Once again, the watch list, I actually pinned it onto my Twitter. So I'll pin it each week. You guys can get it there. So let's go full screen on this puppy. So what I've got here is called the Bollinger Band indicator. You can put this on whatever charting tool you have or whatever brokerage you have, unless it's something super basic like Robinhood. But what we've got here is a red line that can be considered the average closing price over a 20-day period. That's what I have it set to. That's what most traders have it set to. So that's what this red line is. And let me get a 1 in chat if y'all can see the red line. I just want to make sure this is visible, high def for you guys.
Yeah, I can't see that red line. I'm not going to lie to you.
I appreciate the honesty. Let's see if we can make that a little bit thicker. Maybe not. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to go full. Full.
That is tough to see.
0, 0, 0. All right, guys. Well, it's got the dots. See this line? My thing is tracing it. It's tracing it. Oh, you guys. All right. So here's what I'll do. I'll add this. I'll do you guys. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Now it's a gray line. Can you guys see the gray line?
That's easier.
Okay. So all I did was I just added the simple moving average indicator for 20 days. So it's the same line. So I'm using two tools at once so you guys can see it. But Bollinger Bands in a bell curve, guys. Let's look at a bell curve. In a bell curve, you've got a big old hump where your data is, where the average of your data points are. So if you were to say, what is the average daily caffeine intake for a Benzinga staffer? You're going to get somewhere in the middle where all the data sort of clusters. This is where the closing prices on our charts are clustering. All right. So over a 20-day period, this is what the line is. This is the most common one. And then you've got standard deviations away from that. 2 standard deviations away are what make up the upper and lower lines. These are 2 standard deviations away. So these are our outliers. Why do we want to see that? Well, when a stock is moving or up through a trend, we want to see what is abnormal. What's an abnormally high spike? What's an abnormally low dip? All right. So what we can see with ESPO is that over this time frame, just this time frame, every time we touched the mean, we bounced back up to the upper line on our Bollinger Band. All right. We kind of went up a little bit, sell, touch the line, back up. All right. So that's a really good tool if you're looking for entry points on a long-term position, which ESPO for me is. So I'm looking at the sell-off that's happening right now. I'm looking at everyone acting weird, giving us a bunch of red candles on the day chart. And I'm saying, looking at this, I'm saying, we still haven't hit the mean yet. We're still looking good. We might be doing something like this where it doesn't touch the mean. And if it touches the mean, baby, and starts to bounce back up, I'm scooping up some more ESPO. All right. So it's all good. And guess what, guys? When it crosses the mean, when it crosses that 20-day moving average, when you're using Bollinger Bands, and it touches the lower deviation, it touches the lower line, a lot of people use that as a buy signal. So when you have a buy signal, what are you looking for next? You're looking for an exit price. You have 2 when you're hitting this. So we're looking at this spot right here. If I see the bounce, which I have confirmed with this open here on this green candle, I'm targeting something at the mean. Secondary target, if we cross that mean, I'm targeting that line at the top. So for your long-term positions, consider using a Bollinger Band to keep things in perspective. It expands and contracts along with the volatility of the trade. So if we apply this to something that's getting smoked a little bit, let's take a look. This is ARK K. You guys know I'm an ARK boy. Look at that nice gray line. Look at what happens every time we've been touching that line. A healthy trend is trading above the mean, in between the top line and the mean, as most of the time as possible, as much of the time as possible. You start to have a downward trend when we're crossing through that mean, and then we see it staying on the lower line. There are a lot of other things that go into that in terms of ways that you can confirm that we're in a downward trend. This is just one technical indicator that you should compare to other technical indicators such as RSI, volume, and actual price action, or patterns that might be reversal patterns at the top of a trend. And you should confirm them together. And if they all agree, you achieve what is called confluence. So everyone on this red day, breathe in through the nose, breathe out through the mouth, shotgun a Bang energy drink, and watch the mean. That's what's important here today. All right, so that's ETFs. Let's take a look at QS. Lots of folks talking about QS. Let me get... Oh, nice. Picked up bets. Jeff picked up bets. Yeah, big shout out. That's another Round Hill Investment, I believe, sports betting ETF. So shout out to our friends over at Roundhill Investing, and let us know how that goes, Jeff. Guys, give me a 1 in the chat if you are in QS. Give me a 1. Anyone that's been on Twitter knows that QS is heavily pumped and popular right now. Good job. Someone talked to me on Twitter and said they got in right around here, which I think was great. And I was wondering what their indicator was to get in. But this was just a nice little, this is a bull pennant, which started this off. All right. So I've got a couple things going on here, and I'm going to remove some indicators and we're going to talk about it piece by piece. Number 1, QS rounding bottom. All right. So if you got out, don't be afraid to get back in, because we've got a nice pattern. Not only do we have a nice pattern, we've got volume trending up. We've got RSI trending up. All right. So we've got a rounding bottom. We've got a gap to fill. Mind that gap. We've got a gap to fill, which means that we're looking for a conservative price target of about 84. So from where we are today, that's a 27% gain, folks, closing that gap. All right. That gap, though. Now, the rounding bottom is not a rounding bottom until we actually touch and then break through our point of resistance. This line right here is our point of resistance. Let's go full screen. This line, I'm going to extend it a little bit so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Circle, shut up. This line right here is our point of resistance. Look how nicely it lines up with this previous candle. All right. So we want to see this momentum continue with QS. Aggressive traders will enter right now. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to be aggressive, you're taking on more risk, and you've got to manage it with tight stops, and you got to be watching what you're doing. In fact, I would recommend, if you're going to get in now, don't do anything unless it's near the close. Rookie, I forgot the quote. Spencer is the bookmaster on this kind of stuff. But rookies trade the open and veterans trade the close. So we're looking for like the final 15 minutes before 4 p.m. Eastern to confirm entries. Is that the quote? Did I get that right, Spencer?
I'm honestly not sure. I'm gonna look it up.
All right. So guys, fine to enter now because we got this gap. We love this. We've got this pattern that's about to resolve. All right. So we want to get a close above this resistance line, which will give us, and I'm going to talk about this yellow line in a second. You guys probably notice this big yellow line. Pros trade the close. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, amateurs trade the open.
Amateurs trade them. Okay, amateurs trade the open. Pros trade the close. So what we want to see, let me get my handy dandy ruler tool here, is a close above this resistance line, which brings us from the depth of our base added to that resistance line for a price target at 107. All right. So that actual gain is 46. All right. But again, if you're aggressive, you can enter now. This thing looks good because this gap has to close. Everything is in confluence. Let's add a couple other things. When we're talking about this theme of confluence, when we're talking about this theme of, do my various technical indicators or studies, if you're using a brokerage like TD Ameritrade, do they agree? Let's add another one to the mix. We're going to add moving average. And in particular, I'm going to add the 50-day and the 200-day moving average. I'm not seeing the 200-day. 100. It's because the stock is too young. Is this thing broke? Yeah, it's because the stock is too young. We're going to add various moving averages to see where I got this cross from. So the gold moving average, sorry guys, I didn't have this set up. Forget what I'm saying about the yellow line. I put it on the wrong chart. Too young on daily after the 200. Let me go to, let me try 4 hour. Yeah, that's great. I have another example of what I'm trying to illustrate for you is when a short-term moving average crosses above a longer-term moving average. It's an an early indicator of a change in trend in the stock. In this case, this is a sideways trend that we were looking for an indicator that it's about to pivot into an upward trend. So excuse me for that crap. Let's remove this stuff. Go back to the daily. The long and short of this thing is I'm long this stock. I'm looking for this gap. Golden cross is actually what I was looking for on this, not a silver cross, but I could be totally wrong, Pete. Looking to close this gap, looking for an upside of 107. That's QS. All right, let's touch back in on some of our picks from yesterday. Delete that. So we are looking good on FPRX. Is anyone here in FPRX? 5 Prime Therapeutics? Let me know. Luke Jacoby is in the chat. Guys, make sure that you like and subscribe to this if you like the content, if you're liking the trade ideas. But let me know about FPRX. The thing is doing what we want it to do. We've got 2 closes above the breakout point. We've got on a relative scale. So what I have to do is get rid of that selling. We've got an increase in selling volume and the RSI is holding around 70. I think there is some potential for this one. I normally also do not like pharma stuff, but this is a damn cup and handle. It follows a big gap up, and this thing is just so clean. We're still watching the stock, and it is doing exactly what we want it to do. I'm maintaining my stop just below the lowest point on the handle here. All right, that's what my little red line is that I'm sure you can't see, but it's at about $18.80. And as this starts to go up, hopefully in a nice looking trend, I will raise my stop as I go. Let's look at SHIP. Anyone get in on SHIP? This is a good one to talk about. This is a breakout that's hitting support again. Meaning we broke out above our resistance and then people sold, took profit, and now we're trading at the support line once again. What I would be looking for with something with SHIP is an upward trend. An upward trend. Yeah, if you guys, this is something that, you know, after a breakout sort of fails and comes back, will it continue? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. So I'm still watching SHIP. Why? Because the volume looks good. The volume looks good. And shipping is picking up. I think the fundamentals back it. How long of a hold? If you're talking about time, I don't know. What I'm watching is for price to confirm my thesis, which is based on this rounding bottom, which sort of had I mean, let's face it, this is a failed breakout. Based on this rounding bottom and this upward trend and the volume that's going in, I don't think people are bored with this stock yet. I think there are still traders that want this stock to go up. If anything, I think we got a little bit shook out and that it's still got room to go. Not my favorite, but one to watch. Let's talk oil. Oxy, OXY. We've been talking about this one for a while. Double bottom. My favorite pattern. I'm a double bottom man. And look at it go. We've got this resistance. We've broken through the resistance, and we're on a healthy trend. All right. It might not be the fastest breakout right now, but it can happen. It can certainly happen. I'm going to go ahead and throw on my Bollinger Band. On the theme of moving averages, look at how nicely this thing is staying above, for the most part, the mean. Every time it touches it, back up. Touches it, back up. This is a healthy uptrend, folks. Healthy uptrend. Keep watching Oxy. Azul. A-Z-U-L. Let me know what pattern you see here. I haven't totally drawn it. What is A-Z-U-L doing right now in the daily? Let me know in chat. We can talk about SENS too. Sens. And while you're doing that, I'm going to figure out what Azul is. Okay, it's related to airlines. It's a thing behind the thing. Are you talking about Ethereum, Red? ETH has been hitting all-time highs. We can look at crypto for sure. I want to look at cup and handle, Kevin. Perfect. So we got our pivot right here on the cup, or the handle rather. Then we've got our very short period downward trend. Let's get more aggressive with this. So still hasn't broken up. Mark. Yep. That's not what we call this. Mark. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a close above the top yellow line. Close above the top yellow line. Talk about a bullish bias. Yeah, man. I am bullish. I am bullish. This is a thing behind airlines. It's going to, what's his name? Fauci says it's going to be open season for everyone. All the folks that don't fulfill the criteria of being a frontline worker, or having, things that qualify them for needing the vaccine right away. Underlying illnesses. Good for you, Jeff. Got a nibble on FPRX. Way to go. Love to hear it. The thing behind the thing is what really rips. All right. So I look at like airlines as a lagging movement on these things behind the things. These are the leading indicators for what's going on with airlines. All right. So we're looking for a close above this little yellow line. We are targeting above the breakout. Oops. $30. Profit potential. I'm just drawing this where I think it's going to break out. About 24%. About 24%, guys. Oh, Azul is a low-budget Brazilian airline. Thank you for the fundamentals, Scott. Looks like it's a holding company. So that might just be one of their portfolio companies. At any rate, potential there. SENS. Yeah, okay. So I got asked about this one. Someone asked me on Twitter what a good entry is if they bought too high. This is just, once again, a reminder, this is not financial advice. This is for education and entertainment purposes only. But looks like we're holding support, guys. I thought we would come back down to this candle, but we're looking pretty nice, especially on a day like this. SENS is looking like a snack. Let's bring it down to 4 hours, see if we can see a little more action here. Tough to say, tough to time. I don't see anything super clear. Okay, cup and handle, let's go back to it. So a cup and handle is a bullish continuation pattern. Someone in chat asked to explain a cup and handle, and that's what I'm going to do. A cup and handle is a bullish continuation pattern that happens when you have first an upward trend. Number one, must have an upward trend preceding this pattern. And then the trend reverses and trades sideways for a little bit and then starts to come back up. You get this kind of scoopy thing that looks like a lacrosse stick. And then it comes back up all the way to that previous high. All right. That's our resistance line at this point. That's as high as it could get before. And then we blew off some steam, and now buyers are coming back in and they're saying we're gonna try to break through that. Then we can't break through it just yet. And you get a little bit of consolidation down, sometimes just perfectly sideways, but at that resistance line. And so it starts to look like kind of like a cup. Like this. All right. And so what we're looking for is a break above this line. And it's confirmed when we get a closing candle above this resistance line. That's cup and handle. All right. NNDM, still a long-term big fat rounding bottom. We love NNDM. Still watching this. I'm still very bullish on NNDM. Would love it if I could get a 1 in the chat from the folks that are in NNDM. This thing rocks. This thing is exactly what we want to see here, which is a great technology. Excuse me, Arrow. Go away. Whatever. That's there forever. A great technology that trends down for a while because maybe it was before its time or the company didn't get the contracts that it needed to become a big player in the space. And then a period of sideways consolidation because folks say this company is still worth something. We think that their mission statement, their business plan, their vision fits into the greater goal of the sector. Or are we just plain out like this chart? And then it starts to go back up. And that's when we get in there. That's when we get in there. So I'm still in NNDM. My stop is just below resistance here, about 1280. I'm waiting for this thing to hit 33. A stock that is not worth it, a stock that sucks. What do you mean by a stock that is not worth it? Alex, if you tell me what you mean by a stock that's not worth it, let me know. Like you just want me to show you a shitty stock? I can do that. Litecoin. Where are my crypto folks? Oh, patterns that you want to avoid. Yeah. So you want to avoid reversal patterns at the top. So I don't have any ready for you, Alex. But before I go on Litecoin, what I can draw for you is 2 reversal patterns to watch out for. This is the classic. It's a head and shoulders. Great at the bottom, bad at the top. Shoulder, head, shoulder. This is following an upward trend when you're starting to get to an area that's kind of frothy where people might start taking profits. You're going to get a peak, a sell-off, a bigger peak, a sell-off, and then you better watch it. It is not confirmed. It is not actually head and shoulders reversal until it comes back to this bottom line. the neckline, which in this case, the context of a Head and Shoulders, the neck might be like right here. But this is the line that's important. This is where we draw a line in the sand as investors and traders. So if you see this on the top of a chart, this is a Head and Shoulders reversal pattern, and you see it close below that line, run. All right. Then when we're talking about all these reversal patterns like rounding bottoms or double bottoms, same thing applies. They are reversal patterns. They appear at the bottom. We love them because we're in a bull market. So there's a high likelihood that they will break out and go the direction we want. But they also occur at the top. And that's when it's time to take profits. And if you know what you're doing, take a short position. For a lot of you, that means buying puts or doing some type of bearish spread. But very simply, a short position would be buying puts. But I don't like to get cute. I don't like to get too cute. When I see a reversal pattern, I just get out and I go look for another stock that's got on a bullish trend that looks like it's going to break out for a high percentage in a short period of time. All right. There's always an opportunity out there. Always an opportunity. Don't fall in love with a stock. It's just a stock. All right. So this is Litecoin, guys. This Litecoin has done what Bitcoin just did. When Bitcoin just a couple months ago had its huge run up, it was following a big couple years long rounding bottom pattern. This is that reversal pattern, but it's at the bottom. All right. So how did we set our price targets, which is right up here? My price target for Litecoin is $266. So this is Litecoin to US dollar comparison for all you EU mofos. So we've got this sort of resistance right here. We rounded the bottom. We tried to break out. We got rejected right at this line. And we rounded the bottom. And then we broke through. Broke through, ladies and gentlemen. So how do I measure my profit potential? I go to the absolute lowest point of my rounding bottom. I measure up to the top of this measured move in the middle. Some call it the crack. And then I add that to the crack, to that little peak. And that's my price target. And look at Litecoin go. So as soon as I started seeing this hit up at resistance, I watched for a close above, got the close above, had a little bit of a downward trend. On the short term, you could argue that this is a cup and handle. Sure. There are patterns within patterns. That's why I drew this descending triangle. We broke through resistance on the descending triangle, but the broader pattern that we're looking at is resolution of this double bottom. Targeting, in the 268 handle, 267, and it's on its way. Let's look at the health of the trend. This thing's going. Using the Bollinger Band to look at the health of the trend, we can see that it's staying heavily around 2 standard deviations above the 20-day moving average. We are looking strong. We are marching toward our price target with Litecoin. All right, guys. Our guest has arrived. If we have time after our guest lesson with Simba stocks, we will do some tickers from chat. If you want to get the watch list, just go to my Twitter. It's pinned to the top of my Twitter, and I'll comment as I add picks. Big one that I'm watching right now, again, FPRX. I really like what's going on with this from a technical perspective, all around. So let me know. Let me know what you think on Twitter. All right. We are at 10:05 a.m. Eastern Detroit time. It is my pleasure to welcome to the show Brett Simba. Spencer, could you please bring our guest on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Brett?
Good. Little rough morning. A little sell off this morning, but
just a little bit.
Yeah, caught some nice rebounds though so far. but we'll see how the day plays out so far.
This morning, crazy stuff. And then today we've got the GME / like Robinhood / like hedge fund hearing around.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. We'll see.
Yes.
We'll see what they, I guess, come out with as the judgment on that. But I mean, I don't even know. I don't see how. I mean, he definitely, I guess, manipulated. You could say. But there's supposed to be some type of freedom of speech on Reddit, obviously. But I think he was like registered though, so that's like the issue that comes up or something like that.
And when you say you're talking about Roaring Kitty.
Deep fucking value.
Deep fucking value. So yeah, if you guys don't know, Reddit user Deep fucking value, aka Roaring Kitty, which I believe was his YouTube handle, was one of the first people. It was like basically the person at the center of this retail trader fervor over some due diligence that he put together. He put together a very bullish case for GameStop, which actually was sound in my opinion. I loved a lot of what he had to say. I
mean, again, it just comes down to getting the base around them, and then everyone says that it was mostly retail, or they think, but there was some institutional money behind the pump also.
100%.
Nobody likes to look at that, but
so that's enough with what's going on outside of the charts. I'm wondering, Brett, if you wouldn't mind, today's a funny day, so let's stay on theme. Today's a day where a lot of our longer term, our ETFs, our long-term holdings, our Apples, our Microsofts, all that kind of stuff, getting hit a little bit.
Right.
How do you use basic technical analysis to stay sane, to not lose all your money, and maybe even profit on a day like this?
So really on days like this, obviously you're going to have swings or long-term holdings, right, that are obviously always going to be taking a hit here. So what you want to be able to do is either capitalize on some of these quick dead cat bounces. So for instance, today, I guess I could share my screen here, right? Let's see.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So today, for instance, at the open, basically what I was looking for, I like to play a lot of these high caps, Apple, Amazon, Shopify, because a lot of the moves that you can make, if you do time them right, especially on scalps, we mostly do options. So if we're scalping and we do get a nice entry on some of these names, 1% when you're in the money, obviously on some of these names is going to be $2, $3K, $20, $30 obviously transcends to that when you're trading options. So what we kind of look for here, and what I alerted in our chat too, was, we saw Amazon yesterday take a big rip pretty much while the whole market was pretty much down. And, Apple was, I think, the main cause of that. You could take a look at Apple, right? Huge sell-off. And never really recovered. Couldn't get back above this BPOC here, right?
Yeah,
Easy resistance. This was our pre-market lows. Came back up, retested it, rejected, came back up, retested it, rejected, and couldn't really even get above it at the end of the day. And again, now we're just selling off here with no real recovery at all. So today, I still liked Amazon. I thought it was pretty strong because, again, on the daily, right? And this was great. On Amazon right now, you always have to look at the daily chart. Even when you're scalping, even when I'm scalping during the day, I like to look at the daily chart because I like to see where you're at exactly on the daily, because you're always going to have a strong reaction for those usually looking for a longer term position. And if you're looking for a longer term position, usually they tend to go heavier on those positions, at these institutions or even some, whales in retail trading. So if you see some big buying pressure, around the 50-day moving average or the bottom of, a trend line here, right? You could say we dip right below here, but pretty much for the most part, right, we're holding this bottom area, and this has been since pretty much September. And then we have a clear high here, clear top. And, we've been thinking that tech's going to lead this rally higher still, because tech really has been consolidating for quite a while. We haven't gotten too much of a move from Amazon at all. Tried to break out last week, but if you're scalping intraday, you can pay attention to some of these levels, and this is how we were able to catch it yesterday and then today again. But anyway, let's go back to the scalping, right? So today, basically, we saw a wick right to the downside. So immediately I said pretty much at the open, what we should be doing is immediately taking a long. Now, the reason we're taking a long right here is because we have an easy stop. Our stop's just going to be below not yesterday's low here at the open, but we're going to use this as our low right here.
Really quick, can you tell folks what averages you have running? What are those lines?
Oh yeah, sure. So my I'll pull them up right here. There you can see. So the red one is my 200 MA, the yellow is my 50 MA, and the blue is my 20 EMA.
Got it. So that's regular old moving average, and then an exponential moving average.
Yep. So I use SMA for the 50 and 200, EMA for the 20.
Do you always use that?
Oh, this is all I use. I used to use like RSI, stochastics. I used to use Bollinger Bands, everything. I found that you're cross-checking yourself way too much, at least I am personally, with using those indicators. And RSI is really a fear indicator, because a lot of these stocks, especially in a bull market like this, you're going to miss out on a bunch of moves because you think, RSI is overbought. Or RSI is too high. So I just like to strictly use price action now, and it's worked a lot better for me.
Yeah, I just screen cap those for my own benefit. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just simplifies it, a lot more than checking 5-6 different things. I don't even use the moving averages too much. I like to use them on the daily. If you have a trend day, which you can see here, right, when we were trending up, the 20 EMA, and all I use for scalping is the 5 and the 15 minute. On the 5 minute, your 20 EMAs, as soon as you see a rip up, you're just going to keep bouncing off of it. That's all that's going to happen. Until you break the 20 EMA, you hold your position. That's it. It's literally as simple as that. As long as there's no trend line breaks or anything, you could say like right here, we had a little bit of a move sideways, right? And then it kind of led into the dump a little bit. But until we break the 20 EMA, I'm not out of the position. So yesterday, that was the greatest trade we took. So we did an Amazon and a shop play yesterday, but let's go over today's, because I know you said, when the market's down. Same thing though. Basically what we did was we did the same thing that we're doing today. We're buying at the open. Our stop is very tight, right below the lows. And that's pretty much it. I mean, your R to R is always going to be, a 2, 3 to 1. Because in these cases, your stop is so tight, your rewards, again, 2 or 3, right? Usually at the open, what do you get? Some volatility. You get a move up. We know that when there is a red day, right, there are going to be some individual names that outperform others, and you're going to see a big pop up in those names. What happened here? A big pop, retest of yesterday's close, and then a straight shot to the highs. So this, on Amazon, especially if you're doing weekly expirations or next week's, we were able to make like 80 to 100% on an option. So, it's a couple $1,000s. And what's our risk? Our risk really here entering is probably about, it depends what contract you get, but about probably $350 to $400. So it's a good R to R.
Are you getting single leg options?
Yeah, I just strictly do options for the most part.
Just a plain out call, plain out put.
Yeah. So, this would be an in the money at whatever strike. For instance, this was, since it was yesterday and it was Wednesday, I went a little bit out of the money on this one. So I think I did like a 32.80 just because I figured we'd get a nice pop. Today we went with in the money because it expires tomorrow. Exactly. So again, I went with 32.80 instead of out of the money, but today we also opened at 32.80. So a little different. It depends how many days you have to expiration. It's better, in my opinion, to always go in the money if you can, obviously, because at that point, you're limiting your risk to theta because you're only subject to the decay on whatever extrinsic premium you have. But, sometimes they can chop around a bit. So right now we trimmed these already. It's basically almost a 0 date at this point. We have 1 day to expiration. So these are going to move fairly quickly. So we were able to already get 50% out of this trade just alone on this little move here. Shop was even better because we got in at the wick down here, retesting this previous consolidation from yesterday. This was the best trade we had yesterday. So this was, and I think this was just Kathy Woods buying because she said she did buy yesterday. So, but anyway, what happened here was Shop had earnings. They had a great earnings, crushed it. But what happened is they don't see themselves doing as good next quarter. So guidance was down. Overall, this is my favorite stock. Overall, I still love the stock. I think it might have some room to come down, but we just basically played the breakout of this zone, right here. I mean, you had a clear highs here, clear lows, right? And we just waited for the pop here. And again, the 20 EMA is going to indicate that you're having some momentum. As soon as I see this volume here on this candle right here, ramping up, we have a huge breakout and then a follow-up. I know that we're probably going to run a bit more. My target, again, is yesterday's close. And look, it's exactly where it rejected.
Beautiful. That's a great trade.
I mean, I try to make it as simple as possible. And, a lot of traders try to complicate things, and that's fine. They can do it their way. I just like to teach everyone that, comes onto our team or buys one of our courses or programs that life is about simplifying things. Trading should be the same.
So really quick, we got a question in chat. Why do you use the EMA on 20?
Yeah, so the EMA is always going to be your fast moving average. You want to always use your EMA for your smaller moving averages. So personally, I only use the 20. I used to use the 9, but honestly, I don't like too many lines on my screen. So I just decided to use the 20. But you get a heavier weighting towards the most recent price action. So if I put on, I'll show you because some people don't know this, let's see, moving average. Let's just put on the 20 SMA, right? I'm going to show you. The difference might not be too much, but okay. So it's not too bad here because there was a big consolidation period, obviously. So they are going to roughly be the same. But you can see that what happens with, here, let me change this color. I'll make it orange. All right. So you can see that when we get this big pop, right, on this candle here, this is going to be the highest weighted candle at the time that this happens. So we'll play it out. We'll do a replay of the day. Right. Oops. All right. So you can see when you get a big pop, right, what is curling up faster? The 20 EMA rather than the 20 MA. And that's because your most recent data holds a higher weighting. I actually just did a little slide on this. It's like, what are the percentages? I laid them out somewhere, but instead of having like 5% weighting for each candle's price close, it is, and I think I have it here, which is pretty cool. It's interesting to see. Yeah, so it goes from 9.5 on this 20th candle, and then wherever the first one is, I'm not going to count them all, right? But the first one only has a 0.5% weighting. So you can see how much weight is given to the most recent candle rather than the first. And that's what's going to move your EMA faster than your MA. And we can see that play out here. And usually when you get no consolidation, if you get any types of explosion, so for instance, if we go to another chart, we see something that like exploded, probably go to like SOS or something. No, it won't work because I took a big dip. Well, yeah, kind of here. You can see right here, right? Because on SOS, when they did that liquidity grab yesterday, it was a huge drop. When we recovered from that, right, the 20 MA is still using a lot of weighting, 5% on the candles that were during the dip, while you have your 20 EMA already curling up because it's giving more weight to what? The bounce that already happened. So that's what I like to use. I guess these aren't exact. This is probably a better example, but you can see it happen a lot during the day. I just don't like to use the 20 moving average. Again, if I'm using a moving average, it's most likely because I'm doing a swing on the daily or the 4-hour. Although scalping on the like the 5 or 15 minute time frame, the 200 MA is really good. It comes into play a lot. You can see here. You can see yesterday comes into play a lot on the 5 minute as well. But again, you don't use these alone. You just use them as another type of confirmation. I usually like to have 2 or 3 things. I like to see volume. I like to see candle price action that I like. I like to see a reversal doji at the lows, or I like to see a bullish hammer at the lows if I'm going to be buying the dip on something. Again, my stop is super tight on those trades. It's just below that candle, because clearly that's going to be where there was buying pressure. If the bears are able to push it below there, most likely we'll see a continuation in a dump. So those are I like to go with very high probability trades. A lot of people would say they're risky trades, but I don't make them as risky because I use a tight stop. So by taking a bunch of risky trades, but making them have a tight stop, they're no longer going to be a risky setup. Because again, if I have a 3-to-1 R to R, or a 4-to-1 R to R, most of these trades will reverse at these levels. If you win even 50% of these trades, you're always going to come out on top. Because again, for every one win, you can lose 3 in that regard. But we don't even see that many losses on these. So it works out really well. But that's my main strategy, I guess, for scalping. I know I probably went really into detail on that, but
no, that's perfect. I told folks we were going to talk about moving averages today, and you went in depth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really important to understand how to utilize these. And a lot of these institutions, this is what they use in their algorithms on the daily. Daily is always going to be your biggest thing. And I was telling, I was on the show yesterday, and I was telling Jay, right, about Wingstop. Big dump yesterday. Where did it bounce? Right at the 200-day moving average. Where does it always bounce? 200-day. So I told him, whenever if you see what we call a pull back to earth, a gravitational pull, bad earnings, right? Well, when you're all the way up here, you're way far away from your 200 MA. We might break back down, right? But what do we have here at the 200 MA? We have a couple things. It's a little bit lower, right? But, that's okay if it's on earnings. We have a clear trend line here. We have the 200-day moving average, right? So what's going to happen here? There's going to be a bunch of people having buy orders around this level, or around, maybe this level here, previous highs, somewhere like here, right? This previous high. So, as long as I have something like this line up, this is where I would take a swing trade. If you entered it, right at the wick there, you probably made some decent profit, even if you were doing a swing on an option, probably 20% or so, 15-20% at least. And then, you see where this candle closes today. But again, your stop is just a daily close below these levels. And that's mostly what we like to do for swings. We find things that retrace back to earth and look good for a pullback. Oh, wow, this is great. So this is something that we posted yesterday. Or I'm sorry, 2 days ago. We entered Kraft Heinz. I went into super detail on it on yesterday's show. It's just a big continuation. We're up another, 4%. This is great. This is crazy. We thought this was going to take 2-3 months to play out. It might be only a couple weeks. We did a July call on this, $40 call. It was only $1. It was $100. And now we're looking at, let's see where we're at on it. We bought, it's already 100% trade, and it's a 7/16 expiration in 2 days.
All right.
And I called it yesterday. You still could have even got in yesterday. It was up only 30%, and I did it on the show too. So, but this is what we're playing on Kraft Heinz. I went into super detail. I'll recap it real quick. What happened in 2019? Their valuation got cut in like half on Kraft and Oscar Mayer. Company got absolutely fucking crushed. 28% drop. Never really recovered. Some good scalp opportunities, some minor swing opportunities here, but nothing you would hold long term. Who could have predicted this? Not many people, in COVID, so that would have been a good one. But besides that, not too much you could take here. Once you see a break above these highs, right? We came back and retested here, rejected. We had a good earnings the other day. It was a great earnings, one of the best days for Kraft in a while. It was almost 5% day. They said that they sold their Mr. Nut brand for like $3 billion or something like that. What does that do? It gives them a bunch of cash flow to focus on their current brands rather than expanding all these other brands that they've been doing, which hasn't been working. So once you get a break above here, you get a nice close or you get a nice earnings, something that possibly could push you. This is the third time we're retesting this. Usually the third or fourth time, it almost always breaks up or down, depending which way you're retesting. Where are we going to target? just the gap fill, right? So the gap would be up here, but realistically, we look for something like right around this range first. Why isn't it working? There we go. So that's it. So how do we get our 40 target? Well, $40, you know, roughly 41, but we like to go with the whole numbers because they have higher open interest usually, so 40 or 45. It's a cheap contract. It was $100, $1 each. So we loaded the boat on those. 7/16 expiration, July. We have until July for it to get to 41. So, you know, I'm pretty sure we're going to get there by here. That would be our break-even price at least. So, yeah, this is going to be probably one of our best long-term plays.
So, Brett, I think that's a great note for us to close on.
Yeah, for sure.
What I want to say is that you touched on exactly the type of things I was hoping that you would. We've got moving averages. We've got how to trade on down days. We've got
the 20 on the daily curling up on these big days. Same thing.
We've also
got over the 50. It's a good indication of a move up here too, as you can see.
So I know that you have so much more.
Oh, I can go for days. I do this all day. I literally like eat, sleep, and breathe this all day. I talk in our chat room more than I talk to like my best friends.
So then on that note, Brett, where can folks get more from you? Where can they find more of that knowledge?
Yeah, you can check us out. Our site, simbastocks.io. It's right here. If you guys want, we have a bunch of different membership packages here. We offer lessons as well. Again, we do everything though: scalping, day trading, swing trading, position trading. So it's great for the most part. We have a Slack that we use where we post our exact plays that we're taking, charts. We teach you fundamentals, kind of like I was just saying about craft. So it's good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. All right, Brett, thank you so much for joining us on Get Technical, man.
All right, thank you. Have a good day, man.
You too. All right, guys. That was Brett Simba at Simba Stocks on Twitter. If you go there, very easy to find all of his other online locations. Super simple, guys. Super simple. I loved the moving average stuff. Very important on a day like this to put things in context. We are 2 minutes out from a Benzinga Pro session with the two youngest men in the world, Mr. Jonathan Mallard and Ryan Faluna. So make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll be talking trading the news, using fundamentals and technicals together on the one and only Benzinga Pro platform. I've got just 2 minutes left. Anyone have anything that you want me to talk about or go over before we bring this party to its conclusion for the day? It is Thursday, so tomorrow our guest, who is our guest tomorrow? Let me take a little look. Gosh, I don't have it down. I know we have a really good guest, but it's escaping me. Really good guest.
Sylvia Bellrock.
Sylvia Bellrock's going to be here tomorrow, guys. Sylvia Bellrock. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Ian, can you just hold me? Sure. Let me know. You're in Detroit. You want to be held? I got time. It's a risk off day. I got time. RSI parameters, I don't really mess with them too much. I just use the typical 14. All right, guys. We are 1 minute out. Make sure you guys come back. Look for Get Technical on YouTube so you can get these lessons again. They are recorded for you. But also right now, make sure you smash the like, hit the subscribe button so you can get alerts. I will see you all again at the same time, same place tomorrow for the last day, the last trading day of the week. Hopefully you guys are all keeping your stops tight. Hopefully you are all are keeping your sanity on this crazy day. Don't buy into the doom and gloom that you're going to see on cable television, on cable news. It's all good. Markets go up, markets go down. We make money. All right, that's my time. Spencer is giving me the boot. Thank you all. Hold on. Can I one more thing?
Yeah.
Thanks for being with me, guys. I really appreciate you. And that's all I have to say. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, on red days, we should all stick together, right?
Absolutely. Like Rocky and Adrian. All
right. Thanks a lot, Neil. All right, let's bring on the youngest guys in the biz, as Neil just said. Ryan Faluna, Jonathan Mallard, our Benzinga Pro gurus. I don't know if that's their official job title, but it might as well be. There's Ryan. There's Mallard. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on? I don't know about the youngest guy, and I don't know about that comment, but you know what? I'll take it. I'm going to take it as a compliment. We got a Sia Red out there. I'll take any compliment I can get.
You should take it.
Yeah. I'm just glad to be here.
So I'm getting away from you guys. All right. Share your screen. Ryan, I see it in there, actually. I'll
10 steps ahead of you, my friend.
I'll let you take the wheel. Walk us through something in Benzinga Pro.
Okay, awesome. So today I'm really excited. We're actually going to cover the calendar tool in Benzinga Pro. And when I say calendar tool, I don't just mean Monday through Friday, it's a calendar. We have 13 different calendars that all serve different functions that can help in a variety of different trading plans. We use this calendar all the time. It's a prime research tool and it's super, super easy to use. So I'm really excited about that. The first calendar that we're going to show you here today is the analyst ratings calendar. And Jonathan, I know that this is a particular favorite for you. So why don't you walk us through how you normally use this on a regular basis?
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. I mean, when I first fell in love with the analyst ratings calendar, I was pretty much a brand new trader. And I was just looking for some type of catalyst that would give me a high probability move in one direction or the other. And I was usually going long. So I realized that I could filter this analyst ratings calendar for initiations and for upgrades. And so, you can see that there's the rating column there, buy, neutral, etc. And then the action on security column, there's a whole bunch of maintains in there, one downgrade to start with. And you can see we have a few upgrades for today. Well, you can also filter by these. So if you don't want to go through those 100 different analyst actions for the day, then you just click on the little filter button on the far right-hand side there. It's got a lot of people miss it. It's to the right of the furthermost right column. And then you click on action on security if you want to filter by a particular action, like say initiation. So I usually deselect where it says select all and then just click on the one that I want, like initiates coverage on. And we have a few of these this morning. One that stuck out to me was VTGN, Vistagen Therapeutics, I think. Ryan, if you would just want to click on that. It's still up 12% right now. It was up a lot more earlier in the day. And you can see here from the Why Is It Moving headline on the details tool that this is the primary catalyst for this company. And obviously, it's a smaller price per share stock, $2.31 after the pop. But with this initiation, this is the first time that Jefferies has given a rating on this company. So a lot of these smaller price per share stocks, they're looking for legitimacy in the market. And then a big sell side firm comes in with a strong price target and a positive rating. And this is very, very common. I mean, they're not all going to be like this. You'll see some that are up 0.5%, down 0.5%, whatever. But lots of times this will be in the mix. So I just love finding these because they're oftentimes tradable. It's not going to be all eaten up by algorithms. Very, very much, moving by the active day traders, and it's great for a high probability move.
Absolutely. And I actually really like this because this fits more into a swing strategy, which is what I would classify myself as predominantly. I'll dabble in other strategies, but I'm the most comfortable when I'm swinging things. And a lot of the times these analysts will bring up something that I miss. This is what they do all day, every single day. And your point is well taken, especially when there's initiation on a lower price stock or a stock that's not as widely known or as popular. oftentimes there are things that are brought to light there that are quite helpful for the stock and can actually cause that to move. I really like the filtering ability. You'll notice that we went from a pretty full list here where we can scroll down quite a bit. There was quite a bit of content in here, and simply by applying the one filter that you gave us, we were able to knock that down to a much more manageable amount. A lot of the times, especially in the morning before the market opens, that's the time that I use for research. Real quick research: what happened overnight, what is anticipated for today, to find that out to the best of our ability. And tools like this that cut down that research time are incredibly valuable. I spend less time researching, more time planning, and more time executing. And this analyst ratings calendar, this is actually a great one for that. So I actually went here and I added upgrades to this and to your initiated coverage on. And one of the other things that I wanted to mention here is that you can actually put multiple filters on, right? So you don't have to filter just one. So right here, I have put a rating filter on top too, just in case I wanted to narrow that down and find something more specific. Now, obviously on days like today, where it's just a sea of red out there, this might be a good day for you to add some of these tickers to your watch list and see how they perform, especially with analyst ratings, because it might have relative strength to an overall weak market. And that can be a really, really good sign. The one caveat that I will say about analyst ratings in general is that like everything else, nothing is a guarantee. So effectively what you're using this for here is you're using this as another data point to help you formulate your trading plan. And you can do it very, very quickly and very, very easily. The other thing is that if you're researching a particular stock, you can also do that. So I'm going to go ahead and remove some of these, the filters that we just put on here. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and type in a stock like Apple, for example. You can filter this calendar by any stock so that you can actually research what all of the different firms have. Now, in the case of Apple, there's a lot of coverage on a stock like Apple, so there's a lot of data in here, and that might make for some longer research times. But one of the things that I use for this is I like to get an idea of what the price targets are, where they are, where some of the different companies have their price targets, and so on and so forth. And I can actually use that to against the stock price to see where we are in terms of expectations and where we might go in the future. Now, one thing that I wanted to bring up here before we show off another one of the calendars that's in this tool is that we actually have some of these as presets. So if I go ahead and create a new workspace here, you'll notice that we've got some recommended workspaces here in the center, and you'll notice that Analyst Ratings Monitor is one of them. So if I click on that, you can actually see what this will do is it will bring up that calendar tool that we just talked about, already filtered to analyst ratings, as well as a news feed only filtered to analyst ratings. So I'm only seeing news posts about different analyst ratings in here. And this is a great setup because, as we talked about, you can use the calendar for research, and you can actually see all of the new analyst ratings being populated in real time in the news feed. So I really like this setup. I use it all the time. This is not something that I necessarily use as like an alert-based tool. This is more of a research tool. And I've discovered over the course of my career that often the more research that you do, the better off you're going to be. And so research is just an incredibly important part of coming up with a trading plan.
But if you are using alerts, if you are looking for more of a shorter term play, that news feed is invaluable. And you can actually filter the news feed just for certain types of ratings as well. So Ryan, if you wanted to just go back to that analyst ratings monitor really quick, I just wanted to show how if you click on categories, there are subcategories for different types of ratings. So you could get rid of, say, the downgrades or reiterations or terminations, just to make it so there aren't as many of those. And that way you have the filtered table on one side of your screen, but you really can. Maybe you're sipping your coffee at 6:30 a.m., just waiting for the ratings to come in. And this way you could turn on those desktop notifications and you're good to go.
Absolutely. I of course have mine blocked, but yeah, no, that's a really good point, Jonathan. And the other thing about the calendar tool here is that we have more than just analyst ratings in the calendar. I had mentioned that you can use this to kind of plan, and you can use this for some of the different content that you're actually looking for. for. So if I expand the drop-down menu here at the top, you'll see all of the different calendars that we offer. You'll notice things like conference calls, dividends. If you have a dividend capture strategy, that might be very, very helpful to you, as well as earnings, economics, guidance, etc. So one of the other ones that I wanted to cover here is earnings. So I'm actually going to close the details tool for right now and go ahead and load up the earnings calendar here. And one of the things that you can do is you can actually plan ahead, right? So let's say, for example, you want to plan for the earnings that are next week. All I have to do is click on the date field here and select the date range which I'm interested in seeing some of those stocks here. And now it'll give me a list of all of the companies reporting earnings. And you can also redo the columns. I actually clicked it off there and lost it there. Let me go ahead and reload my calendar. I apologize for that. You can redo these columns any way that you want. You can lay this table out any way that you want, just to make sure that that information is accessible. So let me go ahead and put this on again here. And just like with some of the other calendars, you can also filter on the earnings calendar. In fact, each calendar has its own set of unique filters. So if you want to filter for earnings reports where in the past where stocks have actually surprised to the upside, you can do that. If you want to plan ahead for other earnings reports that are on their way, you can do that. So I find the calendar to be really, really invaluable. It's quite helpful, and it actually cuts down the amount of time that I spend researching for new trades. One of the other calendars, Jonathan, that I wanted to mention real quick here is the economics calendar. This can be a really good way of keeping track of what those important econ numbers are. I know you and I have talked about it in the past. We talk about using the hot category in the news feed. You actually covered that on your short list yesterday. That will actually report a lot of these numbers. And if you want to kind of plan ahead, get an idea of when those numbers are going to come, what the consensus is, and then what the actual reading is, the economics calendar might be for you. That might be one of the favorite calendars that you have.
Do we still have the importance column on this? If you go over to columns, toward the top there. So that's one of my favorite columns for this calendar. Is you can sort it by importance just to see those really big econ numbers that everybody's going to be paying attention to.
That's a really good point, Jonathan. And you'll notice here that it's not just U.S. numbers, right? There are other countries that have their economics in this calendar too, because sometimes when another country reports numbers, that's going to move the market here in the U.S. So you want to know about those things. And your point about the importance column is well taken. When I first started, I wasn't necessarily up on all of these numbers and what the significance was and how important they actually were. If that's the stage in your career that you find yourself at, this importance meter may really help you. This is our news desk telling you, hey, this particular number is going to be really important for the overall market. And if you're still learning about those numbers or still trying to figure out which numbers it is that you're going to follow and which data point you're going to listen to, this column might be very, very helpful to you. Jonathan, was there any other calendars that you wanted to cover real quickly?
There's more that we'll be able to cover probably on another session. But if you're looking for unusual options, insider trades, unusual options activity is a great way to do that. IPOs, splits, etc. But the whole idea here is that you can sort and filter all that data in a nice table format. You got your columns, your filters. You could change the date range if you want to, and you can download up to 10,000 rows to a CSV. So if you want to do your own back testing or manipulation on a spreadsheet file, you can do that. And then finally, that watch list filter at the top there. So if you only want to get this data on specific companies, like say we're looking at the price targets earlier for Apple. Well, maybe you have 20 companies and you want to see all the price targets for all those 20 companies. You just filter by the watch list, and that's a quick way to do it. So there's so much to this tool. Obviously, we couldn't get to all of it in 15 minutes, but I love it. I use it on a regular basis.
Yeah, me too. This is actually one of my favorite tools.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. You guys are pros at this. I mean, you do this like all day, every day, right? So
it's amazing how good I am for being like 8 years old.
That was a good one, Mallard. Hey. All right. Ryan Faluna, Jonathan Mallard, there was Ryan's Twitter handle at Ryan Faluna. There is Jonathan's at BZ Mallard. If you call Benzinga, there's a decent chance, not guaranteed, but decent chance, and one of them might answer the phone. All right?
All day.
Yeah, all day.
We do spend a lot of time on the phones.
Mallard's got 2 phones up at all times.
Yeah. I'm like one of those guys with a phone on my shoulder. And,
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Take care.
All right. Every day, I'm going to bring on a new member or a different member of the Benzinga Pro Newsdesk and just shoot the breeze and talk headlines with that person. Today, I'm bringing on the best dressed member of our Newsdesk. We all call him O. We call him O because we can't pronounce his real name. So, O, welcome. Tell the people. Tell me how do we pronounce your name?
Okay, so it's Othonas.
Othonas, okay.
Yes, and then Economopoulos, like economy plus.
So you were meant to work in financial news, right?
Basically,
in the market.
Something like that, yes.
Something like that. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to stick with O, though. As I mentioned, the best dressed member of our news desk, this guy wears suits like for fun.
I got over 40 of them, man.
You got 40 suits? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Like, just a bunch of them all over. It's a hobby that I like, but
Jesus.
Let's talk about some stocks.
Let's talk about stocks. All right. You've been at your desk writing headlines, posting news all morning. What's on your radar so far today? What stuck out to you?
So what I'm looking at today is one of the biggest movers for today, despite the market being down, is GTech, Greenland Technologies.
Yeah, that was the top my movers filter this morning. I'll bring it up in Benzinga Pro here.
Yeah,
y'all can see what I'm looking at.
And
tell us what's going on.
So what happened is they announced that they're gonna rev up their production of their electric forklift trucks, and the stock just went crazy, just skyrocketed up, and it's just going crazy right now despite the whole market being down. It goes to show you, just individual company news can still move markets. It's no longer just, all the other stuff that happens on the side streets with politics or, subgroups and all that, like this crazy stuff that we've been hearing in the recent years. So this is a, classic why is it moving? The company had news, and it just, if you were in it before, you're lucky now. You should be happy.
Nobody was in this thing yesterday. It was $6, but this just goes to show every day there's a new company with a press release, right? Announcing some EV or some blockchain / Bitcoin thing, right? And today, Greenland GTC is that stock of the day, right?
And you know what? It's interesting that you mentioned Bitcoin and, mining and all that. So I know the Randy from yesterday mentioned Marathon, but I got to mention it today because, Bitcoin's on the top headlines right now. Like, if you look at it, like MARA is down roughly 13% right now. Or it changed. Like when I made this, it was down 13%. Wow. But if you look at the month chart, it's been up over 100%.
Yeah, let's go to a month. Let's go to a monthly. Look at this. Look at that monthly chart.
Like, yeah, it's just been crazy. Like those green candlesticks. So if you bought in the beginning of the month, you're still good. But people that get less than the hype. I mean, this company is a mining company. It's just going with Bitcoin. Like during my job as at WIMS, we have to figure out why the stock is moving, right? So this is one of the trickiest ones to find why, because it's like, there's not really company specific news like GTech, for instance. So it's more like, trading with the sector of, cryptocurrencies. And, it's just right now it's tanking despite Bitcoin being, at over $50,000 right now. And, I think that what really caused that is when Tesla announced that they bought, the 1.5 billion investment in Bitcoin, the rally just took off after that. So yeah. And another one that, now that I mentioned Tesla, that's going to be the next one I want to bring up. Tesla.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's go.
That full disclosure, I own some shares here, but why is it moving? So they lowered the prices on their Model 3 and Model Y cars. their basic ones. So
don't they do that often? Don't they lower their prices a lot?
Yeah, and it's tricky. The thing about Tesla is like what happens there, like they'll announce something like this, which personally I don't know why I would be down on this, because that would the way I would see it as an investor is if they lowered the prices, that means more people could buy it. That means there could be more sales, more, you limit the profit per unit, but you can make more units. So, and ship more out to customers. So that's what got me a little bit tricky about this one. But, we talked it over with the whole desk, and that was what was moving it down. So
all day, you mentioned you talked it over with the news desk. All day, you guys are talking to each other, looking at headlines, looking at Twitter, Reddit, whatever, and trying to parse like what headlines or why stock is moving a certain way, right? That's like a huge part of what you do.
Well, yes, I'm on a call 9 hours plus a day.
Jeez.
So we're just on a call all day, and we're just going through the movers. Through we have our own little interface that tells us which within thresholds and all that our stocks are moving. So we're just going through, and we're trying to pick them off, all the big ones, all the ones that have news, all the ones that are moving very much that don't have news. Sometimes those that says no company specific news. And what I do on that is I outreach. So, which kind of brings me to the next one, which is Palantir, PLTR.
Oh, this one, the lockup is today, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what I outreached on this one. So it's trading lower, and today they had the lockup period expire. So we're hoping to get some, commentary back, and as soon as we do, it's going to hit pro. So that's what we're looking forward to on that. And then I got one more here.
Oh, did you see AMC this morning?
That's you just read my mind.
Oh my God. Okay, what? That was was it not the silliest thing?
It is, and we talked about this yesterday and that after the close. Like, what happened here. We don't have it confirmed. We got to outreach on this too. So there was this thing on Amazon.
It was like Forbes France, right?
Yes, Forbes France, and
it makes sense.
They said that they wanted that Amazon would be, trying to buy it out or do some sort of like M&A or something. It's confusing to even. This one is confusing because, there's a saying, you buy the rumor, sell the news. So this is, I think, what's happened. People bought.
Well, there was no rumor. It's just isn't it like a BS internet thing that was recycled from a year ago? I don't.
Yes, it was literally from a year ago, and it's like they just took off. And when you look at it, you see this, and you're like, okay, it took off, and then it came right back down. And it the thing is, it came down like not as fast as it went up, but just the news itself was, I mean, we haven't confirmed it yet. So as of right now, it's not, true. It's just it's what traders are circulating right now.
Yeah. So wait, that brings me to a question. You say sometimes when you don't know what's going on, you'll reach out to the company, or even if you do know what's going on, you'll reach out to the company and you'll ask for a comment. How often do you reach out to a company about their stock, maybe like the IR department, and they have no idea why the stock is trading that way?
That's actually a lot of times.
That's usually right.
We're actually sometimes the ones that inform them on why it's moving.
Oh, you tell them.
Yeah, sometimes I'll shoot them a message, be like, "Hey, just wanted to inform you. I don't know if you saw this, but this is why your stock's moving." Basically, like when something like this, we would reach out to the company and ask them to confirm, because I'm pretty sure by now they've heard what's going on. But there's sometimes a company where they don't know, and we just reach out and we tell them, hey, this is what we think is moving it. But primarily what we also reach out on is with analysts. We'll reach out to the analysts from buy and sell side, and we just, we get commentary on what they think on stock, what they think of, the future of it, what they think of a particular news. So that's what's going on right now. And I don't think this would be an analyst reach out. This would have to be, a company reach out to ask if they can actually confirm it. And we might even reach out to Amazon and ask them if that's true.
Right.
Both sides, you know.
So you're asking them to confirm rumors or deny them, and also like, hey, did you know that your stock is up because some schmuck on the internet said something, and then
that's from a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and more often than not, they don't even know why their stock is up. So
yeah, and that's what's happening right now, and if you look at it, the whole market right now even is in turmoil with everything going on, specifically with the last year being crazy with coronavirus.
Yeah,
nobody can predict the next minute, not even the day, just the next minute, because one thing could come out and it could just change the whole playing field.
I mean, like you get a day like today, we're down what? Like we're down 1.5%, and the S&Ps are down 0.8%, give or take, and like that qualifies as like a massive red day, right? Because God forbid we go down for more than one day. Yesterday we ended up in the green, right? Barely, but
the SPY just a week and a half ago was just going straight up for a week. And I was expecting like some sort of rebound, but no, it just kept going up, and then now we're seeing some sort of like pullback. So,
just like sideways, just a lot of I don't know, man. It's a weird market. All right, Othon, he's a man of many names, a man of even more suits, as a matter of fact. Thank you so much for stopping by. Was there anything more on your list I wanted to get to? Oh yeah, you had mentioned Twilio as well.
Yes, they had earnings today, and they're trading up.
Yeah. Oh man, it's actually holding those gains. Looks like, more or less. Wow.
I mean, think about it. People are sitting home. There's still a pandemic, so they reported better than expected Q4 EPS and sell results, and they also had they issued guidance for Q1 sales above estimates. So
look at that. So it's off the high, right? Pre-market high was what, like 470? You can kind of see it there.
Yeah.
And so it's at 440, but still, I mean, it's really just traded in a range. So the open was right there. That's where my mouse is. That's the open. So just kind of traded in a range since 9:30. Very nice.
Considering that the whole market is down, it did not take the hit with it.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I like that.
So, yeah. And, yesterday, just to bring this up, there was a Nokia conference, and we were looking to see if GameStop would move on it. It didn't, but that's just a FYI, something like, now it's just down probably, after what happened all this. But yesterday after hours, it did not move with it. That was an interesting thought we had in the news desk. So I just figured,
Yeah, you guys are always just trying to figure out what's going to be next, right? What's next? What's going to move the stock next? Yeah, it's a hard game to play.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
All right, Othanos, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
This was his first Benzinga YouTube appearance, I think so.
No, I was here for the election.
Oh, that's right. You're on our election show. Guys, if you didn't watch our election show, it was a ton of fun. We just hung out for 4 hours talking smack about the election. That was a blast. All right, Othon, I'll let you go. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
All right, his time is valuable. We can't keep him for too long. He's got to go back to watching like 1,000 different screens at one time and trying to figure out what the news flow is going to be and keep an eye on markets. And so, busy man. Thanks a lot for your time, O. Okay, it is 10:58. SPAC Attack, 10:59 now. SPAC Attack will be starting in just about a minute. Just want to do a quick update. Like I said, we are down for the day, as you guys, I'm sure, know that, but I'm really not by a lot. Like we're down less than 1%, which ain't no thing, right? Really, when you think about it. But no surprise that the Russell is down more. I mean, what leads you on the way up leads you on the way down. So the IWM is down a little over 1.6% today. Again, to be expected. All right, let me check with the SPAC Attack guys, make sure they are ready. I think they are. At least Mitch is ready. Mitch, you ready?
Always ready, baby. Let's do this. Let's do it. All right. Let's change it to the SPAC Attack. There
you go. All right, I'm getting off.
I'll see you too. I'll see you soon, man. All right, so welcome, guys, to the SPAC Attack. Well, really quickly, gonna check my volume. It might be a little loud, so let me know, guys, how the volume is. If I'm clipping too much, I will do my best to go ahead and adjust there. But let's get the show started. Chris should be here anytime soon, and let's play our intro and get this show started. How we doing, traders? Welcome to the SPACs Attack, baby. How we doing, guys? I know you guys are probably seeing some SPACs making some moves today, so super excited to have another show here for you guys. Definitely go ahead and put a 1 in here if you're here for the SPACs Attack and you're a loyal fan. I would love to see those 1s rolling through. Looking like we got SPAC Broker in the house. Hey, shout out to Josh out there working hard. I saw an email from Josh and want to give a shout out to Josh. So SPAC Broker, we see you out there, man. Keep working hard on those SPACs. Keep getting the information that you need to make those informed trades in the SPAC industry. So definitely good morning to everyone. Look at all those 1s rolling through. That's what I like to see, guys. Hey, it's good to be with you guys. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen a little bit here so that we can go over some SPACs. I'm waiting for Chris to join, so we'll wait for Chris to get on here. But I'll go ahead and I'll bring on kind of some of the things that I'm looking at, and then we can go from there. There isn't much green on my SPACs Attack radar, so I'm going to keep an eye out here and see if we get anything moving towards kind of while we're on the show here. A couple of them, I'm keeping an eye out. You know, I'm in SEAH and CTAC, so I'll keep an eye out on those two. Those two are in the green. I also got RPLA. I'm thinking about maybe double downing on that one. And then Supernova went over 12 today, so I'm keeping an eye on that one as I have that one also. Looks like Chris got in here. What's up, my man?
Hey, what's going on?
You made it. I made
it.
Smash the like if you want Chris here. Let him know, guys.
Morning. Let's go. Right across the board. What's going on?
I have no idea. Just like I have no idea why I'm in Biotech Buzz right now folder. So let me get to the SPACs and let's do this right here, guys. So welcome to the SPACs Attack, guys. Hey. This is where we talk everything SPACs, and we're going to go ahead and break down. I know that we got some headlines, so Chris, let's just jump right into those headlines and get right to it.
Yeah, so guys, headlines today, and then we do have a couple deals to talk about, before we dive into some new SPACs to talk about on today's show. So up first for headlines. Yesterday we had those 3 deals announced. So common trend we're seeing again is, those SPACs trade up on the rumor and then they spike in the morning. And then by the time the day is done, some of them end the day with that deal announcement actually trading down. So of the 3 yesterday, we had AHAC up 21%, AACQ down 4%, and CFAC down 18%. Now, CFAC was actually moving this morning. The company was featured on CNBC and got some attention there. So that could be causing that positive movement there. So keep an eye out on CFAC. Did a vote date set yesterday. So NBAC set their vote date for March 17th. That is an extension on that one. One of our big movers yesterday was ACIC, up 14%. So it was announced the day before that this was added to the ARC ETFs. ACIC bringing Archer public. This is a urban air mobility company working on the Uber for the skies. Remember, we had Archer co-founder and co-CEO Epstein on the show last week on Thursday, talking about that huge growth opportunity for the company, how they're going to unveil that new vehicle later this year. And, the thing that really caught my eye was he said they hired the person that did the Tesla Cybertruck event, and they are planning on showing off this new vehicle, in an event like Tesla does with Battery Day or their event. So that could be a major catalyst going forward, along with Cathie Wood adding into that. A SPAC to watch, former SPAC MP Materials, ticker MP. We've hit on this one hard the past couple days, in that watch list segment, as it has been a big mover. So I'm seeing more and more talk from the Biden administration on working to secure the chain of rare earth minerals. And MP is a major player in that segment. As I've said before, the U.S. is too reliant on China for some of these rare earth minerals that are used, for smartphones, for defense items, for windmills, and for electric vehicles. And, MP Materials is working to fix that. But China's also possibly working on limiting exports. So the question is, do we have enough time to get this supply chain in place? And Biden's looking to put some new rules in place, and they could really benefit a company like MP Materials. So definitely look for buying opportunities in that one, as I believe it's a good long-term hold. Then we have a rumor out from Bloomberg. So ALTU, the SPAC is in talks to take Ariane public. So Ariane is backed by Boeing. It is a supersonic jet company. Bloomberg reports a $3 billion valuation. Again, supersonic, could be tied to some of these space ETFs, some of this space action that we're seeing in the market. So this one is trading higher. This one actually traded above 14 this morning, though. So on that rumor. So keep an eye out on this one, as again, those Bloomberg rumors have been pretty spot on. The question now will be the timing and the deal amount. And then getting to our two deals that were announced. So we have up first SFTW. So this is Black Sky going public in a SPAC merger with Osprey Technology Acquisition. This deal values Black Sky with an enterprise value of $1.1 billion. Proceeds of $450 million will fund Black Sky's growth plan moving forward. The pipe on this deal includes Tiger Global, Hedosophia, and Mithril Capital. Mithril Capital is the part that really stood out for me, because that's a firm founded by AJ Rohan and Peter Thiel. Pipe shareholders will own 12% of the company after the merger. And current Osprey Technology Acquisition shareholders will own 21% of that new company. So satellite company uses artificial intelligence and machine learning on its satellites for Earth observation. Proprietary technology stack, which includes a constellation of high-resolution, small satellites that monitor global events. They also are a 50% owner in a joint venture called Leo Stella that helps them with their vertical integration of the small satellite design and production capabilities. So Black has 5 satellites already in commercial operation, plans for another 9 in 2021. Their goal is to establish a constellation of 30 high-resolution, multispectral satellites in the future to monitor Earth every 30 minutes. In their presentation, they really laid out their timeline. So 2013 to 2020 was the investment period. And then 2021 to 2025 is acceleration. And then after 2025, it is the expansion. Investors in this SPAC, you're buying in right now at the acceleration stage, hoping to get to that expansion stage and having, those 30 satellites in place. So Black Sky already has contracts with multiple government agencies in the U.S. and around the world. So in that presentation, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Air Force were highlighted as current customers. So they've grown their pipeline of opportunities by over 1.1 billion in the last 12 months. So that current pipeline stands at $1.7 billion of opportunities. They estimate revenue of $46 million in fiscal 2021 and then hit triple digits of 114 million in fiscal 2022. And then they project all the way out to fiscal 2025 with estimated revenue of $546 million. So again, shares were up over 20% earlier today. Keep an eye out on this one going forward. And then we have our second deal. So is CAPA. This one, I got to highlight in detail here. This is Quantum Sci. This is a semiconductor company going public with High Cape Capital Acquisition Corp. Values Quantum Sci at $925 million. An oversubscribed pipe of $425 million includes investments from accounts advised by ARK Invest, the firm led by Cathie Wood. You hear us talk about all the time. CAPA, the SPAC, she is investing in the pipe already, which means we could see shares of CAPA added to any of the ARK ETFs, especially the ARK Genomic, ARKG, going forward. So pipe investors will own 29% of the company after the merger. Shares will trade as QSI on the Nasdaq, with current High Cape Capital shareholders owning 7.9% of the new company. So Quantum Sci is planning to launch a chip-based proteomic solution. They believe they can change the and genomics markets. They created the first next-gen protein sequencing platform with a goal of revolutionizing that field. So they're going to start by decoding the molecules of life, starting with proteins, and then expand into genomics. So the key that stands out for me in all of this is Quantum Sci was founded by Dr. Jonathan Rothberg, who is also the founder of Butterfly Network, which just went public in a SPAC merger, now ticker BFLY. Butterfly Network, backed by Bill Gates, and also was included in those ARK ETFs early on. So Rothberg has founded over 10 companies, and now he has done 2 of his companies going public via SPAC. So the commercial launch for Quantum Sci is scheduled for 2022, beginning with research use. $21 billion market opportunity is seen for them. So they use protein to show what is happening instead of DNA, which shows what could happen, according to their presentation. So they believe they have a scalable semiconductor chip that could expand to home testing sometime after the year 2024. So Quantum Sci is currently pre-revenue company with no revenue until 2022, with 17 million estimated. And then revenue really starts ramping up into the triple digits in fiscal 2024. By 2025, they anticipate over 5,000 chips installed. So shares were up over 50% this morning. Shares were halted at one point. This is a huge one, right? So protein, genomics, Cathie Wood already investing in it. Jonathan Rothberg founded the company. He also founded Butterfly Network, the portable ultrasound company. To me, this is a big winner. It's up huge. So I'll be watching this today to look for possible buying opportunities on any dip if we get a dip. But this is one that really could just take off, as that genomic space is huge, and Cathie Wood has just added to the all eyes on it approach right now. So that's it for the deals. And then turning to the calendar, we do have one vote set for next week that I want to remind everyone about. It's SBE voting on that merger with ChargePoint. I do own shares of SBE. This is the second time for that vote, as they did not get enough shareholder votes on the last attempt. That is the only vote set on the calendar that I show for February. The rest are set in March. So that is it for having those deals, Mitch.
All right, guys. So we got a couple questions in the chat, so I definitely want to ask you some of those questions, Chris. I'm going to really quickly just scroll up and get that question. It was mainly about pipe, so I want to go ahead and just pull up the question here. So what the question really was, what does it mean when you refer to the pipe? And how does that really connected with the SPAC?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the pipe is private investment in public equity, is what PIPE stands for. And what it means is when, these SPACs, so a SPAC can raise, say they raise $250 million and they want to take a company worth $1 billion public. So, that company that goes public wants to keep some ownership, but then the SPAC wants to get a decent position. So, sometimes to get that funding, they have to grab other investors to, join in. And those PIPE investors are then able to buy the shares at a $10 level. So some of these, SPACs that are trading huge above, net asset value, the PIPE investors are actually getting a great deal because instead of having to pay, $13, $14, they're able to pay $10 to buy in shares, on that deal. So PIPE is essentially, adding additional investors since there wasn't enough capital raised by the SPAC. So, sometimes you hear of, these $3 to $5 billion companies that are private, and then you see a rumor pop up and it'll be a $300 SPAC. And, some people will say, well, that SPAC can't take them public. They don't have enough money. Well, if you get a big enough pipe, you can always take a company public. And as we've talked, on the show about Chamath Palihapitiya before, he has been involved on several pipes, to help some of these other SPACs. And that way he gets a piece of the action outside of his existing SPACs under the IPO A to Z umbrella. So that's what pipe means. That's a great question out there. And again, almost every SPAC deal that's done has a pipe attached to it. And a lot of times it's prominent institutional investors or prominent names. So like today I said on Kathy Wood and ARK Funds, and on the other you had Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal and an early investor in Facebook. So you're seeing big names attach themselves to these SPAC deals via the pipe.
Yeah, so one thing I mentioned there is that we actually had, when we did the waves of SPACs, guys, if you guys look back and find that clip, I'll try to include it in the description afterwards. But we actually talked about a little bit about this and how at first, SPACs go through that what we call a beauty contest. And so with that beauty contest, they start presenting to banks and trying to get the first investment. And then they go through that pipe situation. And then finally, like someone mentioned here, if only the retail traders could get into the pipe. That would be interesting too, but it happens. It's common, guys. It's just like an IPO. There's going to be certain people that get access to it before everyone does. But great question, Keith. So definitely a shout out to you. One more thing I want to mention though on Kappa, we're getting a lot of people mentioning here that this stock wasn't up there, but really we have it right here on Benzinga Pro, man.
So Mitch, I'll touch on that. So I saw that across Twitter too, and I think it was actually with Webull, where people were showing screenshots of their Webull account, and it was saying that it was still trading at like 1058 this morning. So it just had not updated the price. But when I looked at other brokers, when I looked at Benzinga Pro, it was showing the 50% gain. So I think it was just a glitch. For Webull, but this thing is definitely not trading at 1058. I can tell you that. If it was at 1058, I would be, adding a position right now. So I can say that.
Yeah. So one thing I definitely mentioned. So, hey, Siggy in the chat, get with the Benzinga Pro, man, if you want to be able to see these tickers. So if you thought the ticker didn't exist, guess what? It's right there, man. And so this is why it's important to have some good platforms that support your trading. So if you like SPACs, definitely, I've definitely seen majority of them included on Benzinga Pro. I really haven't found many that haven't been put on, maybe the first hour or two, but as soon as we get that on, I mean, you can see this one ripping up there to 24 today. I think it was halted. Let me just use Benzinga Pro to go ahead and let us know. Yeah, it got halted and it resumed at 10:30. I haven't seen a halt at 11. It looks like someone said it got halted at 11. Let me take a look right quick here and see on the 1 minute if I see that halt at 11 there. No, I don't see a halt at 11. I kind of that 10:30 period seems to make more sense there. But man, this one's making a move, man. Look at the chart here on the 1 minute, guys. This one made a move all the way up to 24.50 and then pulled back towards 21.50. In my eyes, I'd be looking towards a pullback closer towards this 2050 area where we see this VWAP line. That's this blue line that you're seeing here, guys. And that's kind of what I would look at to see if maybe it could hold these 1250 on a pullback. But like always, guys, do your own risk assessment. I'm not giving you entries so that you guys can copy trade. It's mainly so that you guys can learn how you can approach these and maybe not get caught up there buying at 2450. So definitely be careful with that one. And that's Kappa, guys. So definitely wanted to give the shout out on that. That Benzinga Pro, man, we got it. So let's go ahead and let's get into some of our watch lists and see what's moving today. I see one that you mentioned yesterday with the ARC and ACIC. So let's get into the watch list here. All right, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the watch list here, and we can start rolling through here a little bit, see what we find. Of course, you guys see that Kappa starting to pull back there. I'd look for that 2050s to hold, but let's continue through here through the watch list. SFTW, man, what a move, 29% there. Chris was mentioning this one, guys. Just keep an eye on this one. We got multiple pushes off that VWAP, and now it's going to be interesting if it can hold 14 again and then really come back towards that 1450. But keep this one on watch for sure. Okay, guys, let's keep rolling through here. Of course, CCIV now up there to 57. Hit 60. Hit 62 today. Man, what a move. Guys, this has been making moves since $10.05, guys, on December 30th. So I hope somebody got it down there at $10 and was able to nail this one. CCIV, we'll see what happens when we actually get the news and see if it's just a sell the news. Maybe if it's already priced in completely, maybe this might be the time to go ahead and take some profits. But like always, guys, it's always up to you to determine your risk tolerance. All right, guys, so FRX here, guys, the SPAC SPAC. One of the things that I'd mentioned, and I mentioned this before, is that I have a belief in celebrity athletes that can really push the limits and maybe get these SPACs moving. FRX has a lot of kind of those Disney executives, so I'll definitely be paying attention to this one. Any rumors with this one, Chris?
So FRX is Beachbody now, and My X Fitness, a Peloton rival. So they got a deal last week while you were out. The Shaq's back. He sank a free throw finally. So he landed a deal.
Hey, my man, shooting them free throws. Hey, at least I can say, Chris, that I think that the probability of this one probably going into the green is probably going to be better than his free throw percentage. So I'll keep an eye on this one. It rocketed. It looks like it was on the 10th here. It went up there to a high of what we got here. It's looking like 16, but I want to zoom in a little bit closer here and make sure that I get the high for you here. Looks like we got up there. It's 1640s, almost 1650s there. 1644 is the high. So definitely pay attention if we can get back above 12. $12 for me is the line in the sand in this one. And you can see it on the 15 minutes that it's every time it gets above 12 here, this 12 level, it kind of reject below it. So wait for it to get back above 12 with that good volume. That's what I'd be looking for in FRX. All right, guys, want to keep rolling through here. Seeing the Spitfire. Chris, what's up with SPFR?
Yeah, so this one has been moving a lot lately. This is one that I talked about with our celebrity and sports ones. This is one that Serena Williams is attached to and part of that. And then this is a Barry Sternlicht SPAC. So he did JWS, the other Jaws Spitfire SPAC, which is taking Cano Health, a Medicare company, public. So, his second SPAC here, getting a lot of attention. And again, Serena has been an investor in several consumer and sports brands. So this is one that I like with that management team.
Yeah, guys, seeing mentioned also in the chat. Some people wanted to mention that Shaq is also with Genius. Hey, you never know. Keep your eye on it. There's one thing that I definitely say is that Shaq has definitely pushed the levels of his business. And when you think about it, hey, if he's still going to push the levels, maybe maybe FRX in the long run can kick off. I'm gonna take a look here at some of the down gap. Let's see what is getting hurt today. See what we got on discount. See what we can look for. All right, so one, guys, that, and I might buy this right now, guys, as we are on the show here. I'll let you guys know if I'm able to get an entry here. But I'm looking at RMO. We're starting to get towards a level that I like. I actually drew this line here, and that's what I'm paying attention to, guys. I wanted to come closer towards that line, closer towards that 14, and then I can start adding into this one and trying to size into Romeo Power. But a lot of people have mentioned in SPACs that, hey, maybe it's just not best of breeds, and then I'm trying to catch one when I could be into a lot of other ones that are making moves. So it's all about opportunity cost and what you feel kind of your strategy in SPACs is going to be. But to me, it's really been getting these at the cheapest that I can, and when I feel they're at a big discount. So if they're not in a big discount, I kind of just ignore them and don't trade them. But there's certain people that have been trading these kind of rippers when they move, and they've been making money. I can't be upset with that, And so it's all what works for you. Find out what works, guys, and that's what really matters. Take your data. Can't talk about it enough, guys. If you're not taking your data and taking the trades with your mentality also, then you're not going to be able to figure out what your personality is in these strategies, so that you can go ahead and follow something that you can rinse, wash, and repeat. All right, Chris, any of these kind of down gappers you want to pull up and talk a little bit? I see on here we got SRAX pulling back, CLII, we got CLVR, VGAC, we got Quell pulling back, NGA even on the pullback. What's up, man? You want to take a look at any of these?
I mean, what a day. If you have cash on hand and you're looking to get some of these long-term, SPACs, that this could be the day. RMO popped up right away for me too, and I know you just hit that one. We've talked about this one for a while and trying to find the bottom on this one. So I'll be looking at that today. CLVR, Clever Leads, is another one that caught my eye. As this one, remember, it was $9 when the CEO was on our show. And it got a lot of attention as, the cannabis trade, with the legislation possibilities and stuff. So, is this the pullback that we're going to get on this one? Is it going to pull back further? So I'll be looking at that one today too. But yeah, a lot of SPACs out there on the watch list that are red, that, I'll keep an eye on. But out of all the ones, I think RMO would probably be the one that I would take a position in today based on the pricing action.
Yeah, guys, I'll extend on that. Clever Leaves, hey, you could have got in there somewhere near the 9s and woke up about 100% there on the 10th of February. And then, so here's where your decision between greedy and what your plan was when you took the trade. And so a lot of the times when I take the SPAC Attack trade is that I'm looking for above 50% returns. If I notice I get above 50% returns, I'm usually going to at least take half of it off and then play with what they call the house's money. Because at the end of the day, if I take half of it off, right, and it's 100% gain, right, guys? So essentially I'm taking off my investment. 100%. And then from that point on, anything that I make is strictly profit, and I'm no longer invested in it because I literally took the money that I invested in, and when it goes up that 100%, I take it out. I pull it out. And so by doing that method, at that point, you can go ahead and sit back and relax. I think personally, that's the way I like to attack these, because there are going to be some of these that will be kind of long-term stocks, long-term companies, I think, that will survive. And this was an actual opportunity for them to get to the open market and the public market. And so those are the ones that you might want to maybe just hold on and maybe just hold a half and let the position go. But hey, it's all about what you want to do with your risk tolerance, guys. So just find what works for you and what strategy you're going to follow. Rinse, wash, repeat. I'll say it again, guys. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get into the best part of the day, where we're going to start unlocking some of the new SPACs that are out there. I know Chris has some notes, so let's go ahead and let's get into some of those. We can expand a little bit on them. If you guys like it, like we said, let's play the game. Press the 1 if you guys think this is a good one. Press the 2 if it's a no. All right, Chris, unlock those SPACs for us.
All right, guys. Yeah, so I really wanted to come to today's show with as many new SPACs as I could find. And I've got a bunch for you, but I also have good news that there's going to be another show coming with more new SPACs, because here's what happened. So we saw SPACs, right, take over in 2020, and a huge number hit the public market, a huge amount raised. So I want to give you guys some figures. So 60 SPACs have already IPO'd in the month of February, raising $19.9 billion. So over the last 3 days, not including today, 51 new SPACs have filed. So that was 28 on Friday, which set a record, 7 on Tuesday, and 16 on Wednesday. So I'm digging into those, and you have to look again at the management teams. You have to look at the warrant offerings in those units. And the other trend that we're seeing is a lot of these are repeat SPACs from existing management teams that have already completed deals, already have experience. So there's a couple trends. You can, follow along as they've completed, good SPAC deals that have been well received. You can look at their other SPACs that are still outstanding because maybe a deal is nearing close. So lots of ways to play this, but those are the SPACs that really catch my eye, are the ones that are from existing management teams. And then, you also have new players entering the field. You also see some fun name SPACs, like there was one called Just Another Acquisition Corporation, because we're running out of names for SPACs apparently. And of course, not too long ago, we had Queen's Gambit, a SPAC named after the Netflix show. So there is a ton of SPACs, and there could be bad deals down the road, right? But that's the important thing, is finding the good ones, the strong management teams, the ones with experience, the ones that you think are going to get deals done. So touching on some that I found, going through this yesterday, is we have FG New America Acquisition 2. So this is going to be ticker FGNA. This is not public yet. So you will get a third of a warrant. They're targeting fintech or insurtech. This is Joseph Moglia, who's the former CEO of TD Ameritrade. So his first SPAC, FGNA, just landed a deal for OppFi, a fintech company. Again, it stands out. Former CEO of TD Ameritrade. He helped really boost that company. So to me, this is one I'll be looking at. And then DMY Technology Group 4. We're going to have to talk to Niccolo De Masi this Saturday at boot camp. He's launching a fourth SPAC. So this is the same team that did DMYT, which took Rush Street Interactive public, sports betting, has DMYD taking Genius Sports public for the data for sports betting, and then also has DMYI out. So this SPAC is going to target consumer-facing or supporting infrastructure of consumer applications, a $1 billion to $3 billion valued company. Shareholders are going to get a fifth of a warrant with these units. So again, it'll be ticker DMYQ, and the one I would look for here is DMYI, as that third SPAC from Niccolo De Masi's group could be close to announcing a deal. Again, that's a trend to watch, as we see these new SPACs filed, to keep an eye out for. Then the other two new ones, again, that are not trading yet, that I want to highlight are WPCA and WPCB. So these are both from Warburg Pincus Capital Corporation. So this is one of the largest, finance groups out there. They have not dove into launching their own SPACs yet. But here they go, launching two. So WPCA will be a $250 million, and then WPCB is going to be $500 million. So both are going to include a fifth of a warrant. No target area listed. So again, this is, $56 billion in assets under management from Warburg Pincus. They have 19 private equity funds. Over $95 billion, through those funds have been done. They've invested in 900 portfolio companies over the years. So again, this is a company that knows how to find private companies, how to fund them, how to take them public down the road. So that's something I'll be looking at. Again, they have not done their own SPACs, but they know what they're doing, when it comes to that. And then I want to touch on a couple that are trading as units right now. So these are ones that you can, invest in today. Again, it depends on your broker, as these are, units, not common shares, not warrants available yet. These are the ones that catch my eye, and I'll bring you some ones that recently traded as common, on an upcoming show, as I know some of you would rather hear about commons versus units and warrants. So up first, we have BITE. This is Byte Acquisition Corp. So they're targeting a restaurant group in North America. This SPAC is led by Julia Stewart. She's the former CEO of IHOP and the former CEO of Dine Brands Global, which owns IHOP and Applebee's. So lots of experience in the restaurant industry. And the thing that we saw was, there was rumors when FST came out and it was targeting a restaurant group that, could it be, one of these emerging fast casual brands. But instead it ended up being the Fertitta Restaurant Group, which is casual dining, and may not have as much of a growth potential going forward. So there are lots of private, fast casual, fast growing restaurant groups out there. And I think Byte may be able to land one of those deals. And the next two, I talked about them on a different show, but have to highlight them now, talking about new SPACs. So CCVI and CVII. These are both SPACs from the Churchill Capital Group led by Michael Klein. So, of course, in the news, CCIV is, continuing to rocket higher. And, it looks like that Lucid Motors deal is fast approaching, and it's going to get done. And, the risk here is if it doesn't get done, obviously those shares fall. And, Michael Klein may go out of favor for a while for not being able to land this deal. But if that deal goes through, are people going to keep their money in that SPAC, or are they going to look for new ones? Are they going to see that Michael Klein just landed, one of the biggest publicized and most about SPACs of the year? And he has two new SPACs. So maybe it's worth going to CCVI and CVII, which again, trade as units. So you're going to get the warrant options there as well. So keep an eye out on both of those, as I think, they have potential. And those are two that I'm looking to actively add at this time. Then we have FSRX. This is FinServ Acquisition Corp 2. So this is led by Lee Einbinder. He's the former vice chair of Barclays. And then Michael Vaughn, the former COO of Venmo, targeting fintech. And again, I can't say enough about fintech and how there's so many great companies out there, and that is a hot market. We're seeing with fintech now is, a lot of times those deals, we get the run up on the rumor and then they end up selling off on that first day. So fintech is not as high growth as some of these electric vehicle plays in investors' eyes, but definitely one that I am watching here. And then we have SCLE. This is broad scale acquisition. This one is targeting ESG, sustainability, energy transition. Great management team. Betsy Cohen, former CEO of Bancorp, and she was also the director of several other SPACs under different names. You have Andrew Shapiro, who is the founder of Broadscale. He also was a former director for Blink Charging. So he knows that charging infrastructure and that EV space. So keep an eye out on that one. So those are the new SPACs I see, Mitch, that, again, some aren't currently trading, some trade as units. And again, there's so many more to cover. Who would have thought, 51 new SPACs filed in the last 3 days and, 28 on Friday alone. I haven't even been able to go through all of those and keep track of them. So, crazy SPAC market right now that we are in. So what do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, so one thing I noticed is that I saw on Bloomberg that the money has actually already matched 2020. Already, guys. We're what month are we in, guys? We're in February. Can you imagine where we're going to be maybe by October time? And how much money has been put into these SPACs? And so this is when I go ahead and tell you guys, go ahead and let everyone know, because if they're missing out, there's going to come to a point where you're just going to be kind of late in the game. And there's not going to be that many acquisitions left. And that's when I can kind of see SPACs kind of taking a pullback. But for right now, you got a lot. This is, I would agree, kind of John Doe. I'll give you a shout out there. Kind of like an IPO 2.0. Really. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to think about it that way, is really similar. The only big difference is that you don't have the actual company, so it's harder to do fundamentals on these. And so that's why I always talk about that last wave being the evaluation phase, and that's the one that comes into more of that fundamental phase. But hey, power to you guys. I know there's a lot of people making some wealth through SPACs, so I wish you guys the best and continue figuring out what works for you. So right now I am seeing QS start making a little bit of a move here. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that chart up. But if you guys want to go ahead and let us know some SPACs to check out, definitely put those tickers in the chat. Let's start rolling through some of these and start nailing some of these for you guys. All right. So definitely seeing some comments in the chat. Supernova. Everyone wants to know what's going on with that. I don't think there's anything definitive, but I'll let Chris take a look right now while I'm pulling up the chart for QS, man. And this is one that we talked about on the show as we started seeing that leveling action. And we talked about this support here. So we hit Alt H here. We can see kind of this line here in the sand. I'll pull up the chart here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And so we talked about how this was kind of getting towards this support, and we had this inverse hammer right here on the 1st of February. If you go back, you can actually see that we talked about this stock. So right now we're talking about QS. Let me just go ahead and put the banner up so that you guys don't tell me, hey, what stock is this? Look, I put it in lower cap. So yeah, QS really bottom off there off the 42, but really what ended up happening is that good earnings report really swung it right back, and this was really kind of that more in between moment. So I really didn't recommend right before the earnings, but after that, and we got kind of the catalyst to start pushing us, it looks like it wants to come and clear this gap down that it did from 85 to about like the 70 mark. So when it gets through that, I'm going to be looking to see if it can clear that gap and get right back above there, maybe making a move towards 85 and 90s. I think this one has some good risk and return if you're looking for a kind of a long-term play here. And the real key is that you got to understand your levels and maybe see if it starts really trending. I do like this one in the industry that it's in. So definitely a good move there, started by QS. All right, guys, another one that I'm seeing here, AKICU. What's up with this one, Chris?
So AKIC?
Yeah. It's in the warrants, but sports venture acquisition. Yeah,
this is another sports one. Owner of the Falcons, I believe. I think we talked about it on our sports show. I haven't seen anything out there recently on this one. It's a fairly newer one, I believe. So yeah, don't know a lot, but again, targeting that sports or that media market here.
Woo! We got the stocks rolling through here. I'm gonna take a look at this one. This one I think is at units at 1060, so I'm gonna take a look here. I'll find out about that one and come back to it. Definitely seeing a lot of stocks mentioned in the chat, so I want to start rolling through here. Let's go ahead. Let's go. Well, of course, we can talk SNPR. This is one Tod acquisition. Just hanging out by 15s. Anything you want to mention about this one, Chris?
I almost brought this one up when we were doing a watch list. This was one that's pulling back today that I actually was looking at. This is Tod acquisition 2, the same group that did Hyliion. I wish I would have gotten into this one before they announced their deal. This is Volta Charging. And it's the charging with the advertising, right? So they have the giant screen. So they partner with these retailers. I think that's a wise move. I think it adds another revenue stream. And I think I saw today that they added a former Tesla executive to the team. This one's going to get some attention, and I'll be looking for pullbacks, as again, I didn't get in this one, pre-deal like I wish I would have. But hey, it's not Pokemon, man. I can't catch them all here.
Unfortunately, we can't, man. Unfortunately, we can't. But what can we do? we can just try to get some of them and build our wealth. So I think, you try to do the best you can with what you got, right? And so let's take a look at B-Fly. I'm seeing B-Fly mentioned here, and man, look how this chart's been going up and down. So let's pull up a 5-minute chart. Looks like I'm getting some charting errors here. Yeah, look like I'm gonna have to get this one checked out. A butterfly going insane there. So I'll take a look at that one, see what's going on with that one, and let them fix that one up. All right, so let's go to a next one here. Let's get into LOAC. LOAC, what's going on with LOAC?
Yeah, so LOAC was one that landed a bio deal, 4D Pharma. This is one that, has gotten a lot of attention. Again, those bio SPACs have been hot, but, not my area of expertise. I don't know much about 4D Pharma. Whoever asked that, maybe that's one you want to tune into the Biotech Buzz show and ask our biotech expert more on 4D Pharma, because I would buy into some of these biotech SPACs based on the management teams, but when it comes to those acquisition targets, I don't know a whole lot without really diving in on them.
This would be a classic chart why I would always point out that you got a chance to get back in these. This one spiked on the 28th of December and got to a high of 1925, right? And then it came back a couple weeks later, all the way down towards a low of 1063. And so these are the kind of things that you guys got to look for, guys, because that give you an opportunity to actually get off of long-term support. And if we look here, I'll kind of draw it out here, guys. So the long-term support was in between this channel, right? And then it came right back to it. And so these are the times that you can get these opportunities, guys. So definitely pay attention to these times when you get these big discounts and see if they're falling off that support to give you an ability to get a good risk and return. You could have gotten this one maybe around 11, risking down towards the 10, risking $1, seeing that move had gone through 19. So essentially you're trying to get a move back above probably 15 or 14. So you're looking for like a $5 gain with a $1 risk, which is a 5-to-1 look, which is exactly what I like to look for. 4-to-1 looks, 3-to-1 looks, even up to 5-to-1 looks I like. All right, guys, let's keep rolling through here, seeing some other stocks being mentioned. I'm seeing BTWN here, BTWN. All right, so the Bridgetown's been hanging out. I can just clearly see that off of the daily chart, just sideways action. But one thing you are starting to see is kind of this support being really drawn out here. So I would use a weekly to try to find it so that I'm not so confused on the daily. And then I'd be like, all right, so starting to see some bottoming action here near this 14. So near this 14, I'm starting to see some bottoming action. What I would like to see is if we could come back towards 14 and hold. If not, then look for it to hit this trend line and see what happens there. So we have kind of this trend line here, and it could go through 1650s and get up to 17. So I'd keep an eye out on that one. Let's see how it's trading a little bit on a 15-minute, see how it is on the day, see if it looks strong. And you can kind of see where the resistance starts coming in. And we'll take a look to see if this one can hold these pullbacks closer towards 1560s, 1550s and get back up there to 1660s and 17. So keep your eye out on that 17. I think it's going to be very vital. Derek, I'm going to have to give you a timeout, man. I'm going to put you in the corner because you're spamming the chat, man. We can't have that. So if you want to get out the corner, you can't spam the chat, man. So, all right. So the next one up here, seeing some congressional hearings. Yeah, we're going to be having that on in the next second here. So let's keep going through here. TPGY here. Scott asking for long-term. Do you think about this one long-term? Chris, what do you think about TPGY here?
That's a great question. So, full disclosure, I own SBE. That's my charging infrastructure one that I own. I've owned for a long time. I did sell some to take profits, but I still own a position. With the new administration, I think there's lots of winners in the charging infrastructure play. I like SBG. TPGY is more of the European play, but that provides a excellent catalyst of when they, get entry to the U.S. markets. How quick can they scale up? And then, as I mentioned, SNPR Volta, that's another one that I'm watching. And then we have NGAC, which is Nuve, which is the vehicle to grid technology. So lots of charging companies going public. I don't know if I would name a winner, as they're, that's a huge growing market. We need lots of charging stations to power these EVs. So I think they're both good long-term, TPGY and SBE, to answer your question, Scott.
Perfect, guys. I'll let Chris just answer that one. He knows the research into these both, actually. So SBE and TPGY. So definitely take his approach there and take his opinion a lot further than mine in that one. I don't know too much about those. So I'm going to take a look here at one that is starting to kind of level out, guys. I'm seeing RSI hit the third bottom here, guys. So just kind of mention this is RSI. I know a lot of people are stopped kind of paying attention to this one, and this is when you usually start seeing some bottoming action and some people start taking their eyes off, and the next thing you know, you got another rocket. So try to find these bottoming out, RSI, GNOG. I've been talking about those, starting to try to find a bottom there. You can see this one pulling back all the way to 1690s. Maybe it holds at 16, and we get kind of this reversal right back up. But keep an eye out on those gaming plays. I think, long term, regardless if what happens, it's going to be state by state adding revenue, which in the long run, I know these companies are going to try to take advantage state by state. And some will have some advantage in different states, like let's say Michigan. You had certain people with different advantage, and GNOG was one of those. And so we'll keep an eye out on these to see how they keep moving. Let's keep going through here. I'm seeing EXRO by Chris. Do you know about this one, Chris? You like
EXRO? I don't know if I know that one.
Oh, it looks like it. I think this is an OTC stock, but maybe Chris can help us out. Is this an OTC stock? Let us know.
All right. So it looks like it's OTC here.
Yeah, it looks like it's OTC. I'm seeing XRO Technologies. I have no idea about this.
Yeah,
one,
I don't know this one at all. I wish I could help.
Yeah, if it's an OTC, I kind of try to stay away from these at the end of the day, guys. Not really my cup of tea there. Seeing BFT mentioned here by Roger. Roger wants to talk about BFT. Let's take a quick look here. Let's see what we find. All right, so a lot of people have been mentioning this one to me that maybe I should get into this one. But the thing to me about this one, it's been going sideways, and I feel like it could crack. So, I'll show you what I see, guys. So I see a trend line kind of coming upwards here. And this is my concern, is just that if it hits this kind of 16 area, the next stop down, I think, is going to be down by this 14. So you really got to watch it here and watch it get close. We've kind of been trading in a channel, but we get these little up moves in here. So let me draw the kind of what I see the channel being. I'd use that high right there. This wick. So you can use this wick and kind of this wick here to draw kind of this channel leaning out, and you kind of push up, a pull back, a push up, a pull back, a push up. Now it needs to hold this 16. If this 16 doesn't hold, to me, this is kind of the line in the sand, and it needs to get back above that to really start moving back up here. So I'll keep an eye out on that 1750 mark. If it can get some big volume, a catalyst up here, then maybe it can rip through 18. But a move back down to 16 would definitely concern me on this one. So I don't want to get caught between 17 and 18 and 16. That's kind of like the middle line, and you know what happens there, guys. I don't want to talk about it, but those pigs, you know what happens to the pigs. All right, guys, so we're getting towards 11:53, so I want to touch a couple more here. Chris, one thing that I want to do, and we're going to get expanded onto this towards Monday, guys, and towards next week, is that we talked about doing kind of a ranking system. So if you guys really want to get this ranking system going, go ahead and press a 1 in the chat so we know how much attention that we're having. I'm going to have to go ahead and put my own 1 in the chat because, hey, I agree with Chris. We need to figure a way to kind of start getting these ranked out, and we want to do our own for Benzinga, and this is going to be based on an A, B, C grade, and we're going to attack it by first kind of looking at the board, looking about the amount of money is in the SPAC, so kind of the potential because of the actual market cap of what company they could be getting. And then from that moment, we can look at some other ones that actually have these definitive agreements, have the merger already on, and then we can look at it on a perspective from the financials and the long-term story. And so what I want to do is the long-term story is going to be kind of the little variable here. The bigger variable is going to be the board and the amount of money in the SPAC. So what do you think about that, guys? Go ahead and put your comments. Chris, what do you think?
I mean, I think I saw a lot of ones in the chat, Mitch. So I'm thinking people like that idea that you have, and we're gonna have to figure this out. Because you hear us talk about management teams, you hear us talk about stuff, but what does what we say mean? And again, this isn't financial advice. This is a show for entertainment purposes, but we can rank these teams. We can rank, based on several metrics. And again, with the wide number of SPACs hitting the market, it's important to really single out, okay, what are the 10 that I should be focusing on? And then what are my favorite 5 from that group of 10? That's how I approach it, right? Is you take hundreds of SPACs and I look at them and I break them down into groups. And then I look at the management team, I look at the target area, and then I look at the price, right? I don't want to overpay just based on the management team. I want to make sure my risk reward is still intact there.
Definitely. I mean, that's what it's all about in SPACs. If you're not measuring your risk in these, then you might as well leave the show. Just hit the X at the top, close down the platform, stop trading, guys, because it's all about mitigating risk when you're doing investments, especially if you're trading on an everyday. There's one thing going for one trade, like all in, I'm just going to go for this one trade and then I'll be done for my life and investing. But if you're going to be an everyday investor, there needs to be kind of a strategy that you're doing. And really, guys, that's how you start winning. That's how you start winning in this game. One thing I will mention, guys, is definitely stay tuned, guys. This weekend, you guys can learn a lot about SPACs and options on our free boot camp. I'm going to go ahead and put it up in the chat here so that you guys can hit the link. The link should be clickable, so it should be nice and easy for you guys to sign up. But definitely don't miss out on this one, guys. It's going to be really fun. Looks like Periscope doesn't like me to get it through, but the YouTube one should have gone through there. So definitely hit that, guys. The Benzinga Bootcamp. It will be really informative. And who's going to be there, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, Mitch. So we have Julian Klimachko from Accelerate Funds. Again, we call Chamath Palihapitiya the SPAC King all the time. But another SPAC king out there is Julian Klimachko. He runs Accelerate ETFs, which in Canada, they have a SPAC arbitrage fund that invests heavily in SPACs. This guy knows SPACs inside and out. He's one of my go-to sources on Twitter each morning. He's going to be breaking down, basic concepts. What is a SPAC? What are units? What are common shares? What are warrants? When should you look to sell? So that's the key point. And then we have Niccolo Damasi joining us from DMY Technology. There he is right there, front and center. So this is the guy that took Rush Street Interactive public, ticker RSI. He has DMYD merging with Genius Sports. And then as I mentioned, and I can't wait to talk to him, Mitch, because DMYI is his third SPAC searching for a target. And now he just launched a fourth one. So we have DMYQ. So he's going to have 4 SPACs under his belt. This is also the guy who was leading Glue Mobile, which just got a buyout from Electronic Arts. So, this is a guy who knows how to get deals done. We've had him on the show before. I can't wait to bring him to everyone at this boot camp. So sign up for this event. You guys have been asking for SPAC and option coverage. You've been asking for a Saturday event. So, sign up. The link is right there. It's also in the chat. Don't miss out on this education. And, guys, this can be for beginners. This can be for intermediate. And even if you're an expert, investor, a day trader, it's Saturday. Why not, follow along since you can't trade that day anyways? So come check it out.
Yeah, definitely, guys. You don't want to miss this out. It's all about learning our performance, right? And just to give a little shout out also to what I'm going to be doing a little bit later, guys. If you guys want to join us around 2:50, we're going to be going over some psychological aspects of trading with a brand new show called Peak Performance. So one of the things is always upping your skill, right? Always learning. Whether that be in our boot camp, learning about specific strategies, or maybe it's just a psychological approach to these options and SPACs. You can learn a lot, guys. So definitely take a look and try to always get something from somebody. That's what I try to do, guys. It's not going to be that I can get every bit of information from one speaker, but every single one of these speakers, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to get one thing that you can really build off of. So definitely don't miss it, guys, the boot camp, and build your skills, guys. And join me later at 2:50 if you guys want to keep upping your emotion and the emotional control and getting towards your peak performance. That's what it's really all about, especially you day traders out there. I think this is especially a show that would help you guys out and be beneficial. But like always, guys, on SPAC Attack, we're going to keep breaking these down, guys, and keep going towards these next levels. Logan, your spam does not work. It's okay. You'll get the block, and goodbye. You don't have to worry about you no more. But hey, guys, always stick with us. Let everyone know where you can learn about SPACs every single day, because there isn't anybody doing this, guys. Bloomberg might have coverage, Alpha might have coverage, but no one's doing this everyday show. And so if you guys want to stick with us, hit that subscribe below, smash the like, let Chris know on his Twitter, guys, how much you guys love him. I'm going to go ahead and show the display names. I don't know why they're hiding right now, but there you guys got it. Hit us up on the Twitter, guys. Let us know what you like to see. I know we got the hypest show in the world coming on next. My man with a good sweater on today, looking clean. Hot Stocks Luke waiting in the background. So let's go ahead and let's get this show started. Chris, introduce Zinger Nation. Let them know.
Yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. There's almost 1,000 of you watching right now. I want to see these numbers go up. We have Zinger Nation Power Hour coming up with Hot Stocks Luke. And, there's a congressional hearing taking place with GameStop. You're going to be able to follow along as that's taking place, get trade ideas, and also hear how this GameStop hearing could impact the stock market. And then, as Mitch said, more great shows coming up today. We have crypto, we have biotech, we have that interview with former MLB pitcher Tod Stottlemyre and Mitch. Guys, stay here all day. Don't go anywhere. And Cannabis Hour after close. So stay here. Don't leave. Here's Zinger Nation Power Hour right now.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zinger Nation jam-packed shows today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Nia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna. The best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Today is not Thursday. Despite what you may think, it's not Thursday. Today is GameStop day, baby. That's right. GameStop back at it. I've been waiting for this one all week. I mean, we're about to dig into this congressional testimony. We're going to be cutting into the stream live here, right? So we expect this thing happens, and we expect this thing to go for about 5 hours or so, starting sometime right around now. Most of that 5 hours is going to be pretty boring, right? So they're going to start and do some jibber jabber at the front. You don't need to watch that. Then they're going to read their pre-submitted testimony. We already know what they're saying. Okay, boring, doesn't matter. Where we're going to have some fun is when they get to that Q&A session. All right, we are going to have some ridiculous and like totally uninformed questions flying and from like such an unlikely group of people. Right, just to recap, who's testifying to Congress today? We got Melvin Capital, Citadel, Robinhood, the CEO of Reddit, which is ridiculous. I mean, he's going to be so clueless about market structure. And, of course, deep fucking value. Roaring Kitty is going to be there representing for all of us. I mean, this is GameStop Roaring Kitty Day. I mean, can you imagine? Like, imagine if you're this guy, like, just thinking back, a month ago, 2 months ago. I mean, literally no concept in your mind that you would be testifying to Congress about your Reddit posts. So I mean, let's go. I mean, this is, somebody said Raging Kitty. That's right. Air horns on that one. But always the soundboard has to not work once in the day, and then we get it worked out. There it is.
Try now.
Yeah, there we go. So yes, guys, stay on the stream. You're not going to miss a thing. We are going to make it so you don't have to watch all the boring shit that's going to happen up front. And when we get to the fun Q&A, when we get some ridiculous comments, when we get Vlad talking about it, that's when we'll be cutting over. And keep this in mind, too, with the Robinhood. The Robinhood angle, I think, is going to be really interesting. I heard through the grapevines that they hired literally the most expensive law firm in New York to represent them. And they're fighting for their lives with this IPO, right? Where Robinhood was supposed to have a Q1, Q2 IPO this year, right? Then it sort of got screwed up. And keep in mind, 2 years ago, they were supposed to have an IPO, and they had the banking mistake where they let people open checking accounts without getting it cleared by the government. And that was a big controversy, and they had to push the IPO back. This year was supposed to be the year. Now this happens. They might have to push it back again. So I think that Robinhood is going to be fighting for their lives to try to get some try to make this IPO go off and get some money.
Hey, wait, Luke, can I jump in for a second?
I don't know, Spencer. Can you?
On that banking fiasco, you remember that? Remember they announced checking accounts and SIPC, right, which is like the regulatory body that oversees that. They were like, whoa, nobody from Robinhood has ever spoken to us before. What the hell are you guys doing? Oh, no, it was the FDIC. The FDIC was like, they're the ones that insure your checking accounts, your savings accounts. They were like, we've never spoken to anybody. What are you guys doing? We don't even know anything about this. How can you launch checking accounts without talking to us first? And they had to walk that back. It's pretty embarrassing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Spencer, you know what I appreciate with you being here to hang out with me on the show today?
Yeah.
Is that we're going to look beyond the anti-vaxxing views and just add the fact that you are a big-time GameStop shareholder. Let's go. Spencer Israel is in this one. And I will say, I actually really like this stock from a risk-reward standpoint. You got the thing. It's already down 5% today. Trading at right around $43.50. I think that there's so much upside potential on this, right? I mean, this is the chance, right? This could be like the last stand where the community rises up and says, we are piling this thing. As soon as Roaring Kitty starts speaking during his prepared testimony, that's when I expect us to get price action. I think the crowd is going to rally this thing. And there could be, if Citadel gets tripped up, if Robinhood gets tripped up by questions, I mean, we could be in the position where, they rally this stock. So I mean, I think that your downside risk of anything coming out of today is pretty small. I think that the upside is significant. So I actually do like your big GameStop position. I know between GameStop and Doge, that's the majority of your assets, Spencer, and it's aggressive, but interesting. And guys, I apologize. I didn't even start with the point of the show today. That's the way that I like to start every single day. Is by saying, what are we doing here? Why do we spend these 60 today? We're spending 2 hours together, guys. 2 hours so we can watch this testimony together, get some hot takes, maybe make some trades even while it's going on. But the point of the show is be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for, guys. If we are not delivering on our promise of delivering you all trade ideas, call us out. Tell us in the chat, powerhour@benzinga.com, Spencer Israel @benzinga.com. Shoot us the emails.
That's my email.
Yeah, that's his email address. We got his phone number coming up shortly. To tell us if we're not delivering on that, guys. And ideas are going to come from myself. They're going to come from Spencer. And most importantly, they're going to come from Zinger Nation. That is all of you out there in the community. Let's get this stuff flowing. Today, I'm going to go over an earnings trade that I have on for tonight. I also have a new stock that I'm going to be adding to the portfolio. Let's go. We're, of course, going to be watching a lot of GameStop price action. Ticker VISL. Let's talk about that one. That's one that we added to the live portfolio just a couple days ago, maybe on Monday, Tuesday, somewhere like that. We're actually going to be having the CEO of that stock on the Power Hour. I think sometime next week. So it's VISL. So stay tuned for that one. And then, of course, we are bringing a suite of guests, guys. But we did something yesterday that I thought was pretty fun. You know, let's bring Spencer back onto the stream here.
Hold on.
You know, so we did something yesterday that I thought was pretty fun. We're taking calls from the crowd, right? Zinger Nation, this is the show for the people. Today is the day for the people. I mean, this is GameStop day, baby. I mean, I've been waiting for this one all month.
Wait, have you told them what you did to me yesterday, what you got me into?
I talked about your position, sure.
What about your position? Luke comes up to me at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. He goes, Spencer, you know what's going to happen tomorrow? GameStop's going to go up. We should buy GameStop. Wouldn't it be so funny if we owned GameStop and it went up during the hearing?
I bought a shitload of GameStop yesterday at like 5 p.m., guys.
Yeah. First of all, Luke didn't even know that or maybe he did know, but he forgot that you can't do market orders after the close. But Luke and I both bought GameStop yesterday after hours.
Shit ton.
And we are both long, and we're both getting smoked here. I bought hundreds of dollars worth of shares, literally hundreds of dollars, like my entire Webull account.
And I bought hundreds of shares.
my entire Webull account is on the line today. It's getting smoked.
If we click over to the live portfolio today, it's looking pretty bad.
Ooh, ouch. Why didn't we sell at 8 a.m. at what was that? 8 a.m. when it was up? 9 a.m.
Yeah, almost 51. All right, I don't care. My catalyst, guys, is Roaring Kitty. I think that as soon as he opens his mouth, let's get some volume on this thing. I mean, we'll see. Could I lose 10% in a day? Yes, absolutely. I mean yes. I mean we know what's happening, right? That's the risk. You know, could this thing rise 30% today? I think absolutely. There's potential for it. You know, somebody saying shave the kitty. I think they meant to say save the kitty. But yeah, let's go, baby.
Hey, I just got the bearish indicator. I don't know what the text from my dad. Why is the market down? Never a good thing when you're
SPY is getting smoked today too. I mean, let's talk about that. Down 1%. I mean, this is probably the worst day that we've had in SPY for quite a while. I'm going to pull up some daily candles. Let's see.
You mean since yesterday morning?
No, look at okay. So last week we had a worse day. You know, here's what this action today looks like. Obviously not good. Let's look at IWM. This is the Russell 2000 ETF. This is the ETF to track small caps. This one got absolutely hammered this week. Small caps were so hot this year. Right? If you look at the year to date on the Russell, I mean the thing ripped. Look at this. 192 to 220. I can't do that math quickly enough in my head. All right, so it's 28 divided by 192. So small caps are up 15% year to date, like in a month and a half. That's super fast. That's super big. You know, and they've taken back a little bit. But all right, guys, let's talk about GameStop. We're open up the phone lines, producer Rohan. Okay. I want to bring Zinger Nation into this one, guys. Again, this is the show of the people for the people. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. Share this link for us. Hashtag Zinger Nation. Watch this. I'm going to go to the YouTube. Sorry, you got to look at it twice. Hashtag Zinger Nation. I'm dropping that in there. Share this stream. We want to get this thing out here, but we are opening up the phone lines. You know, producer Rohan, can we get that phone number on the screen? And guys, dial in.
Absolutely.
There,
let's get it on the stream.
We even had the producer cam. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Save the kitty.
All right, folks. Get your fingers ready. I'm throwing this number up for a couple seconds because yesterday we just got overloaded with calls. So it's going up, and go ahead and call.
I just want to point out that Maxine Waters is speaking right now. We don't care about that. We're going to watch.
We already know what she's going to say, right? They already released this testimony.
Right. They already released the opening statements and testimonies. We don't care about that. We only really care about the Q&A.
Q&A, baby.
The back and forth.
Let's get the
All right, we have a call. We have a call.
All right, patch him through.
Add to stream. Let's see. Do we hear him?
Hello? This is Spencer Israel.
I don't hear him. Producer Rohan.
You know what? I don't hear him. Let's call the next guy.
All right, next caller. Let's patch it through.
Luke does it all the time. He answers the phone as other people.
I just want to make sure this is working, so I'm gonna play some music real quick and let's just make sure it works.
No, let me play the music. I got better music.
Oh, he needs to test this thing because Rohan, this is an unprofessional outfit. We don't know what we're doing.
Can you guys hear music?
Yes.
No, not Luke's music. Can you hear regular music?
Stop messing with it. No, Rohan, we don't hear anything.
This is.
I hear that.
Kind of quiet. There we go. There we go.
Okay, we got that.
All right, now let's answer a call.
Okay.
Hello?
Rohan, what are you doing, man? What's happening over there?
Dude, no one's talking.
Don't make me open my second energy drink of the day. Last caller, Zinger Nation, come through for us. Come on now.
All right, next caller. Oh, maybe it was on automatically adjust mic volume. Maybe that affected it. Let's see. Next one. I'm definitely hearing the ringing. So.
All right, let's go.
It's answering. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of missed calls.
Keep trying.
These congressmen, I've got Luke in one ear, the hearing in the other. These congressmen are the most boring people. These congress people, it's so boring.
Look at my girlfriend just texted me, Spencer.
I can't read that. You
got bad eyes.
Yeah, what does it say? I can't read that.
She said, "Why are you streaming Maxine Waters?" Because this is fucking GameStop day. Let's go. And I own a lot of shares. I mean, whether or not we're buying a house could depend on the outcome of this hearing.
Oh my goodness! All right.
Are we not getting calls?
Hey, wait!
We're getting calls. The problem is, I keep getting advertisements from this app instead of the call.
I said buy the Skype credits.
Hey, did we ever do that bet? I want to do that bet. If you want to put in the chat how long you think this hearing will go, like when it's going to end, and whoever gets closest, we're gonna maybe give away some swag.
Oh, do you hear someone?
There we go. What's up?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
What's up? You're on the Power Hour. This is Spencer Israel.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I hear you.
Where are you at with GameStop?
Here, the house.
Yeah, you should mute us in the background. This is Radio 101. Come on, man.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
The GameStop?
Whatever's on your mind, man. This is like therapy for stocks. What's on your mind?
AMC?
AMC. Okay.
All right, come on.
Yeah.
They're going to rally AMC off this thing, too.
We should have said, if you're going to call in, have something to talk about. Have something to say, people. Come on.
Don't be a hater. He wants to talk about AMC. I like AMC today, too. I'm not in it.
You like the stock? Is that AMC up on Pro right there? What is that?
Yeah, it's AMC. The 2-day chart. We got some price action this morning. It's hanging out a little higher.
AMC got that spike because there was that BS thing in the morning with the Amazon takeover. That was bullshit. But yeah.
All right, producer Rohan. All right, wait. You have other comments on AMC?
Next call, producer Rohan.
Sometimes you just need money fast. At H&R Block, you could get up to $3,500 today.
For a second.
What the hell was that, Ron?
That was an advertisement.
That was an ad for H&R Block. Short H&R Block, HRB. We don't like it.
Okay. Next call coming in.
All right, let's see it.
Hello? You're on the Power Hour. Hey, we hear you.
Yeah, hey, it's a BZ Tokyo, BZZT from the other chat.
Yeah, what's up, man?
So I just want to say I got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, this is why this is the second best show.
I mean, you guys are doing a great job, and I'm just going to continue listening and enjoying. Thank you.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All right, that was awesome. All right. Wait, Refined Warrior, you have to call in. All right. Refined Warrior's been like a long time fan. It's like our favorite fan.
All right,
all right.
We have a new one. It's answering. Let's see if it
All
works.
right, hit it.
Oh, it still says answering.
Just PSA. I'll just doing some live play-by-play. But Vlad just stepped up to the mic. He's not saying anything.
All right, wait. Cut to it. Let's show him. Let's see what he looks like. Does he look like a vampire or what's the deal?
Oh, I can pull it up. One sec.
Producer on. Let's pull it up on the screen. His testimony is already out. We know what he's going to say.
He looks good.
He looks
money.
He looks like he's out in
The
the
stock market is a powerful wealth creator, but the U.S. households participate in it.
Mr. Seth,
Let's
I
go.
would like you to use your limited time to talk directly to what happened.
We also have a caller on.
We have another caller. Let's go. What's up? Welcome to the Power Hour. This is Spencer Israel.
Madam Chair, the witness has the opportunity to give their own testimony.
All right.
All right.
So
what's up? What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about IDX.
IDX? Ideonomics?
IDEX. IDEX.
Ideonomics. Yeah, that's a hot stock. All right. Everybody loves this stock. Tell us why do people love this thing so much? I mean, this stock is more of a cult following than almost anything out there.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I don't know the answer.
Oh, okay. So, well, my friend, honestly, I got in it because my friends got in it. They're making money off of it. I got in it because of hype, and I was hoping you guys could talk about it.
That's a great reason, right? If your friends buy it, you should buy it too, right? Isn't that what they say in day one of
I mean,
trading school? I don't know. Wait, IDEX.
It's more so like the Discord. It's not like one person. It's like a margin of these people are buying it. And I wanted to see if you guys knew anything about it because no, it's actually Money Machine Go Beep Beep. It's from people from Ohio, from Atlanta. Yeah, and it's a reference to the Gucci song.
All right, Money Machine Go Beep Beep. All right, we'll get that on the soundboard. Let's go. All right.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. We got an IDEX fan. If you guys like this stock,
guys. I watched y'all every day. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you
for dialing in. All right. If not, throw it 2. Let's go. All right. That was fun.
All right, peace. This is James Deal. See y'all next time.
All right. Peace, man. Salute. All right. We're gonna take maybe more of these today. You know, it was a rocky start. There's Vlad up on the screen with us. Is he the same person as Roaring Kitty? I think that's likely. I can't confirm that independently. I heard rumors. You know, we can't independently confirm that they are in fact the same person. But all right, if you didn't get through today, we're gonna keep experimenting with these call-ins. We'll make it a little bit smoother later today, tomorrow, etc. But Spencer, you know, should we talk some stonks a little bit, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I've got you. There's Vlad up on our screen there, so you can see. I'm not sure if you can hear him though. There was a weird thing.
It had to be a completely unprecedented event. The spike in trading activity and volatility meant that Robinhood Securities, our clearing broker, had to hold the line and post additional firm capital as collateral to support our clearinghouse deposit.
Vlad just said hold the line.
Perspective, on January 28th, our daily deposit requirement was 10 times more than on January 25th. As a result, Robinhood Securities, along with many other firms, imposed temporary trading restrictions on certain securities. We began allowing limited buys of these securities the following day, and we have since lifted the restrictions entirely. There are 2 points I want to make clear about these temporary restrictions. First, Robinhood Securities put the restrictions in place in an effort to meet increased regulatory deposit requirements. Not to
and somebody in the chat said he's reading from a script. Watch his eyes. We know that he's reading from a
serve the millions
every
of
single one
small
of these congressional hearings. The way that it starts is basically
Second,
that the first is they're reading pre-announced testimony. We know exactly what he's going to say right now because they published it yesterday. And the same thing is true for Roaring Kitty, for Citadel, for everybody who's speaking here, right? We don't care about this part, right? It's old news. It's boring. It's written by a lawyer. Who gives a shit? What we care about, again, is we're going to be going to the Q&A, right? The Q&A from Congress, who's going to be clueless on this, is when we're going to have some fun, right? Remember when Mark Zuckerberg was testifying and the congressman asked, like,
so funny,
how do you make money? And then somebody else asked, why am I banned from Twitter? And he's asking the Facebook dude that. These are the types of questions that we're living for. And we want to see deep F and value Roaring Kitty just get in there and go after it. So again, we're in the boring part of the hearing now. This thing's going to go on all day. We're running the stream until it's done. I'll be hanging out with Spencer for quite a while. But that's the deal there. While they're doing this boring part, Spencer, should I do some updates on some stock?
Yeah, this is opening statements. This is already public information. This is boring. We don't really care. We will cut to Roaring Kitty when he comes on. But in the meantime, Luke, let's just do a new stock.
All right, Spencer. So you're not used to this show. On this show, we do some aggressive trading sometimes, right? I've talked about before. 70% of my money is in ETFs, right? So I am more conservative there. But I take that last 30%. We make some bets. We trade around with it. We have fun. Spencer, I am making a play into an earnings report tonight.
Let me guess. Don't tell me. All right. Is it Roku?
No, it's not Roku, Spencer.
You have it up on the screen already?
I do have it up on the screen.
You don't? Okay.
I do.
Planet Fitness. Okay. I got
Planet Fitness. That's the stock, guys. Yesterday, I put a bearish position on Planet Fitness into earnings today. What I did is I went ahead and I bought the $75 strike puts for $3.60 a piece, 30 days out. They're reporting earnings, and basically, I think that the Q4 number might be whatever, but I think that their Q1 number is going to be horrible. All right, listen to this pitch, and then we're going to ask you guys to vote on it because I want to see where everybody's at. And guys, please smash the like. I've got a new stock I'm going to be giving in just a minute here. If we can get up to that 600, 650 like range, we've got some resistance right now. But Spencer, check this out. I showed this chart yesterday. This is the social mentions of Planet Fitness for going back for 10 years. And you see these humps, right? Yesterday was hump day. We called them humps. See these humps? This comes every single January. This Planet Fitness's business is driven by New Year's resolutioners, right? This is not just a gym. This is a subscription business that we're talking about here, right? And they get this big spike of people talking about on their Twitter, on their Instagram, on their Facebooks. Hey, I just joined Planet Fitness. I'm going to get fit. I'm going to get in shape, yada, yada, right? Then they don't cancel their membership for 6 months. They stop going after 2 weeks. They keep it on for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, whatever. It just keeps going because they either want to believe or they're too embarrassed. Whatever it is, Q1, New Year's resolutioners, that is the catalyst for their business for the entire year. Check this out. We look at January 2021. Nothing, right? There is no increase in social mentions of people saying that they joined Planet Fitness. So when analysts ask, hey, how are Q1 signups going? How are the new registrations looking? The number is going to be bad. Buzzer on that one. So again, I am making a risky call. I'm not saying that people should follow me into this one because it is a binary event. I'm either going to get smoked on the trade or I'm going to make a ton of money on the trade. But that's my thesis for it. I have this image on my Twitter of the social mentions. I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat so you guys can see real quick. But all right, I'm throwing this one out to Zinger Nation, guys. If you guys are with me, you're bearish on Planet Fitness into earnings, throw the 1. If you like the stock into earnings, throw the 2. You cannot abstain. You got to pick one way or another. Let's see where everybody's at again. 1, if you're with me, you don't like the stock. 2, if you do. Spencer, what's your opinion on it?
I'm basically always bearish because one, they make it. They just suck. I mean, they make it impossible to quit, right? I mean,
but that's good though.
No, but that's good. Yeah, it's good from maybe a cash flow point of view, but just from a business point of view, it sucks, and a customer point of view, it sucks. So, I think like years ago, like 10 years ago, I think I had I got like one of those like free. A free week or whatever, or a free month, whatever, at Planet Fitness,
yep.
and getting out of that thing, they suck you in. It was a nightmare.
Do they help you meet your fitness goals?
No one's.
You are fake news.
Yeah, exactly. Burn Planet Fitness. Let's go. Zinger Nation is with me on this one, guys. Round of applause. I'm throwing that one out for you. Oh God, I clicked the wrong folder. There it is. All right, round of applause. Let's go. Y'all are with me on this trade. We'll see what happens again.
All right,
just to be sweating into it, but
hey, I'm keeping tabs. Melvin Capital is now speaking.
All right, let's pull Melvin on, Spencer.
Gabe Plotkin.
We all want to see what Melvin Capital looks like. He's evil.
All right, producer Mitch, producer Ron, can we bring up Melvin Capital and Gabe Plotkin right now?
Yeah, let's see how he's
in this conversation. I understand that part of the focus of this hearing is the decision of stock trading platforms to limit trading.
That's not right.
I want to make clear at the outset that Melvin Capital played absolutely no role in those trading platform decisions. In fact, Melvin closed out all of its positions in GameStop days before the platforms put those limitations in place. Like you, we learned about those limits from news reports. I also want to make clear at the outset that contrary to many reports, Melvin Capital was not bailed out in the midst of these events. Okay. Citadel proactively reached out to become a new investor, similar to the investments others make in our funds. It was an opportunity for Citadel to buy low and earn returns for its investors if and when our fund's value went up. To be sure, Melvin was managing through a difficult time, but we always had margin excess and we were not seeking a cash infusion. I'm here testifying today far removed from my background. I grew up in a middle-class family in Portland, Maine. I went to public high school, studied hard, and got into it.
We don't need that. Come
get
on.
him off the screen, Spencer. Come on.
That's enough of that. I will say, did you all see that Gabe Plotkin was actually one of the highest paid hedge fund managers last year in 2020?
Yeah, well, that's not going to be the case for 2021.
So here's some data from Bloomberg. Gabe Plotkin earned $846 million. That's a combination of performance fees and gains on his personal investments. $846 million last year. That puts him in the top 15. He's actually number 15.
Wait. You have Citadel on there? Where's KG?
Where's KG? I'm glad you asked, Luke. Good instincts. KG, Ken Griffin, is number 5 on the list with $1.8 billion in income from, again, performance fees and investment growth. So $1.8 billion.
That's a big tax bill.
In earnings for Ken Griffin, $846 million in earnings for Gabe Plotkin, infinity earnings for Roaring Kitty.
All right, and guys, I just want to bring up again the ridiculousness of this hearing today, right?
So
you got two of the top 15 earners basically in the entire world talking about market structure. You have the CEO of Reddit who has no idea. And then you've got the dude you got the dude from Reddit. I mean, deep effing value. Roaring Kitty is there, the man of the people. I mean, it's such a charade, right? They're obviously doing it to get the buzzwords. I mean, I turned on CNN today to see if CNN would be talking about it. They've mentioned GameStop several times today. So we'll see.
All right, we do have our first guest here, Luke. All right,
I was ready to pitch another stock. So you're telling me to hold off for a minute. I've got a new stock I'm going to add to the portfolio live on the show today.
Just hold off on that for a minute if you can. I want to bring on our guest, Zeke Thomas. We're going to get away from this nonsense, this GameStop nonsense for a second. We'll come back to it. Zeke Thomas joining us now on the Power Hour. Zeke, how are we doing?
Hey, everybody.
Zeke, how many shares of GameStop do you own right now?
How many shares of GameStop do I own right now? 0.
He's the smart one. Shit. Why do we listen to him?
0.
Spencer and I bought a shit ton of GameStop.
No, we did not buy a shit ton of GameStop.
I did.
I bought double-digit shares of GameStop. It's not. You're done. All right, Zeke, what's going on, man? What's on your radar here today?
Still hear me?
Oh wait, we hear you. I think we lost you, but we got you back. We hear you.
All right, great. Well, I was advised to put on my headphones, so they're.
Wait, we lost you again.
Wait, Zeke, the Bluetooth. Oh, short Bluetooth. Forget this.
Bluetooth. Yeah, all the Bluetooth component stocks. We lost you again.
Oh, no. We got him back.
Oh, man. Shoot. Nope.
Keep going, Zeke. Wait a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
there we
got
go.
him back.
All
right, let's do it.
All right, you got me back.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Clear. Oh, Jesus.
So,
wait, hold on. Spencer,
okay.
I got the appropriate
Now talk
music.
to me.
All right, Zeke, can you read lips?
Test.
Zeke,
hello?
Zeke, can you read lips?
Gosh darn. Are you in here?
Hello? If you can read, that's good music.
I'm coming back.
Zeke, you got me.
Why? Why aren't you working?
All right. Well, while Zeke is going on,
the Who Wants a Millionaire theme for a fun fact: 2 minutes 37 seconds. That's pretty long.
Okay,
we got two minutes for this.
The co-founder of Reddit just hopped on.
All right, let's see what he looks like. I just want to know what all these people look like. I'm gonna rate their hair from best to worst. So right now we've got Vlad has been on. We've got Gabe has been on.
Community has since evolved into a vast network of many thousands of communities.
Gotta update his name. Shit. I'll do that.
Topics
Come on
like
now,
news,
Spencer. You got to be better with these names.
To support. For example, our unemployment community has become a source of support for hundreds
They're
of
all
thousands.
just talking to themselves. Zeke, are you back with us?
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm turning off
All
the
right.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme. It's 2 minutes, 37 seconds long. We had 1minute, 28 seconds left. So we made it within the time. So all right, I'm feel good about that.
Awesome. Great. Well,
Zeke, what's on your radar here today?
Talking about GameStop and stocks, I'm happy to be here with you guys. Obviously, my name is Zeke Thomas. I represent Isaiah International, and we did just make a big play in terms of stocks. We invested in One World Pharma, and One World Pharma is trading on the OTC stock exchange.
What's the ticker there?
I got it, Spencer. Come on, you
Okay. All right. Give me a break.
Oh, there it is.
One World Pharma, baby. Let's go.
There it is. Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
And yeah, talk to us about the investment. So it was a $3 million investment that was made, correct?
Correct.
All right, and tell us a little bit about the thought process behind it, why you like the company, etc.
So the thought process behind it is we really see hemp as a forward-thinking business. We were involved with a previous company we talked about a year ago, but we made an exit out of that company for various reasons. Mainly, the main reason being, when you have a CEO like my father who has a vast experience in terms of working with bringing products to retail.
Hey, wait, real fast. Tell us who your dad is. I don't know if the listeners know.
Isaiah Thomas, NBA Hall of Famer, Isaiah Thomas, who's also, again, a terrific businessman in terms of now we are 4 years into our main product, which is champagne, Sherlon champagne.
Champagne.
And it's sugar-free, correct?
Everybody needs champagne.
Is it sugar-free?
It is sugar-free.
Oh, look at who's got the facts. Come on now.
It is sugar-free.
Wait. If you Google sugar-free champagne, Benzinga is the first result. Just throwing that out there. That's the project I worked on. That's how I know this fact. Let's go. Hold on. Sound effects. Okay.
I love it.
All right.
I love it. But we really saw One World Pharma in terms of the ability to be vertically integrated and be able to really make a home base in Colombia. Again, you get 3 turns of the sun. We do see an upcoming problem that U.S. growers will have in terms of their infrastructure, in terms of power, in terms of energy. Cannabis is taking up a lot of the power grid, and we see that as a problem for indoor grows. That expense, us being able to grow our product outside, again, naturally outside, you get 3 turns of the sun, 3 turns of the soil, and our geneticists are really working on coming up with some strong ideas and strong plays to really better health. Again, this time last year, and still we entered into NBA teams with our muscle gel. We are still doing that, although actively not in the retail space. We still are being used by many NBA teams in terms of getting CBD product into leagues and showing the benefits. Much like actually the coronavirus vaccine, I am finding many CBD doubters in minority communities, which is interesting to educate them on the benefits of CBD, CBG, and the other cannabinoids in our endocannabinoid system, because it's not just THC that has healing properties, which it does, as your viewers know. I just want many people to know that we are in the cannabis space and we are wanting to supply people and keep going.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second, Zeke, just to update the listeners that Keith Gill, a.k.a. Roaring Kitty, a.k.a. Deep Fucking Value, is speaking now.
All right, wait. We got to put him on the screen. Zeke, sorry. This is going to take 2 seconds. This is the most important stock market story of the year. GameStop getting some volume. Let's effing go.
I'm not a cat. I am not an institutional investor.
Producer.
Nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver, and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a.
All right, I already read that, to be honest with you. So,
Spencer, give us like another 1 minute. This is he started with "I'm not a cat."
Okay.
Okay.
From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife Caroline and I were thrilled that I had.
You want to hear all this?
All right, no, that's enough. All right, I've had my taste, dude. He started with "I'm not a cat." I mean, that's amazing. Zeke, if you're not up to speed on the story, basically what's happening right now is we're having a congressional hearing about GameStop, right? And
as there should be. I mean,
as there should be.
But also, I do want to say that you gotta empower the. I love the power of the regular investor and of people just saying, you know what, we're gonna short this market. We're gonna go for it. We are gonna take the big financial institutions on. I'm just telling everybody out there, don't short my stock, please don't.
I just can't believe that like we're at a point where a guy who's basically like a Reddit hero is testifying in front of Congress because the internet like fucked with the market so bad. I mean,
in 2020, going into 2021, there are a lot of things that.
And look at this, they are rallying GameStop. I called it at the top of the show. Let's
they're
go.
not. Are they really?
They are rallying the stock.
Luke,
I told you guys.
Luke, am I in the black yet? Am I in the black? I think I'm in the black.
You're in the black, baby. Come on, we're making money.
Congratulations.
Oh my god.
Keep it going. $60. Let's go.
Jeez. All right, Zeke. I want to go back to what we were just talking about here. Why do you think so many athletes and former athletes have gotten into cannabis?
The main reason why I think so many athletes and former athletes, and even when you're talking about actors and entertainers, is the only outlet that mainly minority people of color or classified Black people had of the opportunity to make wealth was through sports and entertainment. And now in reinvesting that wealth, seeing the opportunity that cannabis presents to create generational wealth and the possibility to truly help and uplift many communities out of poverty, I think that is one of the main things that encourages athletes and people in sports entertainment to get into the space. Yes, you see the Al Harringtons, you see Chris Webber just launched a fund, my father, obviously, and so forth, and Mike Tyson, and so forth, and so on. But a lot of these athletes that I mentioned also had severe injuries. Severe injuries. I mean, Mike Tyson, he's a boxer. His whole body's broken up.
Yeah, no
My
kidding.
dad tore his Achilles and can only move his wrist like halfway. Al Harrington tore his ACL.
Yeah.
So you have all of these athletes involved in the space who also deal with pain management and dealt with opioids and dealt with trying to figure out different ways to feel better. So I think that this space, this cannabis space, although it had a lot of stigma around it, as I said, you're able to educate many communities, especially athletes, that, hey, let's try this CBD or THC balm on your injury instead of OxyContin. Why not? Let's just give it a go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just want to note as Zeke was talking, GameStop got through 47. It's not back up below it, but Roaring Kitty is driving the stock higher. This hilarious. All right, there's no
wait. Roaring Kitty, he's testifying to Congress. He has a poster in the background with the cat hanging, and it says "Hang in there."
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Which is your favorite Stallone cutout you have behind you?
Probably which way? That one, because
he's the champ.
We have no
and he's shirtless. Spencer's into that.
One of our coworkers, who is a boomer, Joel Elconin, he told me that this was not appropriate to have up on camera, and
that's
I was
what
like,
I'm saying.
And I was like, Joel, what are you talking about?
Joel.
What do you mean? It's freaking Rocky. What do you mean it's not appropriate to have on camera?
The icon, that's Stallone.
Yeah. No, I don't know what he was talking about.
All right, then now I got to do a follow up and ask you, what's your favorite Rocky movie?
That's a tough one. I mean, Rocky 2 is like
Rocky 2.
Wait, which one is 2? Is that Russia?
2 is
it's 4, man. Wait. 4 ended the Cold War. So
yes, 4 ended the Cold War. You can love us, and we can love you.
That's it.
Pretty good.
That was a great impression.
That was pretty good. Wait, but what's the order of the movies? Number 1 is Apollo Creed. Is that right?
1 and 2.
Yes, number 1 is Apollo Creed. He loses.
Okay,
Yeah.
2 is Apollo
Creed. He wins.
3.
Number 3,
Mr. T.
I pity the fool. Hey, Balboa.
Okay, that was maybe even better. 4 ends the Cold War. Okay.
4 is Ivan Drago. 5 is Tommy, his apprentice guy.
But the best appearance is the fake Don King character.
Yeah.
Only in America. You touch me, I'll sue.
Forgot all about that. That's funny. That's good, man. That's good. That was a really good. That was a good Rocky post Ivan Drago impression right there. It's really good.
Yes.
If he dies.
Oh my god.
He dies.
Yeah, we do need a.
All right, now I covered all the movies.
That was funny. That was really funny.
All right, but Zeke, let me ask one more question about One World. In terms of next catalyst, next things that we're going to be looking out from the company, what is that, and when can we expect to hear it?
Well, the next things I think that you'll be looking for from the company is we are definitely exploring partnerships in the auto industry, as well as
in the auto industry. Is that what you said?
Yes, we're really focused on hemp replacing plastics. That's what we are focused on. Ooh, we're stock going up. Yeah,
there we go.
All right, everyone chill. Everybody chill.
That's definitely a focus of ours. Obviously, supplying.
I would imagine that's hard to break into the auto industry because it's just so big and so old.
100%. I mean, you're fighting. We're fighting the war of climate right in front of us. Every day we're fighting it. So hemp has a tremendous chance, and really it is something that really can take CO2 out of the atmosphere. So yes, automakers alike and other industries are looking at ways to become more eco-centric. I mean, obviously everyone wants to save the planet just like everybody wants to make a buck. It's just what matters more. And I see you're seeing a lot of these corporations start to plan ahead as to how they can really roll plastic out of their industry.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that the auto move is realistic. I mean, it would be amazing. I mean, it would be so cool.
I mean, we're talking mats, we're talking seats. We're not talking,
I just want to be clear.
You're not going to have a weed car moving down the street.
I just want to be clear.
I mean, I get it. I'm not thinking, we got the wheels are made of weed. I mean, I get it. Yeah, seats, mats.
No, someone in the chat out of this, like the exhaust won't be like weed smoke, right?
Exactly.
That'd be pretty funny though.
We'll still need either electric or gas.
Gas. That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I can only do so much.
All right, Zeke Thomas, thanks a lot, man.
No, thank you guys for having me. I love coming on with you guys. You guys always crack me up. So please invite me back.
All right.
All right.
See ya.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man. That was
All right.
fun.
Oh, it was fun.
All right. That was fun as hell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And GameStop is going to the highs, baby. Let's go. 48. We have 48. Do we have 49? Spencer Israel. Come
Dude,
on, baby.
I'm on a 1 minute chart. I'm never on a 1 minute chart, but we're at 48. It's crazy.
If GameStop screws me and I miss on Planet Fitness, this is going to be literally the worst trading day of my life. So I need at least one of them to hit. And we got SPY down a %. I mean, it's a bloodbath in my portfolio today. At last check, we were down 5 bands. Let's see. Yeah, we're still down.
Wait, Luke, I want to interrupt you. Producer Mitch or Rohan, can we bring on the stream here again? Because we've got some Q&A. Maxine Waters is not having it.
Let's go. This is what we're waiting on.
She's not
baby.
having it.
The Q&A is where it's at.
She's not having it.
I stand by my statement. The additional capital we raised wasn't to meet capital requirements or deposit requirements.
Gentlemen,
Excuse me.
I'm reclaiming my time. This liquidity problem had real consequences for your customers, but I wonder if they were all that surprised. Between December 2019 and December 2020, Robinhood customers experienced monetary losses due to system outages. Customer accounts were reportedly compromised. The firm repeatedly failed to testify its best execution obligations, and it misled its customers regarding its revenue sources. It seems retail investors often get a bad deal at Robinhood. Mr. Tanid, also, while you testified today that, quote, Robinhood's customers benefit greatly from payment for order flow, quote, unquote, in December 2020, the SEC charged Robinhood for not disclosing that it was getting paid to send customer trades to Citadel Securities and other market makers, and for not seeking the best terms for its customers' orders. Robinhood provided
it was going to be so tough.
Such inferior trade prices, it cost your customers over $34 million. Is your testimony
Get to the question.
after Robinhood paid? Is it your testimony after Robinhood paid the SEC $65 million to settle those charges that this conflict of interest is in your customers' best interest? Yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, first, let me say regulatory compliance is at the center of everything that we do. We've made mistakes in the past. I'm not claiming that.
Answer yes or no to that question.
Answer yes or no.
So Citadel Securities is an important counterparty. Nobody's denying that. The reason that
Gentlemen, can I answer yes or no? I'm reclaiming my time.
Go on
Meanwhile,
all right,
Mr.
whoever
Griffin,
puts the best
Citadel's
joke
role
during
in
this
event
this
also
today
raises
in the chat is getting a Benzinga Pro for
It's going to go on like this all day.
Citadel
Keep
Securities
doing
pays
yes or no. You're
Robinhood
not going to answer.
millions of dollars to process trades by Robinhood's customers. This relationship gives Citadel Enterprise key non-public information as to direction and volume of trades by retail investors. Your firm makes use of private exchanges,
K20's got it right,
and other off-exchange trading.
This is hilarious. Nothing's going to come of this.
Without moving the market against you. In fact, at some point last month, 50% of all trades occurred in dark pools.
Get to the question. What is the question?
Off-exchange trades. Your business strategy is designed intentionally to undermine market transparency and skim profits from companies and other investors. One problem, though, Mr. Griffin, is that we don't really know how central your firm has become to the capital markets. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel handle 47% of the U.S. listed retail volume? Please, yes or no?
Yes or no?
Excuse me, Chairman Waters, what percentage? I couldn't hear that number.
47%.
So, Chairman Waters, to the best
yes or no?
So beyond, best of my knowledge, we handle in excess of roughly 40% of all retail volume.
Thank you very much for reclaiming my time. Mr. Griffin, on January 27, did Citadel execute 7.4 billion shares for retail investors, which would be more trades than the average daily volume of the entire United States equities market in 2019? Yes or no?
Chairman Waters, that was by written and oral testimony.
Read the testimony.
Thank you very
That's
much.
what he just said.
And
He
with
just
that,
said read the testimony.
I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanab, I'm going to come to you first. I just want to get to what happened on that day in January. So let's take a step back here. You get a call in the middle of the night, according to what I've heard you in interviews say. And based off that conversation with your compliance team, you decided to halt the buying of GameStop stock. People were furious. We'll get into the regulations and the settlement parts of that today. We will get to that. But this is what I think needs to be answered about your decision.
Why is it light up on the screen?
Restrict the buying, but not the selling of GameStop. And why did folks get locked out on the buy side only?
Ranking Member McHenry, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. The reason that Robinhood, first of all, let me say Robinhood is always committed to providing access. It's in our name. It's in everything that we do. The decision to restrict GameStop and other securities was driven purely by deposit and collateral requirements imposed by our clearinghouses. So buying securities increases our collateral requirements. Selling does not. Moreover, preventing customers from selling is a very difficult and painful experience where customers are unable to access their money. So we don't want to impose that type of experience on our customers unless we have no other choice. And even though I recognize customers were very upset and disappointed that we had to do this, I imagine it would have been significantly worse if we prevented customers from selling.
We're not going to see them on the same screen today.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Is payment for order flow
are they the
legal?
same person?
Yes.
I'd rather be
order flow is
right
legal and regulated and a common industry.
And is this disclosed to those users of your app?
Yes, payment for order flow is disclosed in multiple places. And moreover, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. And that's why it's become the industry standard model, as other brokerages have replicated our model and started offering commission-free trading to their customers as well.
Okay, so to that,
I wonder if he's going to drop names.
Greater point of what happened that day and the model that you're using. Let's be crystal clear. That decision you made to restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop was based. What was it based on? Pressure from anyone on the witness panel here today?
Not at all. Zero pressure from anyone. It was a collateral depository requirement decision made by our Robinhood Securities president.
All right.
Who's that guy? Name drop that guy.
Let me get in this question. You want to democratize finance. You want to open up Wall Street to retail investors. You say that Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all. So let's talk about that. So yes or no, can a Robinhood customer invest in Robinhood, the company?
Robinhood's currently a private company, so that's not possible. No.
How does Facebook make money?
So you mean to tell me that people that use your platform that make you a successful company, and I would say directly contribute to your company's exponential growth and success, they don't get the same access to equity shares as a Robinhood employee or your institutional investors. Is that correct?
Currently, that is correct. Yes.
All right, Ms. Schultz, let me.
What he wants to say is, dude, we're trying to have a freaking IPO next month.
Why is it that everyday investors?
I'm muting that for a second because he's just gonna go. He's gonna go to the regulators, and I don't really know. If we
all right, so Spencer, do you want to pitch a stock or do you want me to pitch a stock?
What you were about to pitch a second one, and then you kind of got cut off.
So we're gonna do it if we got to 600 likes, which is really not many. We're not even there. Jesus Christ! All right, we got a lot of companies.
It's because we cannibalized our stream with the second stream.
Well, whose idea was that, Spencer? Whose idea was that?
May have been mine. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you on that.
All right. So should I give my new stock ideas, Spence?
Yes.
All right. You guys might be part of this one. I actually heard it pitched yesterday and today but I am hopping on the bandwagon officially. Let's get a drum roll for this new ticker. All right, MP Materials ticker MP Mike Papa. That's right. That is the stock that I'm just about to add to the live portfolio here on the Power Hour. Maybe I won't be able to because my portfolio is down so much today. They won't let me borrow more money. But we'll see. We're gonna go ahead and add MP to the live portfolio. Basically, this is our rare earth metals play. Right. So this company, it's a US based company that produces rare earth metals. Right. These are the things that go in semiconductors. They go in batteries. They go in EVs. Right. They enable a lot of the new tech that we deal with in our everyday lives right now. The reason why I like this stock in particular, and I'm bullish on the sector as a whole, right? The demand for rare earth metals is only going to increase over time. The reason why I like this stock in particular is because they are US based. Right, you've got China limiting exports of these. You've got Biden saying for defense reasons we need to find U.S. solutions for these. Again, you got EVs are only going to become bigger. Shout out Ford, my 2021 stock pick of the year, making some money on Ford. But again, demand is only going to increase for the sector. This is the U.S. based play for the stock. Is the stock expensive right now? Yes, the stock is very expensive right now. A lot of people are in it in the same way that I'm into it. Right, late is the answer there. So I'm starting with a small position, guys. Like I mentioned, I bought a ton of GameStop. I'm not buying a ton of this one right now. I'm going to start with a starter position. I'm still generally a little bit worried about markets as a whole. So I don't want to be 110, 120% long. But I am going to take a starter position in this one. If the market sells off, will I add to this position? Yes. Right. We're going to start off with just, maybe 100 shares or so, 50 shares. And get this one going. Do I want to accumulate more than that? Yes, I think this company is the future. I think this company is super bright. Within the next couple of years, this stock should rip. So there is the deal. MP Materials is the one that I'm in. Guys, in the chat, if you like this stock or you're in it now, throw me the 1. If you do not like it, you think it's too run up, too expensive, throw me the 2. Spencer, where are you at with this name? And I will say, guys, if this adds some weight, this is a Chris Catchy stock. Chris, probably the best reporter that we have here at Benzinga. He likes this one as well. What?
We got a lot of good reporters. I mean, that's not shit on everyone else.
I didn't shit on everyone else.
All right.
Spencer.
Okay.
Asshole.
All right.
All right. Chris is probably the number 19 reporter that we have here at Benzinga
like
for Spencer. We've got 20 in total, him being 20.
I'm 20, yeah. I'm definitely last.
But Spencer, what do you think of this one?
You know what? Until you started talking, I really hadn't looked into it a ton. I'm gonna put it on my watch list just to keep an eye. I just saw someone in the chat say like it's too expensive, but
I said it's too expensive.
Oh, you did?
Clearly not listening.
Sorry. You're right, because I've got Representative Caroline Maloney in one ear and you in the other.
All right, Spencer, hold on. I got the perfect sound for you.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yes, I said it's too expensive. Chat seems pretty mixed on this one.
What is that
we got a lot of ones, a lot of people who like this name. We got a lot of 2s, people saying the thing is too run up, it's too overvalued. Again, I am in agreement. It's overvalued. I really like this name for the long term. Again, I'm going to take a starter position. I'm not running to the bank to pull out cash to buy this thing and throw it now. I agree. It's super expensive. And that's why I'm hanging out with it. When it pulls back, if it pulls back, yes, we're absolutely going to be adding to the position all the way down, averaging down. Always like to average down on stocks that I own. And actually, Spencer, you know what might make sense here?
What?
Is selling puts on this thing. I've got to relog into my brokerage account, so maybe you can stall for a second. But let me log in. Maybe we sell some puts on this stock. I sort of like that.
I'm going into my Fidelity account to try to find where because I want to tell you about a stock I bought that I haven't talked a ton about, but I don't remember the price I bought it at, and I'm trying to get that up right now.
Which one is it? One World? Do you like One World? One World?
No. Like my stock is like too mainstream.
No, but I'm asking a different question.
It's not One World, no.
Oh my God, I get it. You're still listening to Maxine Waters instead of Hot Stocks Luke. But I'm saying, what do you have a take on that one? I think that the autoplay is interesting. I mean, if they get an auto deal, that goes from 50 cents to fucking $20, right?
Look,
There's no doubt about that.
I like as a rule of thumb, I don't play around with stocks that are that low priced. Do what works for you. It's not really for me. If you like the 50-cent stocks that trade, on the OTC markets, have at it. But it's not.
Shout out OTC markets.
Not really my. I'm not against OTC markets, nor am I against like low price stocks per se. But it's just like
not for you.
No, it's not for me. You know what I mean? Not for me.
And Spencer, can you give us a lesson? Can you do some education for us?
Yeah.
So OTC markets is not an exchange, but correct?
Right. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of regulators, OTC markets is not an exchange. It is
what the heck is it?
It's a marketplace, right? It's subject to regulation. It's a marketplace. I don't remember what the exact legalese is, but it's essentially a, think about an exchange, right? You place an order. This is how it ideally works. You place an order through your broker. Your broker routes that order. If they don't do it internally, their broker routes that order maybe to a Citadel, who then jumps you in the queue, and eventually your order will get to an exchange and then come back out. You get matched with a buyer and seller on the exchange. That's not how it works in OTC markets, right? It's much more decentralized. There is no central location. It's a broker to broker thing, right? That's why it can be harder to buy and sell stocks that don't trade, or any security for that matter, that doesn't trade on an exchange. And so, because like Robinhood, I don't think you can buy and sell companies that trade OTC. A lot of
text Maxine Waters right now, and maybe she'll ask for us.
A lot of institutional investors are prohibited from buying and selling companies that don't trade on the exchanges. I myself own 4 cannabis stocks that trade on OTC markets. They do not trade on the exchange. They're not allowed to because they touch cannabis, and cannabis is still Schedule I drug. When that day comes, when it is legalized federally, those companies will uplist to the exchange. It'll open them up for more investment, but until then, that's not how it works. They're prohibited by law from trading on an exchange. So, as far as the companies that you think about, the types of companies that trade on OTC markets, it's a lot, right? There are some like shit companies. There are some total scammy companies on there. There are companies that are going through bankruptcy, right? Like JCPenney still trades. You can still buy JCPenney stock.
Shout out JCP.
If you wanted to. I don't know why you would, but if you wanted to, it's there. It's also a place where a lot of like foreign companies.
What's the JCPenney ticker?
I think it's JCPNQ.
We got Belinda asking. We got to answer it for Belinda.
I think it's JC. Is it JCP?
Oh, look.
JCPNQ. Oh no, it went off the board in January. All right, you can't do it anymore. Sorry, guys. But a lot of international companies that trade primarily overseas will have a secondary market, a secondary pool in the U.S. Right. So like I'm talking like big companies, right? Like Tencent trades in the U.S. but trades on OTC market, which means they don't really want to go through the hassle of like listing on an exchange, right? You just walk away. All right, that's fine. Let's take him off the screen there. Companies like Tencent and Nintendo and Adidas, they list on their primary exchange in their home market, whether that's in Europe or Asia. They don't want to deal with the they don't want to pay the exchanges essentially, the NYSE or the Nasdaq to list again in the U.S. The way they see it is like, look, we're already listed in our home country. We don't want to deal with that again. We're just going to put our security on OTC markets, and therefore some U.S. investors will be able to buy and sell our security. Luke, what are you doing? Just walking behind me. So the class of companies that will trade on OTC markets, it runs the gamut, right? You get some like super large conglomerates that are international, that just don't want to list on the NYSE or the Nasdaq, and you get some like real like companies that you do not want to have any part of. So you really got to do your homework, know what you're buying, know what you're owning, for anything that goes for anything, but especially for OTC markets, because it really can run the gamut there of companies that just don't want to be on exchange or they can't. For whatever reason, they can't. Whether they don't meet the requirements, they got kicked off, they're going through bankruptcy. There's a number of reasons why. So you really want to be careful there. Thoughts on MedMen? Yes, that is one. MedMen is actually one that I almost bought about 2 years ago. I wanted to buy MedMen. After watching, I kind of got sucked into an investor presentation, and it was really good. And I thought about buying it. I'm glad I didn't. The ticker is MMNFF. I'm glad I didn't. But their whole pitch at the time was, we are in the most valuable. We have the most valuable real estate. We're in the best locations for retail. That was their pitch. Hasn't quite worked out for them. If you look at like the 3-year chart, I remember looking at this thing back at like $6. Again, I never pulled the trigger. Lucky for me, I guess. If you are long MedMen, I haven't looked at any presentations that they've done for a while, but check out what their most recent earnings reports, because I remember their pitch at the time was, "Hey, cannabis is retail, and we have like the primo real estate. We have the best real estate, the best locations for retail in Times. They're like in Times Square. They're in California. I don't know what happened with the company in the last year or two. I haven't looked into it, but that was their pitch at the time. It doesn't look like it's working out for them too well. Okay,
Spencer. Let's go back to MP.
What?
MP.
Yeah, you just pitched that.
All right. I said the stock was expensive. The chat said the stock was expensive. So rather than
wait, hold on. When you say expensive, though, what do you mean?
Like on a multiple basis, right?
Okay, so expensive on a valuation basis, like price to earnings.
Yes. What else could I possibly mean, Spency?
I'm clarifying for the chat because the chat might.
Okay. All right, not for you. That's fine. I'm like, if you don't know what I mean, then I don't know what we're doing.
Because the chat might hear you and say $42 is not that expensive, but that's not what you mean. You're not talking about the price.
I'm talking about you're paying up for earnings, you're paying up for revenue versus peers. Again, I'm bullish on the sector. I like the fact that this thing is in the U.S. That's why I like it. So what I'm going to do, Spencer, I said we're taking a starter position. Instead of buying shares outright, I'm going to go ahead and sell puts against this stock. And let me explain that mechanism again. I've done it a handful of times. People always seem to like it. So basically, when I sell puts on a stock, that means I'm getting synthetically long that stock, right? I make money when the stock price goes up. Okay. And so let me share. Oh, I'm already sharing my screen. Perfect. Yep. That gives me a step. Okay. So what I'm looking at right here is the $35 strike puts expiring 29 days from now, right? So these are in March. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click this contract, right? I'm going to sell 2 contracts, right? At a limit price of $2.05. Okay. So let's talk about what happens when we do this.
Yep.
So with $2.05 per contract, right? And there's 100 shares in the contract. So that means I'm going to get $205 credited to my account right away. Okay. And then I'm going to sell 2 contracts. So that means I'm going to have $410 cash deposited into my account today as soon as that contract fills. All right. That's what I'm getting here. Here's sort of the 2 scenarios, right? If the price of MP stays above $35 29 days from now, so it's at 35 or higher, right? Can run up from where it is now, can go down a little bit, but as long as it's above $35, I walk away with my $410. Great cash, have it, take it, use it, invest in something else, maybe more GameStop. Okay. If the price drops below $35, right? So let's say the price goes to $20 a share. I'm forced to buy 200 shares because, again, we're doing 2 contracts. Each contract represents 100 shares, but I'm forced to buy 200 shares of the stock at $35 per share. So I'm down on it, right? Because I'm getting that $2 per share, really the place where I start losing money is when the stock is 33 and below. But again, I'm saying that the stock is expensive. I'm saying I want to put a starter position on it. I only sell puts in scenarios where I believe in the company long term. I want to hold this stock for years. And And so again, that's why I'm choosing to sell puts on this one. Never sell puts on a stock where you guys aren't in it for the long run. So check this out. Again, we're selling 2 contracts, $35 strike. That's 15% where the stock is trading now. So if I do have to buy the shares, I'll have to buy them cheaper than what the stock is currently trading at. I'm gonna hit submit sell order. Bada bing, bada boom, and we are filled. There is the trade, guys. I said I was doing a new ticker today. We made it a little bit more fun. Instead of just buying the stock, we sold puts against it. Let's go.
Hey, wait, producer Rohan, can we bring on the stream here? Because Ken Griffin is being asked some very good questions about order flow and how they fill certain orders and execution quality.
Let me repeat. 2 identical orders come in. Same stock, same quantity. One's from Robinhood, one's from Fidelity. What happens?
The quality of the execution varies by the channel of the order. This is a commonly understood phenomena in economics that channels matter. So for example, when you go get a mortgage from JP Morgan to their clientele has a different rate of interest than a mortgage.
Okay, let me reclaiming my time, sir. Who gets the better deal? The one that comes from a broker who is being paid for order flow, and one not. Can you testify that on balance, there is no difference, assuming the same size of the order?
So as I said earlier, size of the order is only one factor.
You are doing a great job of wasting my time. If you're going to filibuster, you should run for the Senate. Everyone else I've talked to in this industry says when you pay for order flow, you get when your broker is being paid for order flow, you get a worse execution. Otherwise, you're in a peculiar circumstance where you're making more money on a Fidelity transaction than a Robinhood transaction, which would be an absurd business practice.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lucas, you're recognized for 5.
All right. One question. Let's give this guy a shot. Let's hear one question from him.
All right, Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for agreeing to testify. It's been reported that approximately 20% of market volume is now attributable to retail customers, which I think is just fascinating considering that's up from 10% in 2019. And that's an overwhelmingly positive development, allowing for more market liquidity, more stability, additional avenues for households to grow their wealth. And it's important to increase market access for retail customers.
This guy's in Congress.
And I don't want to disrupt that if we possibly can. So I'd like to turn with my first question to Mr. Tennant. Let's talk about the attention that this pay for order flow has received. You explained in your testimony, Robinhood's relationship with market makers is important for Robinhood's ability to offer commission-free trading. So expand, if you would, on how that process benefits the everyday investor, and just expand in general on that, if you would.
Congressman, I'd be happy to. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. So as I mentioned in my written testimony, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. Prior to Robinhood changing the industry standard model to be commission-free, most brokers collected a commission on top of the payment for order flow on every transaction. Now, Robinhood routes to market makers, including Citadel Execution Services. We've got 7 in total across equities and options. And we route without consideration for payment for order flow. All payment for order flow arrangements are uniform across the market makers. And our system routes orders based on who provides the best execution quality for our customers.
Wait, Spencer, we got to break it.
Citadel gets a relatively high
news just now?
Yes, I got breaking news just now.
What do you got?
David in the chat said Vlad does have nice hair. We've had literally dozens of comments today making fun of Vlad's hair. Look at this. Somebody coming in for Vlad saying he's got nice hair.
I just don't like what it looks like. He looks like a 70s haircut. Why would he have his hair like that? I just don't understand. Also, can we agree? It is such a shame that this hearing is forced to be virtual. Wouldn't you love if they were all in the same room together? Like Ken Griffin, Vlad the Impaler, Roaring Kitty, like 1, 2, 3. That would just be like the best.
Yes, dude. If you have Roaring Kitty, I want Roaring Kitty and Melvin Capital to sit right next to each other.
Gabe Plotkin seated next to Roaring Kitty. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that would be amazing. You know, like you got this dude in his mid-20s, early 30s, cost Gabe literally billions of dollars.
Yeah.
You know, made himself a couple M's. You know, I mean, that would be the ultimate stunt. Wearing his cat shirt. Come on now.
Okay,
That's what we need.
But also, would it even be possible for Vlad and Roaring Kitty to be in the same room together?
Because they may or may not be the same person. I think that's very likely. Again, the Benzinga news team has not independently confirmed that. You know, so you know, we don't know. We don't have a confirmation there.
I've got to say, by and large, I'm underwhelmed by this hearing. I have.
Yeah, but we need more questions for Kitty. Come on.
Yeah, no one's asked Roaring Kitty any questions right now, or maybe we should agree how do we want to address him. Do we want to call him deep fucking value, Roaring Kitty, or by his name, Keith Gill? What is the
DFV is my opinion.
DFV? All right.
DFV. Yeah, let's what's not Dinger Nation. How should we be referring to Roaring Kitty? Should it be DFV, deep fucking value, Roaring Kitty? What is it? Keith Gill?
Keith Gill is his name.
Keith Gill. All right. So yeah, nobody's gonna vote for that last one.
Someone in the other stream where we're just restreaming the actual hearing just commented Lord Farquaad, and I cannot unsee it for Vlad.
Wait, for Vlad?
Obviously.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good, man.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna deliver for you guys.
That's really funny. Luke, what is this? Luke, zoom in.
I'm zooming.
Yeah,
wait, we got another one. We got comedians in the chat. All right.
I could see a young Professor Snape. Sure, I see it. I see young Snape. Yeah, I see it.
Holy crap! Wait. Spencer, add in the stream. We need the side by side on this.
Well, Vlad's not up on the screen right now.
He will be in like 2 seconds.
He is now.
Put him on. Come on, run this. Make it bigger, Spency. All right, close enough. I mean, come on now. That's pretty damn good.
It's pretty good.
And look at this. Whoever's speaking from the house right now, somebody just jumped in from Maxine, was like a Chris Catchy replica. But seriously, the Snape thing, oh my God. That kills me.
I'm not sure who's speaking right now. I'm not sure who that is. Get his man. The production values of this hearing are worse than Benzinga.
Than Benzinga TV.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But all right, Spency. What time is it?
It's 1:22. We have a guest on in 8 minutes. Our next guest.
Well, we had a 1 o'clock guest, I thought.
Well, we had Zeke on at 12:30. And then no, our 1 o'clock guest was moved to 1:30. That's Trader King.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. All right. So the guest was moved back to 1:30. You know, I guess let's talk some trades. Let's talk some stocks a little bit, Spence. And guys, hit the like on the stream. You know, today we've got some very tough competition. I mean, we're going up against Roaring Kitty. That's what the whole world is watching. We're bringing you just the interesting cuts, right? You don't have to sit through all the boring BS, right? Just the interesting parts. So like the stream, share the stream. Refined Warrior did it. Shout out Refined Warrior as always. There we go.
Can I offer up a stock? It's a much more mainstream stock than you all are used to on this show.
Yes, Spencer, you never pitch stocks. Let's get it, baby.
Sorry. All right.
Come on now.
I want to talk about Starbucks. Why I'm long Starbucks.
Okay.
I know consumer staple or restaurant. It's boring. I bought Starbucks after reading an article last year about Panera's subscription business. If you recall, last February, right before the pandemic, Panera launched a subscription coffee business.
Interesting.
And Panera is not public anymore, so they don't have to release any data about it if they don't want to. But there was an article about how it's going for them last July, in restaurant business online. And in the first 6 months, Panera added 750,000 people to its coffee subscription thing at $9 a month. It's $9 a month to get unlimited coffee. And they had 750,000.
Wait, how many people they had? 750,000?
Yeah, in the first 6 months.
All right. Okay. So that's $7 million a month. That's 84 million a year. 81 million.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. So and they said their digital loyalty, that's not relevant. So anyway, so I saw that number, 750,000 people and $9 a month, and all it gets you is unlimited coffee, right? So what does that mean? You go into Panera, you get your free coffee, and you get a sandwich. You get something else, right? So I thought, why wouldn't Starbucks do the same thing? And at the time, Starbucks was at like $90. I think when I bought this, somewhere in the 80s, mid 80s. I can't remember the exact price. And I bought it thinking like there's no reason Starbucks wouldn't do this, considering that Panera is having so much success. Why wouldn't Starbucks also just launch their own subscription? You talk about Planet Fitness being a subscription play. Starbucks could be a subscription play too, right? So you get that recurring revenue. I just don't. It seems like so logical to me. And we've seen companies.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We've seen companies in the past get like the stocks get a boost when they announce a subscription, right? Like what happened? Like look at Walmart. Walmart announced Walmart Plus, which was their answer to Amazon Prime. Stock went up. All right. A lot of times when these companies announce Disney Plus, right? Stock gap. If you pull up like a 2-year chart of Disney, you see like a big gap on it. That big gap on Disney from like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that was when they announced Disney Plus, right?
Yep.
So stocks go up when companies announce subscription services because Wall Street loves recurring revenue. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark here. I bet you in the next year, Starbucks is going to announce some kind of a subscription service.
Yeah, and guys, in the chat, drop us other tickers you want us to look at, other ticker stocks you want us to talk about. We're going to be bringing on a new guest to get some fresh ideas flowing in just about 5 minutes from now. We're also going to be doing an update on our chat challenge at Zinger Nation going head to head. Andre, what about GameStop Plus?
Wait.
Those are the ideas that I'm talking about.
Can I bring on this overlay?
No, I don't know what an overlay is. Oh, my God.
Do you like it?
Mitch, this is amazing.
That's so funny.
Crap.
Nice job, Mitch.
All right. Spencer, what about Ride? Lordstown Motor. Can we talk about this one? We got a couple people in the chat talking about this. Let's also talk about EBON. That's one that Lizard King pitched yesterday. Did you watch Lizard yesterday?
Yeah.
Lizard's a man, isn't he? He's got such a crew. Shout out Lizard crew. But Ride, Spencer, where are you at on this one? Bull Bear.
I can confirm that the facility exists. I've driven past it before. Right off the highway.
In Michigan here?
What?
In Michigan?
No, in Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah. I've always liked the idea of Lordstown Motors, right? And I like what they're working on. I of course I wish I never bought it. I wish I had. I like the fact that it's held up, right? A lot of these post SPAC merger companies have not held up. This one has, right? If you pull up like a daily chart, you go to like the last year. This one's held up. That says a lot to me. That says volumes, because a lot of these stocks give it all back after the merger, and this one hasn't. And so just from the pure chart, like, you know, a lot of chartists will always tell you, if you're going to pull up a chart, it should speak to you in like a second, right? You should be able to draw your conclusion in a second. And what jumps out to me about this Ride chart is it's held up. A lot of these SPACs have not held up, and this one has. So that alone to me,
Spencer likes this.
That alone to me is a huge vote of confidence.
All right, INSG. That's another one in the chat. I pitched this one recently. Bought it.
I made a great trade. Made a great trade on this thanks to Matt Cole. I sold it a year ago.
That
was a mistake.
This is my 5G stock, right? I only have one. This is it. I think 5G is going to replace the hard lines that go into our homes, into our businesses for Interjet. Inseego makes that possible. They make the modem router combos that pull in the 5G signal out of the air, rebroadcast it as Wi-Fi. That is the future of Internet. Inseego, love this one. All right, Spencer. Next one, XPEV. That's you.
Well, actually, before you do that, can I just play this chat challenge video that we have?
Sure. Singer Nation is going head to head to head to head to head.
Perfect.
I thought that was fun.
All right, one more time. I'm loading up the chat challenge. Come on, everybody's looking at my private documents now, Spencer. It's ridiculous. Okay, Q1 2020. Singer Nation is going head to head to head to head to head.
Perfect.
Thought that was fun. All right, we're gonna get Luke's docs off then until he's doing that. All right, so they were just going in on Ken Griffin and Vlad about Black Swan event. Vlad was just saying how unprepared they were for a Black Swan event. Well, that's kind of the point of a Black Swan event, right? No one's prepared for them. That's what makes them Black Swan events. But we got a hot take right now.
Okay, let's see it. What is it?
He's saying this whole thing is political theater. Let's bring it in here, producer Rohan.
Well, it is.
But we need to have some of these fundamental and important questions answered at the end of the day. And one of the assertions that you've heard already today is that investing is, quote, casino gambling. It's using monopoly funny money. I guess I want to know, is individual retail participation in the marketplace gambling, casino gambling, or using funny money? Mr. Gill, why don't we just start with you?
What kind
Very
of
quickly.
question is that? Vlad.
I don't hear him. So, Mr. Huffman, let's move to you.
No, I believe that investing is investing.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Griffin.
Boom.
I believe the vast majority of retail participation are people saving to meet their dreams.
All right. Mr. Tanev.
Congressman, thank you. As I mentioned in my opening statement, Robinhood customers have essentially made over $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on all of their assets.
Come on, Vlad.
It's thing for them, correct?
Absolutely. It's investing and it's building wealth.
Go back to Mr. Gill.
Yes, of course. I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutionals participate.
Gambling.
Okay, so actually, the business channels had a good question from one of the Reddit readers, which is,
Gill, please.
So you recommended GameStop before. Would you buy their stock now at roughly 45? It started at 48 earlier today.
Here we go.
You were talking about buying it and being happy when it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
Yes! Goat!
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow? That's one of the accusations. People bought into this because they don't know that.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did you buy GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals.
That's what we were waiting for.
Okay. I think that answers it. I believe my time has expired.
Ms. Velasquez?
That's what we were waiting for. That was the moment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Tenet.
I'm going to take her off for now. That was the moment. Would you buy GameStop now? Yes. He said it.
Yeah, baby.
That was it.
He's in it for the fundamentals.
The fundies.
$45. The stock is cheap. Come on, baby.
Oh my God. That's the soundbite they're gonna replay. I hope they replay it.
I mean, that's gonna be the number one post on Wall Street Bets.
That was fantastic.
Yes.
That was fantastic.
Come on, baby.
He likes the stock. He likes the stock. That's what he said.
Keep it up there. Let's go.
I do want to go to our guest here in a second, Luke.
All right, but I want to do our chat challenge, baby.
Yeah, all right, do that now, and then we'll go to our guest.
All right, you introduce the chat challenge. I introduce it every single time when it's just me and Jason. You've never gotten to introduce the chat challenge. Why don't you take a crack at it?
No, don't put this on me, Ricky Bobby. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
All right, so the chat challenge, guys, we do this every single week. This is Zinger Nation going head to figure out who in the chat can we trust, who can we listen to. It's not Spencer Israel with his Dogecoin anti-vaxxing views. We want to figure out who in Zinger Nation we can trust with this, who's giving us the best ideas. The winner this week, we're sending some Bitcoin too. That's right, we're sending you Bitcoin. The question was, who can most accurately guess the price of Bitcoin at this time on Friday? We've got 24 hours left. Yes, it's a tight competition. Lowest price guess was 69. Highest price guess was 420,000. Those are two of Spencer's favorite numbers. But right now, Rodrigo N in the chat, you are leading this one with your guess of 51,800. Last print that I have on Bitcoin, 52,080. You are only off by less than 0.5%. Let's go. Rodrigo N is winning this thing. Full day. Spencer in there with his 420 guess. So, all right, guys, we're in this.
All right. Was that it for the chat challenge update?
Woo! See, Spencer, the chat challenge is fun, man.
I didn't say it wasn't. I do want to go to our guys too.
And if you guys did not get to participate, you're missing out on this free Bitcoin that we're giving away. Come back Monday. We're doing another one every single week. We run this thing up, baby. Money machine go burr. All right, let's get some new trade ideas. I already pitched short.
Luke, we have a guest. I want to bring on our guest, dude.
I know. That's why I'm getting it ready.
Trader Kang is here with us at Trader Kang on Instagram. What's up, man? Oh, no, we can't hear him. We can't hear you. Try now.
All right. We're going to get some trade ideas out of Trader King. We'll get this audio fixed. I believe it. We had audio problems earlier. We got 2 minutes, 37 seconds on the Who Wants to Do the Millionaire Team.
Did you see this comment? Let's go, David Kang. We can do this.
All right. So again.
Wait, Luke, did you see what put on the screen there?
Yeah, I get that all the time, Spencer. Okay. All right. But I'm throwing the ideas. I'm slinging them. I said buy GameStop at the start of this thing. If you did that, you're up a few bucks. I'm saying short Planet Fitness into the close. They're reporting earnings. I did with put $75 strike. We'll see what happens there. The other one, we got into MP. We sold puts against that one, making us synthetically long. $35 strike, 29 days out. So that's the deal, guys.
David, hey, we have you?
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
We got him.
And you were faster. You were faster than our previous guest with audio issues. Okay,
yeah,
our previous guest took a minute and a half. You were about a minute and 15 seconds. So it was tight, but you were the winner.
All right.
Oh,
yeah, thanks, guys. So I just you guys ever heard about the whole power issue with Texas? So I'm from Houston.
Shit,
so...
is that where you are right now?
No. I literally left the nick of time. It was my birthday weekend, and then I left. I'm here in Puerto Rico right now, so my sound system is like different. So I'm glad I got it fixed. But it would have been a worse situation if I was in Houston. So
can we just talk about this for a second? You fled Texas. You fled to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
They have power.
No, I mean I have a place here, so I was gonna celebrate my birthday weekend here anyway, so it worked out.
Man, how the turntables! People fleeing to Puerto Rico because they have power, and we don't. All right. Well, glad you're safe. Glad you had a good birthday weekend.
Thank you.
Maybe I hope you turned your water off before you left Texas because you got some frozen pipes. All right. What's on your radar here? What's on your mind? We've just been hanging out watching this weird congressional hearing about GameStonk, what I just call it, GameStop, whatever.
Yeah.
What's on your mind here? What are you watching?
Honestly, man, I'm not even focusing on the whole whatever they're playing right now on GME and stuff. Like I'm really right now personally looking at EBON right now. I'm not sure if you guys have been looking at EBON.
Wait. What's the ticker? EBON, Echo, Bravo, Oscar, November.
We've been watching it.
Bang. That is a crypto play. Here, I'm going to put up a 5-day chart on the screen. All right, tell us why you like this one.
Well, I mean, again, I'm a day trader, so I don't really go more into the fundamentals. I look more about the technicals. So I got in here at the price of $12. That was my first entry.
All right, so hold on. When did you get into it? Was that today, yesterday?
Yeah, today. Yeah, that's a day trader, right? So I don't snoop or anything. I got in at $12, and then I got in again at the $13. So right now it's nicely uptrending above all the indicators that I like, which are the 10, 25, and the 50. And I think we're gonna see $14 here coming up next, and then I think we got room to run to $15. So I'm up on this, so I'm just riding the wave.
All right, so talk to us about this one a little bit. You said you got into it at $12. What were you seeing that made you want to get into the stock? And again, guys, the ticker EBON, Echo Bravo Oscar November.
Yeah, so EBON right now is trade over 88 million volume. I like stocks that's trading in a good amount of volume right now. From what I see in the morning, I traded GTC. The market's red today, so it's been actually a pretty challenging day to kind of go long on stocks. But GTC was actually one of my number one go-to stocks, and I nailed that from $10 to $20. And I think it went up a little bit more than that, like 25. So EBON. The volume, literally the herd shifted, the day trader shifted towards EBON right now. And the volume right now has been going through EBON. That's why I'm really just mainly focusing on it. So really I'm a momentum trader. So I'm looking at the volume and seeing where the herd is going. So EBON, I small money here. This is where things are happening.
Okay. And what will make you get out of the stock, either on the upside or the downside?
I'll probably close out if I see that the stock is probably going to crack this trend line that I drew up. So that's probably going to be like a little bit below the 50 EMA, like 12.
Hey, David, hey, do you want to share your screen so we can see your chart and what you're looking at?
Sure, yeah.
There we go.
That'd be sweet.
Okay. It's my first time being on the show, so I'm trying to figure out. All right, cool.
That share button on the bottom, you can share an app, a tab in your browser, or
I got it.
On your whole screen. There we go. Whoa.
Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm looking at. Really, just honestly, just riding this trend line right here. I actually basically bought back in at this reversal right here. I'm gonna have a little stop below this 50 EMA. Right now, as we speak, it is slightly dropping, but I have been taking profits again since the $12. So I'm up on this trade right now, but I am watching this yellow line, which is my 50 EMA. This is where I'm trying to make sure that this area here holds. And right now, I think we're kind of trying to have the support around this $12.90, $13 area. I think we should be able to continue on up. I mean, we're not even in power hour yet, so most of the time I'm actually done by noon. Like I start from 7 a.m. and I'm done by 12 p.m. But you guys asked me to get on the show, so I'm kind of playing around a little bit here.
Woo, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
How long have you been trading for?
I've actually traded since I was 19, and I just turned 28, so almost like nine years. I've been trading stocks since I was in freshman year of college. So.
All right, so I got to ask this one. Do you remember your best and your worst trades? I love to get these stories.
Yeah, so I actually made my first six figures when I was in junior year of college. I was in on that stock by Martin Shkreli. Forgot the name of that ticker symbol right now on top of my head.
Oh, what was it? Oh,
yeah,
geez.
It was.
I'm gonna look this up.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I should know this.
He actually came onto our show when he was in the limelight. It was sort of cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But what was the stock? Shit, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No. I forgot. I forgot the name of the ticker symbol, but I held that stock around $3.27. That was my first entry, and held it for overnight. And the stock, I think, literally just went up to $6 and then $10 and then $15 and
KBio.
Yeah.
KBio.
KBIO. That's right.
That was the one.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We gotta get. Oh shit! It doesn't trade anymore, does it?
No, it gets off
the
board, man. Wait, sorry. Continue, David.
Yeah. So that was a stock that I got in on, and that was my big money maker. So I started with $2,000 when I was 19, and then sophomore year turned into about 27,000, and then end of sophomore year, I thought I was really good at it, and I got out of it, lost about $20,000. So I was I was still up $7,000. So I was that was a pretty devastating moment for me, but I was like, I'm gonna keep going. I'm still up technically since $2,000, so I kept going. And then junior year, got it back above $27,000, and then from there, I just kind of really started to research more into companies. Back then, I actually started doing a little bit more swing trading because I was in college. So I would hold stocks overnight and stuff like that, do more of those kind of moves. But and then it paid off basically when I got in that KBIO. I was hearing about rumors about the drug price getting jacked up, and it paid off really, really handsomely. So after that, after I graduated, I really started getting into just more day trading, because I like to sleep at night. I like peace at night. You know what I mean? So I don't like the idea of just like holding something that and next thing you have to wake up and your stock could be down and stuff like that. So I mean, I do swing trade here once in a while, but really mainly is day trading.
So yeah. So you're entering positions with the idea that you're going to sell them that day.
Yeah. So I wake up at 7 a.m. Get into pre-market, build up a cushion. Usually I do a pretty good job building some sort of profits. So I can get into once the market opens on up. I have built up maybe like 4, 5, 6 grand of profits on average, and then from there I'll day trade. Usually focusing on the first hour of the market, so 9:30 to 10:30, and then when it gets about 11 o'clock, I'm usually stepping out. And then the last hot 20 minutes is what I call it, meaning from 11:40 to 12 p.m. is when I see the volume surging back on. So from 11:40, I like to focus on the last 20 minutes before lunch hours, because that's when traders want to take the last trades before we went to lunch hours, and then usually I'm done. Yeah.
Can I just interrupt for a second? The senator that is the representative that has the floor right now just asked Vlad if Robinhood moderates social media. That's the question. If does Robinhood moderate Reddit? It was basically what he was saying. Oh man.
Okay.
Crazy stuff.
All right. But David, so let's talk about this one a little bit. EBON. You sort of mentioned it when you're just going through the setup. You're talking about the 50 EMA is what you're watching. It looks like we've gotten below that. Are you going to look to close this position out, or how are you going to manage it now?
No. I've already got out. I just said that I had a stop loss a little bit below the 50 EMA. So that cracked, so it got me out. So,
all right.
So what question from the chat? What EMAs do you use?
And how do you use them?
Yeah, so I use the 10 EMA and the 25 EMA. I use the combinations of the 10 and 25. The 25 is the white, and I like to color them in 10 EMA as blue, and then the 50 EMA is the yellow. 50 EMA, I like to use that as sort of like support or dip buy areas. Same, and then like 200 EMA is like my final area. If I really like that stock and that 200 EMA is still holding, I'll buy the dip there, and usually it works out pretty good for me. And then I use the combinations of the MACD and the RSI a lot. This is one of my favorites. So I like to draw support and resistance lines on the RSI and figure out, it's kind of like a double confirmation of my support and resistance area. So I like to look at where the stocks have been selling off the most. Like for example, here, the stock likes to get sold off at the 86 RSI. So the next time it comes back on up around that 86, I'll know when to sell. And then I also like to look at where it likes to bounce, the most. So like in this case, it got the bottom right here. So I'm thinking if it comes down around this 23 RSI, it's going to bounce off around that area again. So.
Well, why do you use EMAs and not, other types of moving averages?
Sure, yeah, because the EMAs are what we call exponential moving averages, and they're more geared towards day trading, right? Your exponential moving averages is more it's more like minute by minute. It's more like, because day traders, we use the time frames of 1 minute and 5 minute, and so exponential moving averages just follows the average a lot faster and smoother as to like SMAs, right? A lot of swing traders like to use the simple moving averages, so they're a little bit laggy compared to the EMAs when it comes to day trading. So I prefer the EMAs when it comes to day trading.
And question out of the chat asking if you're using a minute chart. I assume that you are.
Yeah, 1 minute chart and the 5 minute chart. So I like to use a 1 minute chart mainly in the morning time, and then by the time it gets like past 10:30, I'll change it to 5 minute. Sometimes I'll just have 1 minute and 5 minute chart like side by side, so I can kind of see how these two how that one stock is doing. So I see a better bird's eye view.
Anything else on your radar before we hop here, as far as other stocks you're watching on your watch list?
Honestly, today was really in my opinion, this was the worst trading day of 2021 so far. Like
Really?
the market's been super red. Like it's just been really dry. Like I was, playing stocks with my team, and like the only thing that I really nailed today was this GTC. And after that, I was like, I'm pretty much done. But I saw that EBON was gaining the momentum. So here, let me share my other screen real quick. But actually, I think it's so like. I'm gonna stop the screen here.
All right. So we just got done with maybe the worst line of questioning for the entire hearing. Producer Ron, if you can bring it in here, and Representative Steve Sivers from Ohio.
You decided
he's got the best line of questioning right now. So
your users
we'll go to him in a second. I want to
GameStop
let David finish his point, though. What you were just about to say, though.
And I've got one more question for David too.
Yeah. So the very first play was GTC. Obviously this is the scanners I use, but this is like up 112% right now. Earlier these are like basically my entry points basically on GTC. So I got in at $10 and basically just literally rode up the whole trend line as much as I could towards the $20. Obviously I was rotating short, meaning I was getting in and out scalping on the way up as long as the trend line was holding. And then the second area that I got back in was at this area here at $21 and $22, and then we got it back up to 25, and then third time we got up a little bit at 25, and then got our target area, and then this one, the fourth time, usually how it works is like every time I go more than 3 times on a stock trade, the fourth one and more third trade above, it gets a little bit, the percentage of winning decreases because obviously the more you play, at one point you're gonna get trapped a little bit. So other than that, I mean, this one was my favorite play, and so that's why I moved on to EBON when I noticed that the stock was, EBON was getting more momentum. But I would think, honestly, going my last closing line is that EBON is definitely still worth watching going into power because this 200 EMA is still holding on up. So I'm thinking, as long as that $12 holds, I think EBON is gonna have another shot at during power hour for this stock to move back on up. So,
all right.
And David, the question that I had is you said you're starting at 7 a.m. Each morning. I'm curious as to what your morning routine looks like. How do you start identifying stocks that are good for a day trade?
Yeah, so I first look at the float. Obviously, the lower the float, the better for me. Anything under 10 million is considered low float. So I like to focus on the lower float stocks. Obviously, I'll look at the news streamer and see like certain key hot words, hot keywords on a hot press release. Look for certain keywords, and then as long as the stock has pretty low float, has good news, and I look at the daily chart to see if the stock still has more room to run, and then I just literally chart it, see where the stock is currently trading at, and where the resistance points are at, and I just focus on that from there, and then just use my indicators, and that's really just simple as that for me as a day trader. So,
and when you're filtering out the low float stocks, whose screener do you use?
The screener for the news.
Like how do you get your list of low float stocks or anything along those lines?
I mean, I use like usually just FinViz, type it in and just kind of filter them out basically. Yeah.
Gotta get this guy Benzinga Pro. All right, David Kang, you can find him on Instagram at Trader Kang. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Have fun in Puerto Rico.
Producer Rohan, can we bring on the hearing? And I want to rewind it a few minutes because this is actually a really good line of questioning. This guy, this congressman actually knows what he's talking about. He is in front of a literal green screen or something. I'm not quite sure what that's about, but he's actually asking good questions about settlement, about buyers and sellers. So let's bring him on here, and I want to rewind it if we can. Like a couple minutes.
To some of Robinhood's customers not being able to.
So this is about 3.5 minutes back,
including GameStop for a period of time. But because the majority didn't include the SEC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, or the National Securities Clearing Corporation to testify, we're left with what we have. That's because I believe the majority is attempting to use this hearing to drive a narrative about the U.S. capital markets being rigged. But I do have several questions. Mr. Tanev, you decided to stop allowing your users to buy GameStop and other stocks as a result of capital requirements on Robinhood securities. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. deposit requirements with our clearing houses.
And you know, those got resolved, but for a period of time, some of your users could only sell and not buy, and that could have contributed to the stock actually going, you know, not going up as fast because some of your users were prohibited from buying. Do you think that is possible that could have happened?
I shouldn't speculate on what could have happened if
there's more sellers than buyers. Does the stock price go down or up?
Well, to be clear, Robinhood, Congressman, is a minority of trading activity in these securities.
I understand, but if your buyers can only sell and not buy, then it clearly keeps you from putting upward pressure on the stock price. Is that correct?
This is actually good stuff.
On Thursday, customers on our platform could only sell, so there was no ability to buy. That's correct.
Right. So, you know, I know, and you said earlier, by the way, I know some people have attacked your arbitration agreements, but I want you to be clear. If your users were harmed as a result of these actions, they can recover through arbitration. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct. And our arbitration is FINRA supervised and overseen. And we do believe arbitration gives customers a fair and speedier resolution to their claims.
That's interesting. So he just said you can sue him if you lost money.
Does your user agreement and your arbitration allow for group arbitration or only individual arbitration?
Let me get back to you on that.
If a group was treated similarly and similarly affected,
So
or
class action
lost
loss.
upside or lost money, can they do it as a group, or is it only individual in your arbitration agreement?
Well, Congressman, I'm sure you're familiar of the number of class action lawsuits filed against Robinhood.
And I'm not asking about a class action lawsuit.
Oh.
I'm asking, in your arbitration system, can a group of people come together, or is it an individual? And this is not a trick question. I'm not a fan of trial lawyers. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Congressman. I think the best thing I can do is get back to you after making sure that we get you the right answer.
Thank you. That'd be helpful.
All right.
Mr. Plotkin, are you a frequent short seller, yes or no?
Not a lawyer.
And we run a long short portfolio. The majority of our investments are long investments, but we also have short investments to hedge out market risk.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Has Melvin Capital ever engaged in short selling of the stock Tesla?
We have been short Tesla in the past. That's correct.
Mr. Plotkin, also, this is a longer question.
Lost on that
Did you
trade.
see the tweet from Tesla CEO Elon Musk about GameStop stock?
I did see that after market hours on a
Do
Tuesday.
you believe that Mr. Musk's tweet had any significant effect of driving the rise in GameStop stock?
I don't want to speculate on what the actions of his tweet were. The stock did rise after hours.
And do you believe that tweet was targeting you because you had shorted Tesla stock in the past?
Oh.
We had a very small short position years ago in Tesla. That would be pure speculation as to his motives of putting that tweet out.
Okay. Thank you.
That was an awesome
I'll
question.
go back to
This guy knows what this
Mr.
guy knows what he's
Tanev
doing.
on the
I'm not from Ohio, but I like
on
him.
the regulatory requirements. Do you believe that the SEC and the Depository
Agree?
Trust
I
Clearing
agree with that.
Corporation should modify any of their rules as a result of what happened to your users because of capital requirements?
I believe
That's the
The
fun.
gentleman's time has expired, and
All right, that was fun though. That was a good line of questioning.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciated that. Like the Elon Musk, right? Did Elon Musk drive up GameStop to get back at you? That's awesome. I mean, that's a great question.
Yep. That was really good. That was really good. So again, that was on about a 3. We had to rewind that about 3 minutes. But that was like the best line of questioning we've seen all day. I do want to say, just as a programming note, we do have the BZ Crypto Show coming up in a couple of minutes.
Wait, I've got another programming note. I'm not going to say better.
Okay, what do you got?
But okay, hold on. I'm going to be a little dramatic. You know that this show is about 3 things, Spencer. It's your first time on it. It's about number 1, trade ideas. Number 2, fun. And number 3, gimmicks. All right, that's what the show is about. So hold on. Boom. All right, guys. If you are having fun with us, you're having fun in the markets, you want to learn, you want to party this upcoming Saturday from 9 a.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, we are hosting the Benzinga Boot Camp. This is totally free to attend. It is a full day of education. The goal of the day is to go from zero to hero. We are taking you guys all the way through, making your first trades through some more advanced option strategies. We call it a boot camp for a reason. It is rigorous. We have amazing educators that are coming on. Myself, Neil, and Spencer will be hosting this thing. So if you like,
I am hosting now. I don't even know what my role is. I am.
All right, myself and Neil will be hosting this thing all day Saturday. We are slaving away for you guys. We are working hard to bring education to the world. That's what Zinger Nation is all about, guys. So it's benzingabootcamp.com. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to spam this link in the chat. Again, it's literally free to attend, to sign up. So do it if you want to learn. You want to make money in the markets. Again, we're going all day Saturday. Markets closed. We can just focus on education. We're going from zero to hero, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, putting in the work for you guys, because that's what it's all about.
That's it. Hustling for dollars and education.
It's free, Spencer. I normally am hustling for dollars, but I mean, come on now.
No, I mean the idea is by attending the event, that is
okay. Fair.
That's hustling. All right. It is 1:59. I've seen a couple of people ask about what's going on with HOL Holicity. I saw a tweet speculating that it's going to be added to one of Kathy Wood's funds today. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it did just go to blast off mode from 19 to 21 in a second there. So
HOL Hotel Oscar Lima.
That's the ticker. Holicity.
I don't know what they do. Let's see.
It's a SPAC. So I don't know if there's a rumor.
Okay, yeah, it's a SPAC.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what the deal is.
Pure speculation. We know nothing.
I guarantee somebody in Zinger Nation knows what this deal is, what the SPAC is merging with. Throw it out there, help the community out.
All right.
And then let's look at FUV2. Our young investors have been posting on this one a ton. Oh, that's sort of an ugly chart. Oh, poor young investor. All right, we'll have to ask him about that one.
All right, Luke, that's going to be a wrap for the Power Hour. Me and you. But okay. I want to go to the BZ Crypto Show with Catherine.
Yep, I've got a crypto question for Catherine, too.
You do? Should we just bring her on right now?
Let's bring her on. I'm going to open it with a question.
Boom.
You got the background.
Catherine,
what's up?
What up? Hi, hello. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. BTC and Ethereum at all-time high. Why wouldn't that be great?
Why wouldn't she be great? Why wouldn't she be great? That's it.
Right. Okay, look, what was the question? I am
okay. So I saw this tweet yesterday. This is from my favorite 12-year-old in the world, the young investor. Said my Bitcoin price target is 530,000. I came to this conclusion by multiplying the price of CCIV, that's Lucid Motors, by 10,000. This doesn't seem like a very precise calculation method to me. Just wanted to get confirmation from you on that.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so what is the question? Do I believe that the price will go as high as this guy, claims?
Yes.
Okay, that is very good, and I have no idea. But
that's great answer. You have no idea. Great answer.
No, but I never speculate on the price because to be fair to everybody out there who's watching, no one knows for sure what's going to happen because we don't have enough data to do fundamental analysis, and everybody's just guessing. Doing their best, but they're guessing. So I have no idea, but we did see. I think an estimation like this from a hedge fund, but I believe the price was 440,000. That was the price. Yeah. So there are different speculations on this kind of price, but honestly, a disclaimer: I believe that if the price is going to go that high, it's going to be just a huge spike, and then it's going to roll back.
All right, there we go.
All right. Let's bring up some coins here. Catherine, aside from Bitcoin, what are the top performing coins at the moment?
Well, thanks for asking, Spencer.
You're quite welcome.
Because surprisingly enough, and as we've mentioned before in our show, Bitcoin has the highest price right now. But it doesn't necessarily mean that this particular coin has the biggest performance of the day and or of the week. So today's top performers are Bancor. Bancor is a decentralized exchange who has been around for a while. Bancor has been in the game for as long as I remember. If I'm not mistaken, it launched in 2014. So it's a player that I can trust because everybody who's been around for a long time, you can trust these people. So Bancor, the ticker is BNT, has been up by 32.45% over the last 24 hours. Venues, the ticker is XVS, and it has been up by 30.42%. So let me go back to the Bancor price. It has been up by 32%, but the price itself is $5.50. Venues is at $77.23. Phantom, the ticker is FTM, and the price has been up by 29.26% and is at 0.21. It's just 21 cents. Pancake Swap.
Pancake Swap. What is Pancake Swap?
Pancake Swap is a coin that sort of belongs to a decentralized exchange with the same name. And we do actually have an article about this one. So if you type benzinga.com pancake, you will see an article on this. So I strongly recommend to go and read it. It's just very interesting and valuable to learn. So Pancake Swap has been up by 26% today, and the price is $12.81, which is good. Is Luke here? I have
he's in and out, and he's in and around and upside down, but he's here in the background somewhere.
Okay, so Spencer, then I do have a question to you. Looking at the prices, right? We can see that the currencies that I'm talking about, they are all of different price right now. Would you invest in some of them, and how much?
No. Would I buy any of these? No, because I don't know what they do. Well, I mean, granted, I don't know what Bitcoin does, but I own some of that. But I like what we said before about longevity. Coins that have been around for a long time. Bitcoin, obviously, being the first crypto, has been around the longest, and that's really why I own that. But I don't know what these other coins like. What is the purpose? What is the use case for these other coins? I have no idea, so I wouldn't buy it without knowing that first.
Oh, that's a very good, that's a very good and solid point of view, actually. And I think that's why a lot of people are staying away. So let me just give you an example of the top 5 coin today, which is Binance coin. Binance, as in the biggest exchange, crypto exchange in the world, right? Mm-hmm. So Binance coin is a token of this particular crypto exchange. And I'm sure you've heard about Binance, correct?
Yep, I know them.
So would you buy Binance coin? Because it's up by 29%, and the current price is $196.14.
Would I buy Binance coin? Not without doing some more homework first. I'm not. So I don't know if I'm the guy to ask, because I've heard of Binance, and I guess if I've heard of it, that means it's gotten to the mainstream, because I'm not like a diehard crypto guy. So that's a point in their favor. But again, what does the coin do? I don't know what the coin does.
Oh, okay. That's actually, I think this question deserves a separate episode, like an educational episode, and sort of. But just to hold it as a sort of a trading asset, would you do that
if I was looking for some more exposure? Potentially, sure. I mean, if I wanted to add more crypto, I would look for names that I know. Binance is a name that I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Phantom. I don't know Pancake Swap. I don't know these names.
Got it. And actually, guys, if you want to learn about tokens and what sort of like biggest tokens and cryptocurrencies out there are doing and what their use cases are, we can do a separate episode on this. I'm sure if like Spencer will coordinate this, and if he finds time, because the schedule is pretty tight.
We'll work on it.
Yeah, as you've heard before, like we have a thing on Saturday, which is crazy. So I'm just gonna go. So these were like top 5 performance today. And just to recap, Bitcoin is currently at $51,000, right? 51, actually 935 to be exact. So it's like it's not the highest ever, because the highest point was achieved yesterday, and I'm going to talk about it in a headline section.
Wait, Catherine, what website do you use? There's so many websites to track Bitcoin. What do you use?
A very good question. I'm personally using 2 sites. CoinMarketCap is my go-to, and TradingView. Yeah, this is the one that you have. So, and TradingView as well. And I'm sure there are certain concerns about CoinMarketCap because it has been acquired by Binance. So last year, Binance bought CoinMarketCap, but I was talking to CZ actually for Benzinga. There was an interview, and we talked about this purchase and whether it means that it is actually, so this data platform is owned by the biggest exchange in the game. Should we trust it? And CZ, the CEO, the founder and CEO of Binance, actually sort of said that they have no control whatsoever. It's a separate. It's a separate department, totally like separate teams, and they have no control over it whatsoever. And they bought it just because they believe that the world needs data. It's a very, I think it's a very, sophisticated statement, but I hope it's true. So I do trust CoinMarketCap, and one of my best friends is actually works there, so I can trust the data. And TradingView is also a player that you can trust because they have been in the game for a while and they provide pretty solid analytics and data. So these are go-to for me, but there's also CoinGecko, which is gaining momentum right now. So you can also use that.
Oh, wait, Catherine, I forgot to play our intro. Can I play our intro right now?
Yeah, sure. Right. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was distracted by the congressional hearing. I'll blame it on that. All right, let's go into some headlines here. We talked about coins and movement. Let's go into some headlines. What is happening in the world of crypto right now?
Great question, Spencer. Actually, today was a pretty great day because not today. Yesterday was a pretty big day for the industry because Bitcoin crossed 52K, which is huge. A lot of people did not believe that we were going to be at this point, but we are. Hey, we are at 52. It is not $52,000 right now, but it's pretty close. So last night it crossed that level. 10 hours before that, it crossed 51. So in 10 hours, the price went from $51,000 to $52,000. It's crazy. So again, it is another record that we're all looking at. But this particular price surge came amidst the news that JP Morgan published an analyst note saying that they believe that this price is unsustainable. And it's according to their analyst, this price was influenced more by speculative flows than by anything else, and that they don't believe it's going to last long. And by that, I mean the price higher than $52,000. So they also said that this surge suggests that some pickup in real money flows would likely be needed to sustain current prices in the absence of re-acceleration of the retail flow. But to be fair, they also sort of noted that the retail investor has been pretty huge, and we saw that not only institutions but a lot of retail investors are coming to the space. So I think it's pretty funny that they said that the note itself was published on Tuesday. It became public on Wednesday, which was yesterday, and despite all of that, the price still went by 50, it still went up to 52K. This is pretty crazy, but this is crypto we're talking about. Although there are some analysts that believe that this is just a correlation a little bit, and the price will settle at a lower price. So be careful, hedge your assets, make sure that you don't invest all of your money into one particular asset. So the second and very interesting point of view from the guy that I personally respect, Bill Gates. Bill Gates was talking today to CNBC, and he said that he is, and I quote, neutral on Bitcoin. So to be fair and to be exact, he wasn't pretty much a fan of Bitcoin. Back in 2018, he had a Reddit MA session And he said that he would short Bitcoin if there was an easy way to do it, and that he had it, and he had been given the Bitcoin as a birthday present, but sold it shortly after. So this was not a really positive AMA session for crypto enthusiasts, because he also, at the same time, he also said that anonymity of the cryptocurrency has caused deaths in a fairly direct way, which is a pretty heavy statement, if you ask.
Whoa, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just to sort of give a perspective of what he meant at the time, and again, he was talking on Reddit in May 2018. We did have some very tragic news. I think a very young man killed himself because he lost a lot of money. I don't remember the specifics because it was almost 3 years ago. But he sort of had his reasons behind the statement. But what we saw, it also tragically happened with one Robinhood trader last year as well. So be careful and ask for help if you feel like you need to talk to someone. So today, talking to CNBC, he said that, again, he does not own Bitcoin and he's not short on Bitcoin, but he said, and this is very interesting, this is what it gets interesting, that digitizing money and bringing down transaction cost is actually something that they're doing at the Gates Foundation. Gates Foundation, this is the charitable foundation that they have founded with his wife, Melinda. And he says that this is something that they do in developing countries. So what it means is that the foundation takes a focus on reversing charges and adding greater transparency rather than protecting anonymity. And he further pointed to the volatility of Bitcoin, news, driven by mania and the difficulty of predicting how prices will progress. So this is the reasons he mentioned that, this is why he does not own Bitcoin, because he cannot predict what's going to happen. And for Gates, for Bill Gates, this is actually pretty important, because as we know, he's a very smart guy. He is the one who predicted the pandemic, not in the specific numbers, ways, years, and
he gave a TED talk, right, about why we need to be prepared. So
I think we all need to believe what he says, but this is my personal statement, just because I think he's like a really smart guy. And if you haven't seen a documentary on Netflix, please do. His library is just wow. I wanna live there. Okay, but moving on to more crypto news. NVIDIA, which is the computer company known for its chips and graphic cards, is actually launching a processor tailored specifically for Ethereum mining, which I think is a sign of a great recognition, right? So today they said that the NVIDIA CMP, which stands for cryptocurrency mining processor, is going to launch a new GPU specifically geared toward mining Ethereum. Sorry, it's just a habit. And it's purely focused on computing power, and it isn't built to handle graphics. A lack of display outputs is meant to improve airflow, and lower core voltages will supposedly increase efficiency. I think that NVIDIA and companies that are, chips manufacturers have been a little bit criticized because a lot of if you haven't followed the crypto space, you might have noticed that a lot of chips were sold out, and I saw a little bit of a beef between gamers and crypto enthusiasts on the fact that gamers cannot afford to buy, or there are no more chips that they can buy. So it's like unclear. But I think NVIDIA launching this specifically tailored Ethereum mining processor is a great sign for Ethereum, for its value. And so the company is also said that it's lowering computer power of its RTX 3060 graphics drivers, making them less efficient for mining, something that may annoy gamers looking for.
Do you know when the GPU will be available?
No, honestly, no. It hasn't been mentioned, unfortunately. Okay. But when I do know, I'm going to post it on Twitter. on Benzinga Twitter.
And what's your what's your Twitter? I know you're on our Twitter, but what's your Twitter handle?
My personal Ross Reports, as in ROSS.
Ross reports at Ross reports.
Yes, Ross reports.
Right.
Something that we actually are launching our Benzinga crypto Twitter, which is crazy. I hope it's going to be very useful for you guys, and I love the colors that I've chosen. So we're gonna be announcing that on our main.
There we go.
Yes.
All right. What's next?
So the next piece of news is that Coinbase, the biggest U.S. Crypto exchange, has been behind the Tesla 1.5 billion Bitcoin purchase. I mean, it's pretty important because this means that Tesla, probably Elon Musk, trusts Coinbase, right? So this cryptocurrency exchange has facilitated the purchase, and it was executed in the first week of February over the course of several days. Sources have claimed. So the order was reportedly routed to several over-the-counter trading desks in the same way Coinbase conducted the purchase for MicroStrategy Incorporated. As I would like to also remind you that Coinbase is going public this year, which is also considered to be a good sign because this means that the company is legit enough. A major crypto company is legit, and I'm quoting our previous guests on the show. I think that was Luke actually, is legit enough to go public, to go through all of that audit and stuff like that. So the next piece of news, and I think it's very interesting and important to mention, that Ethereum is also actually at this all-time high price. It is. Let me double check what is the current price. It is at $1,936 right now. It is the highest it has ever been. It has gained 6.44% in the last 24 hours. And the reason it's important is that it has attracted a lot of analysts and a lot of outsiders from the crypto space saying that this is not the final line. The Ethereum price is going to go higher. And, that nobody recognizes the value Ethereum brings behind this Bitcoin craze. So one of the examples of that is that Grayscale, is a public trading company, recently actually opened its Ethereum trust. And on February 12th, as we have learned, on February 12th, it bought, and please be aware about the number, 52,730 Ethereum, which is over $94 million worth of Ethereum, which I think it sort of again puts trust in Ethereum. And if you're not following the crypto space closely, let me remind you that Ethereum is the second biggest cryptocurrency by market capitalization and by its price. So Ethereum is not only a token that you can buy; it's an ecosystem that you can use to build your own platform and to build your own coins. So it sort of underlines the Ethereum role into the space. And not only Grayscale, but also Mark Cuban, who I think is a pretty great marketing manager of Mark Cuban. He also stated that he believes Ethereum has an advantage over BTC as a store of value. And he also said that he's most excited about smart contracts that are developed on the Ethereum blockchain, about powering decentralized applications, also known as dApps, and decentralized finance, which is the short version is DeFi. And according to Cuban, most of this innovation is happening on Ethereum, which leads him to believe that Ethereum is becoming a better store of value than BTC. Let me just give you again a bit of a perspective. There are Bitcoin maximalists and Ethereum maximalist, and sometimes these two groups end up in a fight. And you can see it on Twitter, rambling about what is better. But let's just be very honest and fair. Ethereum does bring a little bit more value than Bitcoin in terms of an ecosystem. So you cannot use Bitcoin to build your own token, but you can use ERC20 token that is built on Ethereum to launch your own. So there's something in there, and I think we can agree that they all are very, very valuable. These are a new kind of money, and we all should look into that. And Spencer should educate himself and invest more.
I feel attacked. All right.
Sorry.
I feel. Oh, she's got the wine. Oh, is that wine? What is that?
No. It's sparkling water today.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. All right.
Seriously, sparkling water. So, and to the stories, to your comments about NFTs, right? We have received several questions about NFTs, and there is a very interesting piece of news, and is that reports show that over $100 million in crypto collectibles, non-fungible tokens, also known as NFTs, sold over the past 30 days, and NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, are in fact gaining momentum, right? And can you believe that over 30 days, for the last 30 days, 100 million worth of crypto collectibles were sold? So there is a tweet. I'm not sure if you can put it somewhere. Let me just send you a link.
Yeah, I'll grab it. 1 second.
So it's in the chat. According to this analyst, Spencer, can you see it? Can you?
Yeah,
I'll use it.
I'll put it up on the screen. 1 second.
Awesome.
Where's my screen? Is that my screen? That's my screen.
According to the CEO, I'm going to continue talking. According to the CEO of crypto asset management firm Paradigm, NBA Top Shot sold over 63 million of these crypto collectibles. Right. So can we see it?
And NBA Top Shot, I know that. That's basically like it's like virtual highlights, right? It's like you can. I don't quite understand it. You can like own. You pay for a highlight, and then you own a piece of it on the blockchain, and so whenever somebody else makes a transaction, you get a cut. Is that how it works? I don't quite understand the logistics of it. I know it's it's highlights that people pay to see, basically.
Mm-hmm. So with non-fungible tokens, you can own certain property, certain piece of as you mentioned, highlights. It can be a card, it can be a digital token known as crypto collectibles, and I think the biggest example of NFTs, crypto kittens. It was pretty crazy. I believe in 2019. And or you can own a piece of art. So non-fungible tokens so these are the tokens that you cannot exchange, right? With coins and just cryptocurrency that you can trade on CoinMarketCap, that you can find on CoinMarketCap and trade on Binance, for example. You can just exchange it on something with the same value. With non-fungible tokens, you cannot actually do that. And NFTs provide a way for commodities like digital art, gaming collectibles, sometimes even, as I mentioned, real estate, to be tokenized and monetized. That's it. So you can actually buy and own a piece of, I don't know, Picasso painting. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure like Picasso specifically is available to buy, but there are certain platforms that are tokenizing digital art, right? So you can go there and you can own a piece of that. And this means that you will own an NFT. So they can, and again, they cannot be directly exchanged with one another. So this sort of gives it a little bit of a more value. I own it and I cannot exchange it. So they're distant. I think, let me just maybe read something to clear this out. So the NFT's distinct and verifiable nature makes them the perfect tool for artists and other creators to sell their work directly to global buyers without the need for an auction or a house or a gallery that would normally retain most of the profits. And a lot of musicians and artists have been using NFTs and putting their work, creative work, putting it out there for people all over the globe to buy. And this is a pretty great way to earn money as well. So again, because it's gaining momentum, a lot of like celebrities have been tweeting about it, including Lindsay Lohan and Mark Cuban. Again, Mark Cuban has been all over the crypto, even though back in 2019, he said, and I quote, crypto is the same as bananas, but I'd rather have bananas because they provide more value. Seriously. I think that was a Fortune magazine interview, and it's on YouTube, so just go and watch. And 2 years in, and he reveals that he owns a bunch of cryptos in his portfolio, and he's also selling his NFTs. Oh my God. So, and Lindsay Lohan recently sold her NFT artwork for 33 Ethereum, which is approximately $60,000. And Cuban sold his NFT collection called the Roll Up 2021 earlier this year. So NFTs, NFTs, huh? So I think that we will be talking about NFTs a little bit more in the next episodes, and I'm thinking about bringing a guest who can explain how it actually works and where you can buy it. And sometime next week or the week after that, we're gonna bring someone who you can ask questions, everything you want to know about NFTs. Spencer, I think we have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, let's do some questions from our chat. Chat, you have any questions? Drop them in. I've already asked a few so far.
Sorry, can I jump in? Can I announce our speaker for the next show?
Yes, tell us. On Tuesday, who we got?
On Tuesday, are you ready? We have the trader whose Twitter handle is the Wolf of All Street. The guy is solid. He has been trading for a very long time. You can check him on Twitter. We actually just confirmed it. So he's going to be on.
It's at the Wolf of All Street.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. At the Wolf of All Street.
There we go. Of All Streets. Okay.
All Streets. So his handle is Scott Melker, actually.
Okay.
So he's a crypto trader. He's an investor. He has his own podcast, which is very popular. And he's going to be talking about what I believe, and I have planned for you guys. We're going to be talking about best trading tips on how to handle your crypto portfolio and how to start with crypto. And if you have any questions, we're going to be posting an MA questions that you can ask us before the show as well, so we can get ready for that. So 12:15 p.m. next Tuesday. Don't forget to tune in. So do we have any questions?
Wait, 2:15 p.m.
Yes,
on Tuesday. Yeah,
yes.
2:15 on Tuesday.
Okay, 2:15.
Okay. I don't see too many. We already answered a couple throughout. I don't see too many questions. We got about a minute before our next show. We're talking small cap stocks here. After we hop off with Catherine. So I don't. Good coins to invest in. Everyone wants to know what the best coins to invest in are. I don't know if Catherine or anyone can tell you that.
Honestly, it depends on who you are.
Yeah, man. We don't know.
Right?
Yeah.
You can invest in NFTs, owning a piece of artwork. Maybe you will never sell it, or I believe that no one is going to answer that question correctly for you, because you have to make your own choices based on your research and what you believe. That's the first question. The second question, I can provide you the best information and the most trustful information and reliable, but I'm also a journalist, so I cannot actually tell you what coins to buy.
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
That's why we're going to be bringing guests who can, speak about that as well.
All right. You can find Catherine on Twitter at Ross Reports. She's our Benzinga editor. Catherine, thanks so much.
Yes. Thank you, Spencer, so much. I can't wait for the next Tuesday. Tune in, guys. Thank you.
All right. Let's go. Let's bring Mitch on here, and I'm going to dip out and let you run with small cap stocks. Is that right, Mitch?
You got it. You already know, guys. One thing that we want to bring to you guys more is small cap coverage. So the guy that I'm going to bring on, hey, there's someone that I've seen trade live, like myself have seen trade live. So, guys, I'm going to bring on someone that I know very, very closely. John from Beginner Trading. How you doing, John?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, my man Mitchy Rich? How you doing today, brother?
Hey, another day in the market. I'm sure you had some fun with some penny stocks, so we can jump at least right into some penny stocks. We don't have too much time, guys, so I'm gonna let him go over some trades that he made today. I know that he has his own channel, guys, so definitely check him out, Beginner Trading. And I'll let you just take on over, my friend. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, brother. Hey, man, listen, it was a crazy day with penny stocks. We had a lot of crazy movement and a lot of good movement, honestly. The first one that really comes to mind here is GTEC. And I wanted to talk about this one. I had some fun trading just a few shares of this one on stream today. And, what GTEC really shows us is the power of a small float. A small float, this one's got like 1.2 million in the float. So it's incredibly small. And when you have a tiny float like that, it's more easily influenced by trades and traders as a whole. And so you can see this one ripped up, hundreds of percentages and had a lot of crazy movement at the open. I was really about a break even with this one. I didn't trade this one too heavily just because the way I look at it, the smaller the float, you know, the more momentum, but there's also a lot of risk there. So I was about break even. I think I lost, you know, $1 or so from this trade, to be honest, but it had some crazy movement specifically in pre-market to take advantage of. Looking at this one, I remember this one scared a lot of traders today. It had this big rip up at the opening bell. It pushed up to these highs right here. And then we had this huge down kill candle that just completely tanked the stock, halted it. I think it got halted after it dropped about $4 a share in like 10 seconds, was immediately halted. And a lot of traders were struggling with this one today. So luckily I didn't lose too much money from this one, which is definitely possible when it has that much volatility and movement. But it was an interesting thing certainly to watch. And again, I think the lesson here with stocks like GTEC is the power of a small float. You know, when it has a really small float, and when I say really small, I specifically mean under 4 or 5 million. They have just some crazy potential. And again, this one went up huge percentages, and it's still certainly one that I'm going to watch. A lot of the time, if these don't end up making it, they might get 1 or 2 pops after, you know, the open, after the first few hours, and it's still sitting pretty low from these highs. But again, it's still up huge on the day, has an incredibly small float, and so it is one that I'll watch for the rest of the day. Another one that I paid attention to, and I know a lot of people were watching this one today, was AMC, just being so cheap where it was. AMC pushed up, and I did make some money on this one today as well. Looking at AMC here, it was a really easy strategy, and I'm just going to talk about the strategy I used on this one really, really quickly. It was very simple, but what I did with this one is I looked at a red to green style move. Okay, that's one of my favorite strategies. It's just looking for a red to green pattern. Very simple momentum based strategy, because what I usually do is just scalp these type of moves. I'm not, you know, I'm very skeptical of penny stocks as a whole, and I think it's pretty understandable why. Most of these are not going to hold their gains, to be honest. And I know AMC is a little bit different, being a real company, but I don't hold these for very long at all. And that's exactly what I did in this case. You can see it dropped originally right before the open. It dropped down from about $6 down to the $5.75 level. And then once it rebounded, I just bought a quick little dip. You can see I bought this pullback to the whole dollar of $6 right here, and then just took this little bounce up, scalped in and out of it very, very quickly. And again, all of these trades were done on my live stream. And so I do live stream all of my trades every single day. And, you know, the chat was able to see this one as well. But again, just a quick whole dollar pullback. I try to enter these right on the quick dip to a whole dollar after a run up. Try to take it for maybe 15 to 20 cents and immediately get out. I don't even know if I got that much from this one, to be honest. But again, red to green moves and kind of red to green cup and handle looking plays. You can see it's a little bit like a cup and handle. Those are my forte, if you will, and that's what you'll see as a common theme with my own trading. But we'll see what happens to AMC. Like I said, it did not hold its gains. It's currently sitting at the 560s, right around this previous closing price at 550s. So we'll see if it moves back, but it's not looking great, at least today, to be honest. Another mover that happened at the opening bell, and again, a common theme that you'll see with my trading is that most of these don't actually hold their gains. I'm just trying to catch a little sliver of momentum in there, hold it for a few seconds, and immediately get out. And one that did just that was AVGR. And again, very similar to the last few trades, very similar to the last trade even, where we had this drop right before the opening bell. You can see this one dropped from around 250 all the way down to about 235 or so, 232s. And then once we got this rebound, we got this 1 minute candle here. If you look at this 1 minute candle, I just bought it on the high break over the $0.50. So here's 250. I saw that 1 minute pullback. And when we start to get a move up like this, and you start to have, you know, an opening green candle, there's a lot of traders that are looking for an entry on these small 1 minute candle pullbacks like this. And that's all I was really targeting. I saw the 1 minute pullback after a pretty big drop before the open. And I just said, okay, a bunch of traders are going to jump in on this little 1 minute candle pullback. I jumped in about 250, sold at about 260, took 10 cents from it, and then moved on with my day. And again, a very common theme here is that these are not really going to hold their gains for the most part. AVGR, same exact thing. It's sitting at 215s now, you know, noticeably lower from the area where I actually traded and made money from it. But again, it doesn't matter if they hold to me. I'm just trying to scalp a sliver of momentum, which is exactly what we got with AVGR there. Another one that I did a very similar thing to this is CEI. And again, if you want to understand how I trade, you'll start to see a very common, you'll start to see patterns here in how I trade. A lot of things will line up the same way, and I don't mind taking them if they do. This one's a little bit longer term as opposed to the last few, to where this one had opening weakness. We had a U-shaped breakout pattern here. We had a drop, opening weakness, and then once we get this reversal, once we actually break above the VWAP area and then pull back to it specifically, you can see we pulled back to around the 275 level. And just to show you guys, I'm usually trying to play these off of half, whole dollars, or quarter dollars. Those are big psychological levels. So in this case, I'm just trying to play it off of 275, which is a $quarter level. So once we got that reversal, we started to get some volume coming in here. I'm just looking to buy on small pullbacks to those major psychological levels. And so we got the cup and handle looking pattern here, and we got the pullback to 275. I bought a little bit right there. It wasn't a huge position. I bought a small position right there, and I rode this breakout all the way up to, I think, about $3 before it rejected and tried to get over 3. And again, it looks very similar to the last few. Again, you can call it a red to green cup and handle pattern, which is kind of what I dub it, but you can call it whatever you want, I guess. But again, we're just trying to identify reversals and momentum, breaks above the VWAP, and then we're looking for small dips to major levels to buy a bounce off of, and it works really, really well. I think I traded 6 or 7 times today. I only lost on 2 of those, and the losses were incredibly small relative to the wins that I made. And this is something that if you watch my live stream, I do this over and over and over again. And I'm very selective over these strategies because these are the ones that I think I find the most of an edge with in these penny stocks, in these small float, really cheap penny stocks. And, this is another example of it. I got into a few more trades. Let me look at some of the other trades I decided to jump into. Another one that we looked at and that I traded some. This was one of the biggest losses that I took today, or one of the only losses that I took today, was with JFU. And this one kind of faked me out, to be honest. This is one of the ones that I lost in this morning. What happened here is that I bought this pullback to the VWAP. It's a little bit different. I kind of went a little bit different way with this one. It wasn't the same pattern that you saw in the last few examples, but I tried to buy this pullback to the VWAP and it just did not hold at first. So I bought the pullback to 225. Again, I either play it off of half, whole dollars, or quarter dollars, being 225, one of those. But you can see here this big down wick ended up scaring me out. We saw this big down wick. We had this big drop right here that made me nervous, and I ended up exiting for a small loss, although this is one of the stocks I had a loss on. The other one was I think I talked about it earlier, GTEC. But again, I basically broke even with it. I think I might have lost $1 from this trade. But yeah, so those are the ones I lost on. I did make a few other small wins, specifically on SUPV. Here's SUPV. And again, you're going to see another very similar strategy and pattern to the ones that I've just went over. This one, we had opening weakness, which is usually what I'm targeting. I don't necessarily like to see strength at first, right at the open. I'd prefer to see either weakness before or right after the opening bell. And again, it's another U-shaped looking breakout pattern. You can see we had a drop at the opening bell, a reversal above the VWAP, and then a pullback to around 250, 255. And this is where I bought, right around here. And I just wrote it up for a quick move up to about 285. I don't know if I even wrote it that high. But again, exactly what I've talked about in these last few examples. We had opening weakness, a reversal looking like a U. And then we had a pullback similar to a cup and handle style pattern. And so it looks almost the same every single time. And again, you can see volume start to come in as these moves are happening, confirming what I'm specifically looking for with these trades. And if I have an overarching point with going over these strategies, one thing I really want you all to learn and understand about my trading style is that I am very quick at this. I am not trying to hold for high of the day breaks. I'm not really trying to hold for longer term gains. That's not what I'm trying to do. In my opinion, most penny stocks are not going to hold their gains, at least on an intraday basis. They'll spike up and they'll have big crashes back down, and then maybe they'll spike up again. And so when I get into these positions, I'm trying to take advantage of quick momentum, and that's it. I'm moving on with my day. If you get stubborn in these type of trades, if you get stubborn trading these strategies, it's not going to turn out well most of the time. You're going to end up holding, and a lot of these turn into just all-day faders. And so this is actually one of the stocks that did a little bit better than most and kind of continued running up after I exited the position. But you're not going to see this most of the time, and a large majority of these are actually going to fail. Another one I want to look at is USWS. And again, you're going to see a very common theme here with all of the trades I got into. And again, all of these trades were streamed live. I streamed all of these live on my channel. And again, the same exact type of pattern that we've gone over multiple times just now. Again, we have opening weakness. We have a reversal. This one doesn't really play off the VWAP as much, but we have a reversal over a major level. And then I don't think I actually bought the pullback here. I think if I did buy the pullback, it was right here on the small little pullback to 310. And so we had opening weakness, a break over a major level, and then a little dip that gives me a solid entry that I can attack some momentum. And again, volume came in right when we wanted it to as well. And, I think today was a really good day. I was very accurate overall, but I also think I think the movement today was certainly favorable for my style of trading. And I was just kind of able to rinse and repeat the same strategy in different ways over and over and over again, scalping these type of moves. The biggest thing you guys want to understand is that I'm looking for gapping stocks the most of the time. I see somebody asking, how do I find these stocks to trade? I'm usually looking for high volume gappers, and good volume is essential with these type of patterns and strategies, because for technical analysis to work, you need volume to come in. You need buyers to step in where you're buying if you want the move to continue. And if you don't have buyers stepping in with good volume, the move's not going to work as well as you think it might. And so one of the most crucial aspects of stock selection when I'm trading these is I'm looking for good volume moves, specifically in pre-market. If we have a voluminous pre-market, it's logical to assume that we would have a good voluminous opening bell. And so usually I'm looking for stocks like USWS that, even though they don't hold all of their gains, they have a decent amount of volume in pre-market, at least over 2 million, that we can try to take advantage of and exploit at the open. Out of all of these stocks that I've traded, I kind of went over all the trades I got into today. Out of all of these, only 1 or 2 actually continued. So if we look at all of these, whether it be AMC, failed, AVGR, eventually failed, CEI, eventually failed, GTech, eventually failed. JFU was one of the only ones that succeeded, and I believe, SUPV, was the only one that really made any big moves, and even this one failed afterwards. And so if you can understand this, guys, most of these are not going to continue. If you get stubborn with these, if you try to buy just high of the day breakouts without really thinking about it, or if you try to get stubborn and just hold on to these positions, again, it's not going to work out well for you a bunch, in my opinion. And one of the best things that you can do if you're trying to trade like this is learn how to cut your losses and move on with your trading day. This is one of those type of trading styles where the risk reward might not be an incredible ratio, but you're compensating that with good accuracy. And so if you can understand that dynamic, you'll have a lot better time taking these type of trades. And so, yeah, I'm checking out the chat now, guys. Yeah, Mitch posted my channel in the chat if you guys want to check out the channel. Again, we trade live every single day. GameStop is on again. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I'm skeptical of it. I follow this guy. He's a great free resource. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate the support.
So I have a question for you, John.
Hey, what's up, man?
So what's that purple line, and how do you use that really to determine kind of your trades a lot of the times?
Okay, so the purple line is the VWAP. It's the volume weighted average price. Now, I do want to preface this conversation with so with penny stocks, it's going to act a little bit differently, and you're going to use it in different ways with penny stocks as opposed to mid and high caps. Now, it is an intraday trend indicator is really what the VWAP is, and so it's going to show you the short-term intraday trend. But a lot of the time with penny stocks, considering they're a little bit more, kind of manic, if you will, it's going to act as a major resistance level, just like you'll see it act in mid and high caps. Now, if I'm scalping these penny stocks, one of the ways I try to use the VWAP is I try to use it as a reward target a lot of the time. If we open up in an extended way beneath the VWAP, for instance, I'm not trying to take this position over the VWAP. I'm not trying to ride this thing all the way back above the VWAP. If I'm taking a position, I'm trying to exit this thing before it hits the VWAP. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm certainly not trying to wait to see if it tests and breaks over the VWAP. And if you look at this stock, for example, you can kind of see why. It moved up to the VWAP and then immediately got rejected and went back down some. And the VWAP wasn't necessarily rejecting it. It's just a good identifying indicator that'll tell you, the short-term trend of the stock. So I'm using it as a reward target with penny stocks, where with mid and high caps, for instance, you would use it more so as a short-term trend indicator. So if it's maintaining above the VWAP and pulling back to it, then you can kind of buy those pullbacks, so forth and so on. But with penny stocks, you have to approach it a little bit differently, at least from my experience trading penny stocks. But we still might be able to find some moves with the VWAP. If we look at like AMC, for instance, you can see every time it kind of pulls back to this level, we get a big rejection back down there. Same thing here. It tried to break over it, kind of got rejected, couldn't really hold over the VWAP. And so it's a good milestone level with penny stocks, in my opinion, watching to see whether it maintains over or under the VWAP, and you can use that to kind of identify and determine strength and weakness using it. My Twitter is @BeginnerTrades. And so, yeah, like I said, we got a few good questions. What is a better moving average to use, EMA or MA? That's subjective. Everybody's going to be a little bit different in their preferences with trading. Somebody asked me this earlier, and my answer to this is the way I use moving averages is I'm looking for the most popular averages, because I think the most popular averages are going to have the most people watching them. And so it's going to consequently be able to identify momentum in an easier way, if that makes sense, to where if you're using a more obscure average, it's not going to be as effective at identifying momentum, just because there's fewer traders actually looking for those levels, looking for those crossovers, so forth and so on. But again, to be honest, I'm not much of a moving average trader. I've mostly used the VWAP and just simple price action and momentum, and everybody's a little bit different. Great resource for trader. Yeah, like I said, here at Beginner Trading, we're just a resourcing community, guys. Like, I'm not over here claiming to be an expert or anything like that. To be honest, I don't want that standard of being an expert. I would rather just be a resourcing community for traders, and just be a place where they can get together and learn. And that's all we really are, you know. What are some stock picks? I'm not really much of a stock pick giver. I don't like giving stock picks, to be honest. But there's some interesting movement today. Again, JFU is still running up, and it's still making moves late this afternoon. And so JFU is still sitting up at the 320s. Looking at the daily chart for JFU, I mean, we got some resistance levels, but they're a decent amount above us. And so we're kind of breaking over, or we kind of already broke over some major levels with JFU. And I think the next step is to see if it actually holds these big pushes that it put in intraday today. You can see it's sitting right over 3. We'll see if it holds. But, you know, in the end, again, most penny stocks are not going to hold.
All right. Coming to join you in here, man. Definitely, you know, one of the things that I tell you guys to do is find what works for you. And there's a reason why John trades the way he does, is he found what worked for him. And this is so important, and why I recommend getting towards that next level. Because just like the show that's coming up here is about peak performance, whenever you're doing day trading, you need to be on top of your execution. Because we've said this before, John, you've heard me say this. I could teach the best strategy, but if you can't execute it, I mean, hey, then there's no money made, right? Like always, guys, whenever you're doing these kinds of trades, what it's about is understanding risk management. And once you can understand that and kind of stick to it, then you can kind of take these kinds of trades. I think, John, what have you learned from your risk management days of going big and then kind of sizing down?
Yeah, for sure, guys. I've traded it all, to be honest, and I've traded penny stocks, mid and high caps. The best lesson I can give you for any of this is just trade small. If you're taking big losses in the market, lower your share size. A lot of traders get their ego in the way, and you don't need to. You know, just trade with what you're comfortable with, and build and learn a system that way. You'll save a lot of money in the long run, and then once you're truly ready to kind of scale up, or regardless of what your account size is, you'll end up doing a lot better if you just cut your losses, trade small, and focus on improvement. You know.
Definitely. Well, John, we'll definitely see you on Sunday, guys. If
brother.
You don't know, you know, he does this on Sunday for you guys, a kind of a little watch list, kind of going through what he's going to be looking at into the week. And when does that usually go on? At 7 p.m., right?
Right, 7 p.m. Eastern. We've talked about a lot of these big movers that just came up in the last few weeks. We talked about OCGN. We talked about SNDL before they ran. We talked about BRQS. So come check out the show. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on Benzinga. Hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you all on Sunday.
All right, John. I'll see you on Sunday, man.
Hey, later, brother. See you.
Hey, well, I cut him off, but hey, Life goes on, right, guys? All right, guys. So one thing that I want to tell you guys that I want to get into now, and let me turn off my light here. I got enough light here. So what we're going to do next, guys, is we're going to start touching peak performance. So one of the things that I've noticed in Benzinga is that there's a lot of traders out there trying to master their mental game. You know, trading doesn't always have just to do with, you know, strategy and execution. A lot of it is going to do to your emotions and handling how you trade. So we're going to go into an interview today. It's Tod Stottlemyre, 3-time World Series champ. He used a major league pitcher, so that's a lot of how he learned this process. What we're going to do is we're going to be interviewing athletes, psychologists, and different performance coaches so that you guys can go ahead and up your game, up that execution, get towards the next level on your emotional control, and then maybe become a master of peak performance. So super excited to start this interview, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it up, guys. You guys let us know in the chat how you guys like this. If you guys want to see more psychology, especially in trading, because a lot of the traders need to kind of up that skill level to get to this level. And let's see how you get towards that peak performance, guys. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this up. You guys let us know how the sound is, and let's knock it out the park. Let's do it. All right, guys, so welcome guys to Peak Performance. This is a show that was really all about this book right here. This book has started a brand new show for us here at Benzinga, going to be called Peak Performance, and I'm more than happy and glad to bring on the special guest, the first guest of this show, which is Tod Stottlemyre, 3-time World Series champion pitcher, author of The Observer, a modern fable on mastering your thoughts and emotion. And not only that, but someone I'm going to really truly look up to now. So welcome, Tod.
Mitch, man, I appreciate it. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm grateful. Man, it's just good to hang out with you here for a few minutes.
Yeah, you know, when I first got this interview, you know, I thought about it and I said, you know, how could we relate it to finance and kind of bring it with our viewers? And I really thought about it. And the more I think about it, this should be a show itself and how we can keep working on getting towards peak performance, whether that be in sports, whether that be in finance or in your personal life or career.
Yeah, man, I love it. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it always goes back to creating clarity and awareness and what we're focused on in the moment. And what is that telling us? And what information does that give us? And then what do we do with that information? So I'm excited to share with you today as we jump in.
Yep, perfect. So I got a little opener here. You know, you're a 3-time World Series champion. You had a 14-year-long career, 138 career Major League wins. Can you tell us what it was like to be drafted as the 3rd overall pick in the 1985 draft by the Blue Jays? You know, the dream come true.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and crazy enough, it was my 3rd time being drafted. First time was out of high school by the New York Yankees. And after growing up in Yankee Stadium, where my father was a pitcher for the New York Yankees, I would tell you I was hard pressed not to sign with the Yankees and go on to college, but seemed to be the right decision. Then I got drafted by the Cardinals and then ultimately by the Blue Jays. And I got to tell you, it was at the time I didn't even realize the blessing that it really was, is because the Blue Jays were really starting to put great teams together. And, you know, I arrived at the perfect time. I was in the perfect place, perfect time. Everything was coming together. Had incredible teammates, had an incredible manager, played for, you know, the Blue Jays turned out to be an unbelievable organization where we won some world championships. So it was a great ride.
Definitely. And one thing that I've always been interested in, you know, I've watched baseball for years. So, you know, pitching inside a dome, and I mean, I couldn't imagine pitching inside the Sky Dome at that time. How was it pitching in those sold out times or times of the World Series?
Yeah, it was, I mean, when you look back on that, 1992, 1993, we drew over 4 million fans. But I'm gonna tell you, it was even more than that, because the fact of the matter is that every seat was not only sold out, but there was someone in the seats. And they even created a standing room only area. And it was like night after night after night. It didn't matter where your eyes scanned the stadium. Everyone was in a seat everywhere. It was incredible. I got to tell you, the city of Toronto, the country of Canada, I mean, they truly got behind that organization, those ball clubs. And I always think back and I look back on those teams, and it's pretty crazy where 25 guys coming together from multiple different countries, different races, different religions, different skin colors, but all those 25 guys all coming together for a common vision, for a common purpose, and we truly became family. And I always kind of draw back, or I reflect back and I look at that situation and I'm like, what a thing for the world to take a look at, that different races, different countries, different religions, that people truly can come together. And at the end of the day, we truly all want the same things, and we're really one and the same.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed in the pandemic time is that, we've got to come more together. So hearing stories like that is definitely what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I tell you, unfortunately, you kind of take a look at 2020 and it's like the pandemic brought the worst out in people, right? Instead of the best out in people. And, we own and operate a number of companies through a private equity fund, and my partner and I, and when the pandemic hit, it was like the first thing that came to our minds is there are going to be people that are going to come out of this worse because they're going to focus, but nothing but on the pandemic and how bad it is, and they're going to get caught and they're going to go down a rabbit hole. But then there's going to be other people and they're going to come out of it better because they're going to focus on what they can do. And at the end of the day, our focus matters and it counts. And if we're focused on things we can control and things that we can do, and stay away from the things that we can't. So it kind of really became our message to all of our people, all the employees, all of the companies, all the executives, is let's focus on what we can focus on and just try to get better every single day.
Definitely. And that leads me right into my, my first question, kind of regarding more into the book. And that's morning routines. Morning routines that are mentioned to start the day. And what does your morning routine consist of, Todd? And why is the first hour of the day known as the championship hour?
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of named it Championship Hour because it's all about building the champion that lives inside of you. And, I believe we're all born with a seed of greatness. Obviously, all of our gifts and talents look different, but at the end of the day, we're all, in my opinion, we're born limitless. We're born for greatness. So I kind of named it the Championship Hour because that Championship Hour is all about building us. It's about building our mindsets. It's about building, our emotions and our emotional sets. It's about building our states. It's about growing our mind. It's about, meditating and prayer and prayer. It's about physically getting fit and taking care of our bodies. We got to take care of our minds. We got to take care of our hearts. We got to take care of our bodies. And for me, it's very simple. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's become such a routine, right? And unconscious for me is that I wake up, I literally make the bed. It takes me, literally about 30 to 45 seconds. And then from there, brush my teeth. From brushing my teeth, I walk into my kitchen. I got 25 ounces of water waiting on me to hydrate my body from laying down all night, to kind of rehydrate all my organs and kind of, gather my energy. I grab a cup of coffee. I head to my office. I spend a little bit of time praying. I push on a podcast. I'm trying to grow my mind, capture new ideas. I got my journal out. I'm capturing all of those. And then I'll file the best ideas in a certain file. And then from there, I turned one of my garages into a home gym because of COVID. And I literally walk down the hall, walk into the garage and spend about 60 minutes doing workouts. So my championship hour really has become 2 hours. But at the end of the day, from wake up until being done, to being showered, to being ready to take on the day, at 9 a.m., I'm ready. I'm ready mentally. I'm ready physically. I'm ready emotionally. I have incredible energy. I have great mental energy, emotional energy, physical energy, because here's what I don't know. I got to take care of me because I have no idea what's going to come at me during the day. right? I don't know what obstacles are going to come. I don't know what opportunities are going to show up. But if you're not prepared personally, when the opportunities show up, you will miss out on those opportunities. So I spend a lot of time preparing, just like I did for a game. I prepare for the game of life every single day through my championship hour.
Yeah, definitely. You know, one thing that I just started recently, and it was thanks to the book, you know, I went right back to the morning workouts. You know, with such an expanding and building that I have to do with my career, one thing that I've noticed is that maybe I'm just not focusing on the fitness side, and I need to continue focusing on that side to keep it going.
Mitch, you know what's awesome is not only is great for you physically, your health, your fitness. I always tell people, hey, if you don't take time to be healthy, you're going to have to take time to be sick, right? And it's like, man, who wants to take time to be sick? So what can we control? What can we focus on? But not only that, not only is it great for your body, it's great for your energy, and it's also great for your mind and your brain. And here's the other piece that so many people miss. When you accomplish something early in the morning, the psychological benefits of achievement, they start to build momentum. It's kind of like, as soon as I started making my bed first thing in the morning, it's like, bed is made, what can I do next? And it's almost as you build momentum, psychology, momentum on achievement, and it just puts you in that place is, what can I do now? What can I achieve now? And it's just an incredible routine for peak performance and getting in the state and ready to achieve that day.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing like the power of decision, right? And so Sky, the son, you know, in the Observer, you know, keeps a journal. And I thought this was very important, you know, because first, you know, it's kind of mentioned as, you know, kind of get a little bullied about it. And really, journals are important, you know. Can you tell us how this can help keep the track of our goals and at the same time keep forefront to us what's important?
Well, you know, there's power when you write your goals down every day, right? Is you kind of keep sending it out there that's what I want to achieve. That's what I'm chasing. That's what I'm pursuing. And then the other thing is there's so much power in keeping a journal. It's like, you know, even when you're struggling, it's like to write down the struggle in a journal, to kind of like put a pen to paper, right? It's to dump it. It's to get rid of it. It's to release it. Once again, it kind of goes back to our state of emotions and this and that. There's something about like sharing it, and you're sharing it with yourself. But not only that, is when you do share it and when you put a pen to paper and when you journal it, it gives you now a chance to kind of take a look at it and focus on it. And as I focus on it, I can ask my questions. What can I do? What can I do better? What am I supposed to learn here from this setback, this struggle, this disappointment? And then you get to, on another page of a journal, start to write alternative strategies. Man, it's a great way to kind of get centered with yourself, get your mind, get your heart around it, get your thoughts and emotions, and create this awareness and clarity around what we're going through. And it's kind of like, it kind of relates to the book, The Observer, because The Observer is all about awareness. It's about mental awareness. It's about our thoughts. It's about how are we thinking? And are they serving us? Are our thoughts serving us? And if not, as a human being, we have the power to change that thought instantly. And as we change that thought instantly, as we go from a negative state into a positive state, it doesn't happen by a click of fingers, but the thought can literally be the snap of the fingers. But then if we all focus and we'll meditate on the positive thought, what'll happen is emotionally, it starts to gravitate and put us into a different state. And as our emotions start to get into a different state, a positive state, a performance state, we begin to take actions with that state. And that's the beauty of really creating this awareness, becoming the observer of, hey, how do we think? How are we feeling? But then the question is, what can we do about it? What can we change? What are the options that are available for us? So it's such a powerful tool.
Yeah, definitely. So I think, you know, definitely, you know, one of the things that people get away from is journals as they grow older. But really, I think they can actually be probably even more beneficial to us as adults than they can when we were young.
You know, it's the greatest book you'll ever write is those journals. You know, It's, you know, I have 5 children, and, you know, I've been journaling now since like 1993. And I just think back, and there's so many times I look back, and it's so fun to be able to look back and how was I thinking then? You know, what was I feeling? What was I thinking? What was I doing? What were my strategies? What great lesson was I capturing at that point in my life? And it's not only a measurement of your growth, but you can go back and kind of catch yourself sometimes. And it's like, aha, man, I forgot about that. You know, it kind of got away from me. And it's the power of journals, because if in fact we rely on our memory, man, we're going to be in big trouble, right? Because, you know, at the end of the day, that's one of the beauties about not only taking pen to paper, it just makes that thought and that lesson, it just makes it so much more powerful and impactful.
Yeah, definitely. You know, one of the things that happens to a lot of traders is that they don't take a journal of their trades. Just that alone is an edge, you know? So definitely. All right, so let's get into the next one. I want to relate a question to trading. You know, the book, The Observer, you know, a lot of the investing side, I think, is more psychological really than learning kind of trading. And so 2 areas where we can further mastery of the mind is really getting into the zone and winning the inner game. You know, can you tell us why it's important to go ahead and try to get into that zone, and then, of course, keep battling and winning that inner game?
Yeah, getting in the zone is kind of like a state of flow, right? It's where you're so focused on the task at hand, right? And you get yourself and your brain and your brain waves into this situation and in these moments, right? And to where literally conversations can be going off to the left of you, to the right of you, in front of you, behind you, but you hear nothing. I always refer to being in the stadium and being on the mound. And I pitched in front of 50,000 people, screaming fans. But when I'm in the zone, when I'm focused, when I'm at my best, when peak performance is happening, and it's like when you get in a zone state of flow, it's like it's happening automatically. But what's crazy is you can be in a stadium of 50,000 people and you feel as if you're in a room all by yourself, like it's dead silent. And the opposite of that is when you're standing on a mound or you're getting ready to make a trade, all the noise around you becomes an interruption. And that noise around you, the interruption, all of that noise, it's not their problem, it's your problem, is that we're not focused. We're not 100% focused at the task at hand. You know, I think about trading, I think about pitching a game, I think about trading, I think about the psychology of it. You know, it's kind of like, you know, people will say, hey, you know, you're only as good as your last game. And I'm always like, no, you're only as good as your next one. The last one's over. Whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, it's kind of like trading. You're not as good as your last trade. You're as good as your next one. See, the last trade, the last game, the last pitch, it's over with, right? Whether good, bad, or indifferent doesn't matter. But here's the thing. It's like, if it was good, you can't buy your own press because you're going to get caught getting lazy and you're going to not have the laser focus on the detail that you need to have it on, which is what's important right now, right? And then the other thing is what if it was a negative trade? Or what if it was a negative game, right? You got to learn from it, reflect from it, get what you can of it, and then let it go and then move on. Because if you carry the last bad trade into the next trade, you're not going to be all in, man. You're not going to be near as aggressive. You're going to be tentative. And when we're tentative or we're tight, whether you're physically or mentally, you start to make more mistakes and they start to compound and it becomes kind of a snowball effect. So, it's really about getting into that place of focus, creating the awareness. You know, one of my mentors said, Todd, he says, as you create more awareness and clarity, he says, what happens, you start to make better choices. And as you make better choices, you start to get better results. That came directly from one of my mentors, Mr. Robin Sharma. He says, Todd, get better awareness, better clarity, make better choices, get better results. And I'm going to tell you, you can take that principle and that model to every aspect of your life, whether you're competing or whether you're not competing. You're just living life.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I always say, you know, and there's actually a book that refers kind of into the zone. It's by Mark Douglas, and it's more on trading itself. And he's one of the mentors that I listen to, and definitely, you know, once you can really focus and stay in that present, that now being, that's when we're at our best. That's when we're at that peak performance, because there's no distraction, and like you said, you only see the catcher's mitt, and the next pitch goes.
Yeah, you know, it's like it's kind of like what's going on, man. And I always say, you know, if our thoughts are on our last trade or our thoughts are on our surroundings and we're not getting laser focused, then I always tell people, I go, we got to turn the channel. You know, you got to turn the channel on those thoughts. You got to turn the channel on those emotions. And at the end of the day, it's like one of the great questions that comes up with is what's important, like right now? Like, what do I need to focus on right now? Like my coaches, my mindset coaches, my pitching coaches, they always used to tell me, Todd, it didn't matter the pitch you just threw. It's like this pitch, this moment, what are you going to do with it? So it's like this trade, right? It's like this trade, this moment, what's important right now? What am I going to do? Am I going to push that button? Am I going to make this trade? And when all of our focus and intention comes to the breath that we just take, that very present moment, and where you put where you turn the channel or you put a roadblock up to anything that's happened up until that point of time, this is where you make your greatest moments. This is where you live your mastery. This is where you make your greatest decisions. This is where you're in your peak performance.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I've noticed is you can't stay there, so you definitely have to keep working to get back into that state of mind.
It's a practice. You know, I got a tool, and I talk about it in the book, The Observer, the 180-degree mindset. And I think about it. It's like, okay, so if I step away from myself and I'm like, and I'm observing the thoughts I'm having, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, these thoughts are not positive thoughts. They're negative. They're terrible thoughts. Literally just call time out on myself. And I say, what is the opposite of that negative thought or of that terrible thought? What's 180 degrees from there? You're going to land in positive territory. At that point, like if I'm creating this awareness, if I'm observing the way I think, or if I'm observing the way I feel, and I don't like the way I feel, it can be 180-degree mindset can be applied to your emotions and how you feel. And you can say, what's the opposite? And then just begin to focus on that opposite. So it's an incredible tool. You know, it's crazy how so many times throughout the day, I'll just be going through the day and just stop myself. And it's like, man, stop that line of thinking. That's not going to take me where I want to go. And anytime I find or I'm observing or I create this awareness, this clarity around these thoughts, and I don't like where they're going to take me, if I was to focus and act on them, call time out and turn the channel, go 180 degrees from it. Now refocus. And then sometimes it even takes self-talk, right? And the beauty of self-talk is this is the only time that you should listen less. And you should listen less and speak more to yourself, right? It's like God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, except unless you're communicating with yourself. It's like, man, it's like listen less, because the reason I say listen less is because so many of our thoughts are around, you know, survival, right? Fight or flight. You know, you get into stressful situations and it's fight. How do I calm it? Right? It's like you got to stand back and observe, get clarity, have awareness, and then use the tools to get to a place where you can perform at your best.
Definitely. You know, one of the things that I've been working on lately is just trying to, you know, one of the things with the pandemic and being remote working is how to shut off, you know, remote working literally at your home and then going to your home life, your personal family life, and trying to separate those two and putting one, not the emotion, into the other. And
so
that's a
difficult,
tough task.
you know, and so many people are working from home today, right? And it's kind of like that thing that a couple things can happen here. You can have home influences that keep you from doing the work you need to do. And then the opposite of that is because your home becomes now your office, it's like you're not getting away from your work and you're not resting, rejuvenating, and getting to a place where, you know, you have to be able to pull back to constantly maintain and stay in peak performance. And definitely they can kind of intersect and you can create problems. So, you know, I have a home office. I'm like most people around the country, especially going through the pandemic, did a lot of work at home. But one of the things you do is, like, when I leave my office, I close the door. And then I always remind myself, wherever my feet are, just be right there. Just be right there. If I'm with my kids and I'm not present with my kids are going to know that I'm not really there. I learned a valuable lesson. I was on a road trip one time for about 10 days. I came home And my beautiful wife and my children had made this unbelievable meal. Dad had been gone for a long time, and now we're going to have our first meal together. And I did a big mistake. I took this cell phone to my dinner table and I set it face down and it started buzzing. I looked at it and it was one of my working partners that was the place I just left to come back home to. And I said to my wife, I said, hey, this will only take a moment. I walked into my office, I took the call 45 minutes later because what happened is I got hung up on the call. I got consumed on the call and I kind of lost all track of time. I go back to the dinner table and everyone's gone. My wife comes and puts a plate in front of me and she goes, it was a lot better when it was warm. And I was like, wow. And I kind of looked at her and I was like, oh no, it tastes great, you know? And all my kids have kind of eaten and moved on to their rooms and that sort of thing. And she says, wow, I wish you wouldn't have come home. And I was like, what? And I was like, wow. I go, honey, aren't you happy I'm home? She goes, yeah, but you didn't come home. You're here physically, but you didn't come home mentally. And here's what she said. How do you think our kids feel right now that call was more important in this moment than having family dinner after you being gone for almost 2 weeks? And I was like, the greatest lesson on being present with where you are and with the people you're with. See, when we're present, we edify the company we're around. When we're present, we're telling those people that they're special, right? And I was like, valuable lesson, wrote it in my journal. And I said to myself, Todd, this will never happen. And it's the constant reminder, and it takes practice. Wherever you are, just be there. I mean, think about how many people are at work thinking about vacation or on vacation thinking about work. So what happens? In both scenarios, you never get to live your best in that moment because you're focused on somewhere that's not where you reside at the time. It's crazy.
Definitely. So I'm going to move it a little bit forward so we could get towards all the questions. I got so many important ones to get to. So in the book, it mentions 8 forms of wealth or the circle of life, and I don't want to give them away really, but what area do you feel you need to focus on to get towards a 10 right now? And what does that 10 look like for you, Todd?
So to me, the most important 10, and I have a rating scale on all 8 forms of wealth, right? From 0 to 10, the place for me is, and the message that I want to get across is family. Look, you can be the richest guy in the world, but if you have a broken family, you are broke. So to me, the building family wealth and building my foundation around family and those relationships and those understanding and being in the present moment with the family and experiencing new experiences with your family, that's the greatest wealth of all. So for me, it starts and stops with family.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, power to you. I hope you get it faster and faster towards that 10. I know you'll be working towards it. All right. So one of the things here at Benzinga is that we refer to everyone as builders. And how has writing a book and gone through this kind of business process shown you that at the end of the day, people are the difference makers, to getting towards that massive accomplishment that we're looking for?
They truly are the difference makers. Matter of fact, my partner and I, we have a fund we run together, and it's a private fund, and it's where we have about 10, 12 different portfolio companies in there. And if you asked me and you said, Todd, what's the difference between that company and that company? And you weren't referring to the business plan or the company itself, I would always tell you the people. Matter of fact, when people would say, Todd, what's the difference between the team you had in 1991 with the Toronto Blue Jays that lost in the playoffs and the team you had in 1992 where you won a world championship? I said, it's easy. It's always the people. And matter of fact, one of the things that we do when we look at a business plan, more importantly than what the business is, we look at who are the people that are going to be running the business. Because we know that you can take an average business plan with great people and create great success. We also know you can take a great business plan with the wrong people and end up bankrupt. So I couldn't agree with you more in the program and everything. It's always the people, which is why it's so fun for me today is to serve and inspire and to impact and try to make a difference in people's lives.
Definitely. So one of the things that I noticed, and it's mentioned in the book, most people will think of baseball, but most people don't make the playoffs. What does it really take to get towards that level, Todd?
Man, it takes, well, I have to go back to what we were just talking about. Number one, it takes the right people, right? And those people, it's like that come together, that form a team. So whether it's in business and exceeding or excelling to certain levels, you know, playoff type levels, championship type levels, it's being able to collectively have a group of people and get them all to pull the same rope, sharing the same vision, same purpose, and then everyone work really hard individually at being the best they can, not for them, but for the team. And if we'll focus, and in people in business, it's like whatever role you play, even if you're in the mailroom, you can make a difference. Doesn't matter what your role is in the company, whether you're the research analyst or whether you're the trader. See, if everyone is doing the best they can for the team, then you will always be pursuing the best version of yourself at the same time.
Definitely. I couldn't have said it better, and I'm looking forward towards passing it towards the company and the overall company so that we can hear this message also. All right, so the next thing I want to get into is, of course, the Observer. And how did that play into when you got into your investing? How do you use the Observer really to kind of stay in that edge?
Yeah, once again, it's like total awareness, total clarity. It's understanding the state of my mind, the mental state that I'm in, the emotional state I'm in. Look, there are times when the best trade is no trade. It's like if mentally I'm not in the right state and emotionally I'm not in the right state and I'm not feeling it, or I'm tentative, or maybe, you know, my past is interfering with where I am at in this moment. The best trade is not to make one, and is to walk away and then to go get centered with yourself, and whatever it takes. For some people it's a run, for some people it might be a walk in nature, for others it might be a meditation, for another, you know, it might be getting with your coach, but getting to a place where you can get back to where you can focus in the now, you can have the right mental state, the right emotional state, so that you can have the right focus to move forward. So look, about being an observer is about the ultimate observer is the person with unbelievable clarity and awareness about what's going on inside of them.
Yeah, you know, definitely, you know, at least we don't have it all as hard as, let's say, a 2-minute pitching mound.
Yeah.
All right. So the last thing I have here is, you know, Todd, you know, I read your book, and I would love to know what 2 or 3 books you would recommend to expand from your knowledge. You know, that's always one of the best things, is not only, you know, is reading one book, but keep expanding that knowledge and being the ever learner. So what would you recommend for us?
Well, you know, I'm an avid reader, and, you know, I try to do 30 minutes to an hour every single day. And it's kind of one of those things. One of the principles in the book, The Observer, is maintaining the student mindset. And it's like, what can I learn today? So I would just tell you the books that I'm reading today and studying today. When I say read, I really study books. And, you know, I do a lot of underlining. I make a lot of notes. I do a lot of journaling. And then when I'm done underlining, journaling, then I try to pick one thing, and I try to take that one thing from that book that the author is coaching me on, and I go try to put it in action and kind of see where it falls and see what happens. But the books I'm reading today is Becoming Supernatural, Dr. Joe Dispenza. He really takes the whole mind and emotion to a whole different level. And it's pretty crazy that I wrote the book, The Observer, and then I just kind of came across Dr. Joe's book. And it's really about that study and about how you can, you know, basically recircuit this thing. You can rebuild the way your brain works and operates and your heart and this whole thing. So Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza, and then Change Your World by John Maxwell, one of the greatest leadership coaches ever. So, and I think about Change Your World, and it's like, once again, it's getting to that point of reflection. It's like, what can I do? It's like, you know, one of the questions I love to ask myself at the end of every day is this the best I can do? And people get confused about it. I said, it's not, what I didn't ask is, did I give it my best? Of course I gave it my best, but no, that's not the question. The question is this the best I can do? And the beauty of that question is it always gives me an answer, and that answer provides me information for me to work on tomorrow. And that's the beauty of it.
2% better. We have a quote, from someone in the company that says, if we could just get better, 2% better every single day, then we'll work towards that goal.
There you go. There you go.
So, one of the things that I'm going to be working on is the 7-day challenge now due to the book. So definitely want to thank you for that. And one of the last ways I really would like to leave off is remembering, the legend, the sports psychologist and mentor. I'm sure a great friend to you, Tod, Harvey Dorfman. I learned some new things about him too. I found out that, he was a part of one of my favorite championship teams, the 1997 Florida Marlins. And he was actually in the dugout assisting the players and the pitchers while they were getting ready for the game. And I mean, I don't know if you remember that World Series, but to me, that was one of the best and it will always be in my heart. So definitely want to give thanks to him. And I'll let you go ahead and leave off with a memory for Harvey, and definitely a shout out for Harvey.
Well, Harvey changed my life and really changed the direction of my life. And, I met with him at a time where I had an internal battle that was going on inside of me. And even though I might've looked great from the outside, on the inside, I was really struggling. And I got a chance to meet with Harvey where we booked a 2-hour meeting. It ended up going 12 hours long. And in the last hour, Harvey says, "Hey, you want to do me a favor?" And I said, "Yeah, anything, Harvey." And he goes, "Well, what do you think about going on a 7-day challenge?" I said, "I'm in." And he says, "Okay, here's the 7-day challenge." And he said, "Listen, Tod," he says, "every time you get stimulated, your mind gets stimulated, or your heart, your emotions become stimulated. And instead of reacting or responding," he says, "I don't want you to react or respond." He says, "All I want you to do is document." This is when I started journaling. Document your thoughts and document your feelings, your emotions. And he says, if someone cuts you off in traffic, and it's like that knee-jerk response. You're not allowed to respond. You can only document what you thought in that moment, and you can only document how you felt. He said, here's what he said to me. "I want you to observe your thoughts, and I want you to observe your emotions." He says, and then in 7 days, we're going to take a look at that documentation of what was going on in your mind, the thoughts you were having, what was going on in your heart, the emotions you were going through. And then what me and you are going to do together is we're going to build a tool chest of models and principles to not only help you get into a peak state, but to help you stay there, where outside influences and things you can't control will make sure you're no longer focused on those things, so that you stay in the moment, so that you can master that. And I was blown away. And I will tell you that I got a chance to work with Harvey for a few years. And, he truly changed the direction of my life. I owe this book, The Observer, to him, because all of the models and principles in this book somehow started with Harvey Dorfman. And, my hope is that people will pick it up so we can pass on his legacy and his mindset and kind of how he viewed things and how he viewed peak performance, because man, he was a champion and he's helped so many people, and he certainly helped me at a time where I needed help.
Yeah, definitely. Someone that really changed Major League overall. If you look at it now, 22 of the 30 Major League teams have sports psychologists on the staff. So definitely, not only changing his own, what was around him, but he actually changed the whole industry. And hopefully, because of your book, is going to be able to change a whole lot of lives, not just only in baseball, but in a whole lot of different aspects. So thank you very much, Tod, for real.
Mitch, man, it's been a pleasure. And I'm honored, humbled once again to be on your show and hang out with you. And I really appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, definitely. So guys, hey, I appreciate you joining us. Tod Stottlemyre, 3-time World Series champion pitcher. And if you haven't gotten it, go ahead and grab it. Check it out, guys. The Observer, a modern fable on mastering your thoughts and emotions. If you really want to be a master of your process and get that level to that peak performance, definitely check it out. And couldn't say more to this book. So I'll see you guys next time on Peak Performance. Appreciate it, Tod.
You're awesome, brother. Thank you.
All right, guys. What you guys think? Peak performance there, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm really working hard to bring this to you guys. So the whole point here, guys, is that we're going to be working hard to get towards that peak performance. Going to be interviewing athletes, performance coaches and psychologists and bringing you guys towards that next level. So definitely hit the like button, and we'll release this at around 4 o'clock so you guys can rewatch this. All right, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and bring on the man on the show, the At the Close, Spencer, to introduce the real man, the one that I learned from, Joel Conan. So let's go ahead. Let's get in here, Spencer. What's going on, man? Come to the stream.
I'm here. I got to bring Joel on, and then I want to bring on our guest because we got Patrick DeHaan, who is head of petroleum analysis at GasBuddy.com. So we'll go to him in a second. Joel, you're here with me. It's been an interesting day. Second day in a row. We were red. Now we're back to scratch again. Let's hold that thought, though. Hold that thought. I want to go to Patrick here right now. Patrick DeHaan, as I mentioned, head of petroleum analysis at GasBuddy.com. He's at GasBuddyGuy on Twitter. If you don't follow him and you're into energy markets, you need to follow him. What are you doing if you're not? Patrick, I know you're busy. You got a lot going on right now. Thanks for coming on with us.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
If we can get his
sounds
camera.
good, eh?
Sounds good. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
Wanted to bring Patrick on here to talk for a few minutes. Thanks for coming on, Patrick. So you're down in Texas, correct?
Well, actually, I'm in Chicago, but everything's happening in Texas. That's where our eyes are right now.
Yeah. So just give us the broad overview here, and then we can talk about crude oil prices, natural gas prices, and of course the effect on gasoline prices. Just give us the top down view.
Well, you look at what's happening in Texas. What an extreme event to see such bone-chilling temperatures down there, and the impact it's having on Texas, energy-wise, has been dramatic. You're talking about oil rigs that have been shut down. They're frozen over. Refineries that have shut down. 20% of the nation's refining capacity offline now. Keep in mind, refineries are outside, exposed to the elements. And unlike the refineries we see here in the North Country, where they are at least partially insulated, refineries down south are exposed. And so the freezing weather has caused quite a few of them, about a dozen, to shut down. And of course, the ripple effect is that gas prices nationally are starting to tick higher. So by and large, and then, not even to get in the natural gas, with all the electrical issues down there, the spot price of natural gas surging to the point where some electricity producers are just shutting down. They don't want to have to buy it at such high spot levels.
All right, let me first go back to the refineries and everything. Can they just flip a switch? Do they have to wait for these things to thaw out? Is there going to be any long-term damage, or is it something that can bring? When do you see peak production coming back online?
Yeah, the weather is starting to warm up. I'm looking at a temperature in Dallas right now of 29 degrees, and Houston just a little bit warmer. So we're on the cusp of being able to see these temperatures return above freezing. Houston's actually closer to 40 degrees. So that's good news for refineries that they're thawing out. I would imagine that later this weekend, as temperatures start to get closer to 50 and 60 degrees again, that these refineries will be able to get back online, or at least start. Restart is not as easy as turning on a light switch, unfortunately. So it will be a delicate process that probably takes 3 to 5, maybe 7 days. The good news is there's not a whole lot of long-term damage. These were able to shut down in a safe mode. So that's good news, not a long-term impact, but still price is going to be impacted simply because gasoline production lost for almost probably close to a week by the time refineries get back online.
All right, so let's talk about the price impact that it's had, the potential impact moving forward, and then how long do you think it's going to take things to get back to normal?
Well, the price impact, the national average is already up 3 cents a gallon from the start of the week. It could go up another 7 to 17 cents. We were calling for a 10 to 20 cent impact. And since we've already gotten 3 cents, now doing the math, call it 7 to 17 cents over the next couple of weeks. But as refineries get back online, we may see a little bit of a respite then as we begin the month of March. But by March, man, we are, we'll be close to starting baseball season, and spring weather will be here before you know it. And then we switch to summer blends of gasoline, which is going to have another pricing impact. So not much of a break. The national average on the cusp of $2.60 a gallon, and we'll probably keep going higher.
Patrick, is this going to be a thing now that we're going to have to be aware of as far as risk factors for the natural gas and energy markets? Is this type of event happening again?
Well, certainly, this is the type of event that there's going to be investigations, there's going to be meetings, especially ERCOT, which is the Texas regulator that gets to monitor the grid. Now, it looks like a lot of that's come back online, but Texas is a mess right now, and perhaps rightfully so. A lot of upset citizens who lost power longer than expected. There were rolling blackouts that went longer than expected, and there's still rotating blackouts. So there's a lot of things to be learned here, but don't expect necessarily every Texan and every refinery to go out and insulate themselves against maybe one in every 20-year cold weather event.
So this hasn't happened in 20 years.
I'm just kind of throwing
okay.
out. I don't even know.
I don't ever remember.
You heard it. He said it not for another 20 years. I just heard it.
We'll have to bet on that, right, guys? Global warming, it can't happen anytime soon again.
You just said
but it certainly could.
I heard it. Yeah.
You're sticking me to it there.
Yeah.
I know we got a few minutes here with Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy at Gas Buddy on Twitter. Patrick, I just wanted to talk to you just about this rally in the oil market. I mean, it seems like the whole world is going electric, EVs. That's where the world is moving, and different car companies, different mandates on when they're going to be all electric here. This rally in crude, I mean, well, actually, we hit 62.29 today, and we got a little bit of a reversal going. What do you? I mean, obviously, oversold in February and March. What are you attributing this steep rise in? I mean, you had the short-term catalyst with the refineries coming offline, but what do you make of this rally? And then just looking at historical crude oil prices. Where do you see them in 6 months, a year, 5 years down the line? I know those are tough questions.
Yeah. Let me get my dartboard out here.
Okay.
To get a little luckier, my magic 8-ball. Short term, like you said, it's been an impressive rally, up from $35 a barrel on Halloween to 62 earlier. Now we're back down to 60. But by and large, this is a function of fundamentals. Demand has been recovering globally faster than production, and that's music to the ears of OPEC and to oil companies that were battered last year with low oil prices. It's going to be a lag here. Prices are going up, demand is going up. Oil companies still cautious about bringing back jobs and production, worried that what does the next chapter look like? So that's where we are. Supply is not recovered enough globally to keep prices in check. And I think that's where the rally is going now. I think yesterday I was reading a piece in the Journal that Saudi Arabia stands prepared to raise production for April. Not a surprise. They want to keep U.S. oil producers from getting online if prices do get too hot. But we may be close to the end of the rally, at least temporarily, with Saudi Arabia kind of throwing cold water on it, alluding to the fact that, hey, we got it, that they'll increase production.
We're on with Patrick DeHaan. He is the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy. Patrick, I don't know if you can answer this, and if you can, feel free to say so. But can you explain what makes the Texas unique in this regard, as far as their grid? Do you know anything about that or no?
Not so much, frankly.
Not so much. Okay. It just I've been reading. I'm fascinated by the Texas electrical grid. It is apparently very unique to our country and decentralized, and I'm just fascinated by it because it's not like any other state. But Patrick DeHaan, I mentioned it's up on the screen at Gas Buddy Guy. If you follow energy markets, you follow oil, and you don't follow him, you're doing it wrong. Patrick, thanks a lot for coming on with us.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll get you back on again soon. Thank you, Patrick. All right, let's pick up where we usually start the show. We had the dip, 38.80. Quite a bit under the previous day's low, but we've bounced back here, and we're at 39.15. Still red on the day, but not by much. We have important levels. We're going into Friday, and you know how my Friday highs for the week or lows for the week, pretty tight range so far. But you're going to have, your Globex high from the day at 36. You have that high from yesterday at 32.25. But more importantly, I look at these three closes that you had right around. Let me bring up the S&P here. Right around the all-time closing high is 39.31. So that's my bogey for overnight. That's my bogey for tomorrow. See if we can get above that. It just seems like, kind kind of a quiet week, 3-day week. We do have options expiration tomorrow, a short 4-day week. So I did see that this expiration, there's like $570 billion worth of options expiring, and it's one of the biggest expirations, non-triple witch, that we've had. So could be some fireworks. Be prepared for a big up or big down open tomorrow and see which way we go from there. As I mentioned, crude got to 62.29, and then the Saudis came in and said, hey, we'll start pumping, and then that has turned it from a green day to a red day, down $1.22 and trading in the after hours, 59.94. Gold, man, new low for the move, but rebounded up $1.30 at 17.74.10. And then you have silver going the opposite way, down a quarter at 27.07. And Bitcoin, quiet range for Bitcoin here. Buyers won't go away, sellers won't go away. 53,080. That's your high. I believe that's the all-time high here in Bitcoin. And your low, you made a low above 50,000. Actually, what do you got here on the daily? We got an area to keep an eye on. Wow, tight range, but keep an eye on your daily. 53,210, 53,080. Let's just call 53,000 major resistance. And the Bitcoin futures, I'm sure that correlates pretty closely to the actual cryptocurrency on Coinbase.
All right, Joel, have you been watching the stream today? The hearing at all?
No. Did you get out of your GameStop?
No, wait. Pull up the GameStop chart because I want to.
Okay, let's talk about it.
This is actually pretty funny. So look at the 15-minute chart on GameStop. You can actually see. So that midday spike, that 12:45 spike, that happened as soon as Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill, aka Roaring Kitty, was being questioned about would he own, would he still buy GameStop now? And he said yes, he would still buy GameStop at $40, and that was that spike. And I was on with Luke, and I was a little bit busy. And if I wasn't so busy, I guess it's not hard to open up my Webull app and sell, but I didn't. So thank you very much, Luke Jacoby. I am underwater. My Webull account is going to 0. Thanks a lot for that one, Luke.
Did Luke get out?
I don't know, but if he did, he owes me lunch or something.
Yeah. What did I just one question on this? Did he say something about disclosing when he sold on the video? Was there any discussion of that?
You know what? I'll be honest. If there was, I missed it.
Okay.
And he talked about that in his testimony, I believe, but I don't have the specific.
Yeah, because you walk it. I don't know if anybody in the chat did. I mean, if you're gonna walk it up like that, I think
he didn't like. What's the thing is he's just a guy. You know what I mean? He's just a guy who did some real fundamental research on a stock, and then it just so happened that it went viral, right? He's just him being a part of this thing is like a joke, because he's just a guy in his house who did some research and made a lot of money on his stock, and he's like a cult hero. But anyway, that midday spike that happened right when Keith Gill said he would still own the stock. We watched it happen. We laughed out loud. I didn't sell.
And then what happened?
And then nothing happened, and then that was it. So it's gone straight down since then.
Huh. All right. I mean, I don't know what to say about this thing.
Ridiculous.
This is not a good day. New low for the move by a wide margin.
So last time I listened to Luke Jacoby about
Luke.
Jeez.
I don't even know what to say about this thing.
All right.
I guess this is where all it started, right? If you go back here to 40, I mean, I took out the 42.32 low. Now, if you want to look at the dailies, folks, you're looking down to 37 is your next daily low. 37 and then 36. But it just seems like it's creeping down there. The thing is now the overhead supply is building and building and building and building here. So it's going to be tough. And now Spencer is part of the overhead supply issue.
Oh, not for long. I'm not.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal. No, it's okay. Well, we can move on from that. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll make a double bottom or something.
I will not be providing resistance in this stock. I'm sorry.
You're gonna ride it. You're gonna ride it to the bank, right?
Okay. Okay. What about Palantir here? Looks like it's found a bottom, at least for the day.
Let's see here. Boy, oh boy. You had this thing's been all over the place, hasn't it? But man, that area, it's easier to look at something than to actually, trade it. And there it is. I mean, here's your home. You had this home here, right? For so long, the pullback off the high, the consolidation, 24.50 was the low. You're trading at 25. You did have a little bit of a pop. So maybe we see this kind of pattern here. This is over 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks pattern. So the best possible thing would be for this to do that exact same thing, zig and zag, it makes low. So I think exactly 24.50 is going to be the low of the move. Who knows? But what you want to do is you want to see some consolidation here, find some footing, maybe put in 2, 3, 4, 5 lows in a row, and then go back up. So it was rough earnings. You had the lockup expiration, a lot of different factors. Going with the public CIA, as Kenny Glick would like to call it.
Yeah. What else caught my eye today? Kraft Heinz breakout.
Oh, did it? Did this make a move again? Yep. We saw it. Yep.
The parent indicator. My dad texted me like, "What's up with Kraft Heinz today?" The parent indicator.
Yes, that is a big move for Kraft Heinz. It had a good move yesterday, right? And then it just held. It just got in there. Now this one, I don't know if Wall Street Bets is on this one or not, but you had 37.02. Wow, it gave you a look at yesterday's close too. Open 37.13. 36.86. There wouldn't have been much heat buying the close there. You got up to 39.22. 2-day move here. So nice follow through. Not surprised at that one. S&P's coming in here a little bit. We tried to break in 39.20, and now we're breaking down here at 39.12. But classic 2-day move here. And we can go. I know there was not much on the monthlies here. I know this is when let's see if we can gleam anything on the monthlies. But,
Sure.
boy, I mean, this was a bad month here. Got a lot of stock to chew through there. But maybe the next day or two, maybe a nice round number like 40. Hasn't been there in a long time. So maybe use that as a target, or just don't try and pick a top. Just move your stop, trail it up, see where this thing goes. Catch up is back.
Second day in a row now. It's like we tried to go down, but they won't let it. They won't let the market go down. We are like basically back to scratch. I mean, not on the Russell. We are going to close in the rate on the Russell. We're down 1.4% in the IWM. But look at the NASDAQ. Look at the SPY. I mean, we're
still down. I mean,
we're down a point. We're down a point.
Okay.
Give me a break.
The SPOOs are down 14. I mean, that's about it. That's about a sell-off here in this market. But you got the resistance overhead. So we've had a nice range this week. Just think we got to get over that 39.30 tomorrow to get back to that high. The high was made on Tuesday. All-time high, 39.59 and a quarter.
Yeah, Marky, that's exactly what I told my dad. Michael Burry took a new stake from The Big Short, and also he's got a bit of an influencer status now because he was long GameStop like 2 years ago. So he's got some pull at the moment. That's exactly what I told my dad. All right, looking at the earnings calendar, got a couple big names tonight. Roku's tonight. I have not looked at that stock all day today. Had a very interesting day yesterday. Okay, quieter today, Roku. Not so much. Not so much.
I just want to address Trent A. Does a trailing stop move down when the stock does, or does it stay put? It just depends.
It stays put. That's the point.
Well, it's what you want to do with the trailing stop is like the higher the stock goes, the higher you want to move your stop up. So if it reverses, but you don't, if you have a trailing stop and the stock turns, you don't want to be moving your stop down. What a trailing stop is to try and lock in the gain. So
the point is to set the floor.
Yes.
The trailing stop should never go down. It should only go up if the stock rises. That way when it does fall, your stop gets hit, you're out.
Right.
That's the point. It is, you don't want to be lowering. I mean, maybe you do want to lower your stop, but then what's the point of having a stop if you're going to just lower it?
I'll give you an example just here, just a real life example. And this was the pre-market prep stock of the day, Chevron, after that big move yesterday. And I was looking at this one, and I hope everyone understands this. And if we're repeating stuff that we already did, then just let me know. But this is when Buffett was buying this thing. Okay, October stock went down. He wasn't buying up here. Buffett wasn't buying here. He wasn't buying here. He was buying here in October. He was buying in here in November. I don't know what piece he got off in November. And I don't know why we had this big gap up. Oh, I bet you that was Vaccine Monday. I bet you he had the gap up. And then he was accumulating all the way to the end of December. So if you're buying on this day or if you're buying on this day, then Warren may be selling to you. Now, I don't think Warren is doing that. But you have to realize these 13 Fs are activity from over a quarter ago. So if you think you're getting the same price as Warren, you're wrong. Now, when I'm looking at this one, you had that June 8th high, I mentioned that, 103.59. I think this is some good resistance here, folks. Yesterday's high, 96.32. You tried to get there did you get there today? Oh, no, this is the monthly. I'm messing my charts up, folks. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here. You couldn't get to that high from yesterday, which is not a great sign. So going back to the trailing stop here, I look at the low yesterday, 94.20, and I look at the low from the day, 94.30. That's what I'd be looking at. If I wanted to protect some gains here in Chevron after the move, I kind of, it's not investment advice, but that's the area I'd be looking at. Now, let's say if it blasts up and it, takes out 96.72, it goes to 98 tomorrow, then I might bump it up a little bit more, maybe to the closing price from yesterday at 95.92. So that's what I'm looking at. Trailing stop, CVX. Next stock, please. I hope that helped you guys out a little bit.
Next stock, please. All right. I mentioned Roku. Quarter day today. They have earnings after the close. Roku, the Trade Desk, and Dropbox are the top three on my radar.
You had someone wanted out yesterday. I mean, there was just no doubt someone wanted out, and they weren't a very careful seller, and they tagged the stock yesterday. Now, what that did is it dragged people down that were like, oh man, this is going to be a great report. I'm selling my stock at 500. So that price action from yesterday had people adjust their thoughts for today. I keep an eye. Let's go wide here. 436. That was the low from yesterday. And then 486.72. That was the all-time high, all-time closing high. And this is kind of important too. 469.70 and that's the all-time closing high, but I see another close at 68.67. So if you get a pop on this, my first area of interest would be 469. If it really gets carried away, 486.72.
And then I mentioned the Trade Desk and Dropbox as being the other two that are on my
Trade Desk, not good on high price stocks like this, but if you get a rip here, got a bunch of highs in this area. So the first place that you would want to see is 378. That's not far away. Boy, that's really capped the rallies for several days in a row. That's 25 points away. If you can bust through there, things open up. But that area looks good to me. And if I was playing this one kind of close to the belt, kind of hard to do in a stock like this, I'd be a little concerned. I give it a little bit under that low from yesterday. But man, if they start cranking this thing 808.70 area, actually it comes in at 806.40 is the low that I'm looking at. So go wide in that one. Tough to trade, $900 stock. I think whatchamacallit, Ryan Craver gave us this thing. I don't even know how long ago. What I wish listen to him on that one. And then Dropbox, that's a perennial disappointing stock, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, they haven't done great off reports, but it's battled back nicely. Is this an all-time high or not? No, I bet you it's not. The stock's been higher. Monthly. Oh yeah, the stock. 25. Let's see if it can bust through there, and then things open up. On the downside, let's go back to the daily. Tough chart. If they really whack this thing, this kind of reminds me of Palantir at 25. This reminds this $22 area. That's what that is similar to if they start to slam Dropbox.
3:57. Let's do some quick ticker time in the chat. Any questions, any tickers, drop them in. We'll have Joel take a look for a few seconds. As
I saw the House of Mouse.
Yeah, I saw Disney too. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy, that thing.
Did you see that they're launching a what is it? A network for adults for like adult entertainment. That's what it said. That's what it said.
Spencer. Adult entertainment at Disney?
Well, not
I don't even want to go there.
Not in that
I
way.
don't
No.
want to go there.
I'm saying like you're not listening. I'm saying like HBO is what I'm saying. Like HBO.
Oh, okay. Boy, the worm has turned on this thing since earnings day. Look at this thing. I don't know. You are finding some support. You hit 82.16 yesterday. 82.84 is the low today, but you're kind of bearing down on that. I don't know. I don't like this chart. I'd really think 182. You'd have to think if you cut that out because it had that ridiculous pre-earnings run, and you're not even close to coming back to half of that. I mean, this was just to sell the news. They bought it into the report, and then they just sold the daylights out of it. So halfway back here, it takes you down to this low at 177. But sure, like things have turned here off earnings, and similar like the Apple chart. I mean, that thing's ran into earnings, boom, ended up having a green candle today, but still down $1.11.
All right, we'll do one more. We'll do Fubo. I've looked at Fubo for a few days.
Fubo.
How's good old Fubo doing?
I bet you had to come in a little bit.
Trying to get the CEO of Fubo on pre-market prep. Working on that one.
Well, the good news is you're finding a bunch of lows in the same area. The bad news is you're closing right there. And so it's still, I don't know, kind of looks like this wants to come down and spend a little time at 40. S&P's weak into the close. We tried to rally. This is not a bad day. It's not a great day. Market's struggling a little bit. I think we got some overhead supply, and we'll see what happens overnight.
That's a closing bell. That means we made it, guys. We made it to the end of another day, but that is not the end of this stream. You know that. We never stop. We can't stop. We won't stop. The Benzinga Cannabis Hour is about to start. 4 guests on the radar today. Michael Cristelli from Mystic Holdings. He's on their board of directors. He's their chief legal officer. Gary Santo from Tilt Holdings, ticker TLLTF. Will be on. Fabian Monaco, president of Gage Cannabis, a dispensary that I've personally been to. They're big in Michigan here. Deanie Elsner, the CEO of Charlotte's Web. If you know cannabis, you know Charlotte's Web. So jam-packed show. Let me bring on our host with the most, Elliot Lane and Javier Haas.
Here
who's
we
our
are.
Managing editor of BZ Cannabis. What's up, guys?
How's it going, Spencer? How was your Valentine's Day? Romantic?
So romantic.
We spent it together, actually.
Spent it together. Javier and I. That's it. Javier. That's it. All right.
Awesome, man. Hey, do you have cannabis stocks in your portfolio?
Yeah, I feel like I've been like a broken record. I have 4 cannabis stocks in my portfolio. I own 4 U.S. multi-state operators. I own Trulieve, Cureleaf, Green Thumb, and Cresco.
Mort, gonna make some money.
What? and it's worked out well for me. If I could go back in time and just and buy the MSOS ETF, if that had been around when I was buying, I would do that. But yeah,
Hey,
that's what I would do. So
there's some other good ETFs out there. I know you love ETFs. You're an ETF.
Yeah, I'm all about that. All right, let me cede the floor to you guys and BZ Cannabis Hour. Let's go.
Let's do it. Awesome. I am here with Javier Hasse, the managing director of Benzinga Cannabis. He leads us in our fearless path forward editorially, covering the industry and supports Benzinga in so many ways. How are you, Javi?
I'm doing great. Just back from vacation, ready to rock 2021.
Nice. Vacation sounds nice. I actually went to Shell Island Resort, took my fiance there. We're getting married there later this summer. So went to a very, very cold beach. Was not pleasant at all, but it was still fun. We do what we do. Anyway, everybody, welcome to Cannabis Hour. We are here to enlighten you on the cannabis markets and also get enlightened by our guests. We have 4 incredible thought leaders today. 2 of them, Reg A activations. One is closed. I believe one is still open. We'll touch on that. Tilt Public, incredible company. And again, echoing Spencer, if you don't know Charlotte's Web, you just don't know cannabis. Javi, are you excited for the show, man?
I am. But before that, let's get into some quick news. I mean,
Yes,
have you been
please.
following the news or not?
Oh my God, of course I have. Lord, there's been some great news this week. I love the Hexo news. I don't know what you feel about that.
A good deal. So just for people who aren't aware, Hexo is buying Zenabis for $235 million in a stock deal. Their idea is to expand their global presence. Super interesting. Also interesting in M&A, Sundial will make a $22 million strategic investment into Indiva. And
Love the own company. Indiva is really well positioned in the edible side of things in Canada. Sorry, Javi, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I think probably Sundial is, taking advantage of the surge in their stock to make some acquisitions. We'll see about that. Check out maybe Jim Cramer's tweet from earlier today about Sundial. It's quite cryptic, so if you want to help us, decipher what he meant, please comment.
Yes, please reach out. We are happy to take any suggestions when it comes to Jim Cramer. I think he has somebody in Benzinga blocked for whatever reason, which I find hysterical. Anyway, I want to get to our opening video because it gets me pumped every time. Aaron Thomas, can you tell us who do we have going on today, my friend, in our exciting day? Makes me happy every time.
So exciting.
So again, I do just want to point out our show today is really focused around companies that you should pay attention to. As the investor, as an average investor, retail investor, accredited high net worth institutional, doesn't matter. These companies you should keep an eye on. Tilt is a brand building company. They are awesome. We're going to hear from the president today. Gary is a good friend of mine, and I think Javi's as well on what he's doing over there. Age Cannabis, huge Michigan play. I mean, if there's ever been a big single state play, it's Gage. And Charlotte's Web, of course, big CBD play. I want to dive into a little bit of the transparency side of CBD with her, and see what she's doing to help further the industry there. And then Qualcan. I think we are going to get Michael on here soon, but Qualcan, I believe, is participating in a Reg A. But first, Javi, I want to continue on with some news. Let's talk about some stocks that these investors should pay attention to. You have earnings from a few notable companies, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had okay earnings from Aurora and Supreme. Stocks reacted, in the red. Tilray, on the other hand, had solid earnings, but, with meaningful revenue growth, margin expansion. But for some reason, analysts at Piper Sandler, Roth Capital, and Cantor Fitzgerald remain on the sidelines. They continue to issue a neutral or similar comparable rating. I guess we'll find out what's next for this company that is soon to become the largest in the world by revenue when the merger with Aphria is completed.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean that's exciting as always. Everybody knows about Tilray and Aphria, and everybody should know and should continue to pay attention. That's not a knock on that at all. But touching on some of the items that they may not know, so some of the companies that I feel like they may want to keep an eye on, Harborside. Harborside to me has gone through a lot. Those guys over there have gone through a lot. They have positioned themselves, I think, in a way to survive a lot. They're listed on the OTC HBORF. They just completed a 35 million Canadian raise, which I find to be pretty impressive, given a lot of the things that they've been through. Javi, I don't know if you have any insights into that, but I love that story. They also just resolved a 280E tax case. So I think they're having a day today, and I hope they're popping a cork.
Interesting. Yeah, I think they're also kind of restructuring the company. I know Steve also left his position there, Steve D'Angelo, to kind of allow the company to grow into the next phase, right? Because as we often say, one thing is building a company, and an entirely different thing is running a public company, right?
Right.
Where it's not just running the company, but also knowing how to play the market. Sadly, happily, whatever you want to call it, but it's an important piece, right?
Right. Well, and knowing how to play the market is just what we're all here to figure out how to do, as I'm sure a lot of our listeners are well apt with. One other thing I want to call out, on just bits of news that I find interesting. Michigan January sales up 7% to 108 million in January.
That's 100.
That is fantastic. And to me, I look at the constant barrage of cannabis stocks are flailing, they're sinking, they're going down. And I'm like, are you seeing the amount of money that is flowing into this space right now? It is nonstop. It's not stopping. Urban Grow closes $62 million public offering. Tilt Holdings projected 2021 revenue, who we'll talk to in about 15 minutes, in excess of 205 million. Recent IPO Agrify raises additional 75 million.
75 million. That's a good one.
I mean, if you want to long a stock or two, I'd understand.
On the flip side, so people know that we're not all positive.
Oh my God. Yeah. I'm an optimist. Come on.
Jim Patterson will be charged with $100 million in a cannabis processing case, and it's a federal case. I recommend you go check out the article on Benzinga to understand what is going on, what happened, why he is receiving such a harsh penalty, and what it means for the industry. So benzinga.com/cannabis for more information on this case, and of course, every other news item we just mentioned.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, though, I am an optimist because the growth potential of this industry is vast. And I think every guest on this show, and I think you, sir, would also agree with that. This industry has the ability to do some massive movement. Obviously, there's going to be some regulation changes that have to happen, some legal changes, some tax changes. But there's some international plays that you can already start looking at that I think, we talked to CanDoc last week. Michael Auerbach gave us some amazing insight in terms of what they're doing profitability wise and how that can be replicated here in domestically. So check that episode out if you haven't. What do you think about this Chris Weber and JW Asset Management?
Another
team
one,
up?
$100 million, big NBA star, Jason Wild. It's a winning combo, right?
Yeah.
And again, speaks to the size of the market, reasons to be bullish, right? And just generally speaks to what I believe is the end of the first big capital crunch we had, right? Until the end of last year. And suddenly 2021 started and a bunch of money started flowing in once again. And to me, that justifies his bullish stance. The market has recognized it as well. Cannabis stocks have been up substantially since the beginning of the year. So,
right. Hey, fun news. I think we actually have Gary Santo ready to go. If we don't mind bringing him over, I would love to go ahead and get started on some of this discussion. Oh my God, there he is.
Gary.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Oh, we're good, my friend. It's been a while since I've seen you, man. How are you?
Doing well. Just got back from Maine where it's cold and snowy, down to Salem where it's cold and snowy. So
you got to get out more, man.
Aren't
you supposed to be in Arizona?
Well, I went to Arizona a few weeks ago, and in the span of 15 minutes, it rained, it hailed, and then it snowed. And 1 inch of snow in Arizona is about 12 feet anywhere else. So it was kind of fun to watch all these people in their four-wheel drive vehicles actually have to put them into four-wheel drive.
Yeah, I'm in the same way, man. Literally an inch of snow in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is not nearly as warm as Arizona, mind you. I mean, they're just not ready for it. I don't know what they're doing here. Anyway, Gary, it's so good to have you on, man. Just a quick short anecdote, and then I want you to dive into Tilt. Last time you were on, I had a dog barking incessantly in the background, so I had to be on mute the whole time, and I was just sitting there, just watching the conversation. It was painful for me, but I'm so glad the dog is not in this apartment right now. So it's going to be a full-fledged conversation. I'm pumped. So Gary, for those that may not have been watching last time, can you give us a quick summation of Tilt?
Sure. I think Tilt's been a lot of things over the years. And I think in the last 6 to 8 months, it's really redefined where it's going and really how we interpret the idea of being an MSO. You can't argue the fact that we operate in multiple states. And I think one of the questions we always had to deal with was, well, how come you're not like the other MSOs? And those MSOs are so focused on retail footprint and how many states they're in. And for us, we're in 2, soon to be 3 states. And we're more on the wholesale side than the retail side. And I think that's intentional at this point. If you take a look at our core companies, which right now is Jupiter Inhalation Devices. So we're the number 1 reseller of C-cell products, about 50% of the C-cell market share. Wow. That was a company really built on the concept of let's design it in Arizona, we'll build it in China, but then at the end of the day, we will go about the business of working together with brands on a B2B basis and bring them a premium product that they can put their name on. We can do it on a customized basis. So think about that like contract manufacturing. We could do it on a white label. So take one of our stock designs and rebadge it, or we can work with you to develop something new. And certainly we're working on some of those things right now, how to make some of our products better tuned to work with live resin and things like that. I think there, interestingly enough, the business has been a steady Eddie for us. It's about 75% or so of our revenue right now. And that's just because plant touching is getting started. But because we don't own the manufacturing, the margins there are a little bit smaller than what you would expect in a plant touching company, right? We're about 25% gross margins and in the high teens on the EBITDA side. So we thought about how do you take that sort of construct and bring it over to plants? What can we do there with our MSO assets? And we're in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania and hopefully soon to be Ohio. And for us, that meant leaning into wholesale a little bit more and being that B2B provider. Don't compete with the MSOs. Provide for the MSO and all the other folks, and that's what we've been doing. We built out in Pennsylvania, we're all wholesale, we're cultivation and manufacturing, yet we managed to build a top 3 brand, and we're in about 95% of the dispensaries out there. So for us, taking that, having access to the plant, accessing to processing, high quality manufacturing, and tremendous distribution, how do we bring B2B to that? Well, let's partner with those same brands we're talking to for Jupiter and see who wants to come east of the Mississippi. And rather than going the traditional MSO route where either you have to sell your brand to the MSO or maybe you're captive and you're only in their small retail footprint, you have an opportunity to reach 95% of Pennsylvania. In Massachusetts, it's about 50% of the market that we sell to right now. We could do more if we produced more product. We're literally getting bought out of everything we produce. So it's a different twist on being an MSO. We're focused more on supply and managing complex supply chains than really going out and building our own individual brands and all sorts of retail infrastructure.
That's awesome. That's incredible. And I think I had a question, I was going to ask a little bit later, but you just led beautifully into it, Gary. So, as that kind of a brand builder, are you able to talk about your success stories? And you are a brand within yourself, but you also are there to support other brands. So we are talking about, where brands are in the cannabis industry today. So you're playing on a ton of sides here. Are you taking one step forward at a time? Are you moving them all together? I'd love you to kind of touch on the correlation between those different sides of your business.
Sure. So we already have relationships with about 700 brands through Jupiter. And that's already given us a really interesting line of sight into which brands are more mature, how they developed, what is the kind of architecture that works for them, and how has it worked to come across the states. And obviously you're looking at a lot of these big brands in California, and they've done a fantastic job of really making their way in a hyper competitive market where at one point it was just all about potency and price. But now they're adding in, I think, the authenticity factor, which is, when you look at some of the products they're putting out, the taste, the feel, the consistency, and all of those pieces. And that's what's allowing them to command premium prices in an otherwise race to the bottom kind of market. So as we look to brands coming east, I think that's where the future lies. I mean, if you believe in legalization, I think you hear everybody talk about cultivation will ultimately be commoditized. And I think that's true to a point, right? I think the high capacity, high yielding plants, they're likely to be picked up in the big growers. But the specialty grow, I think the boutique style grow, I think there's still going to be a place for that. I also think retail becomes commoditized at some point because people like to buy online. Sometimes they know what they want. They don't need to have a big consultative experience. So you look at a lot of the players out there who've spent a lot of time and money building out this retail footprint, and in a legalized market, they might have some overhead they have to deal with. We choose to play in that middle space. We'll do that specialty grow. We'll do that specialty supply chain management. And that's where we want to be. So as we talk to these brands, it's been a fascinating conversation because even the most sophisticated brands in California acknowledge they may need to tweak their architecture a little bit to come east of the Mississippi. In California, obviously, your sales mechanism is much different looking. You're not dealing with limited licenses. Well, here in Massachusetts, where I sit, it's a completely different sales process. I mean, even your biggest MSO only has three stores. So understanding how to sell in those markets, understanding the limitations associated with the regulations, what you can put on your products, how you can market your brand, the claims you make. It's as much about educating these brands as it is about working with them just to produce the high quality product. And, I think the most recent win we've had was Her Highness. Obviously, that's a female-owned product line. It targets the female.
Great deal. Super well received.
Fantastic management team. And certainly the quality that they put out and the thought that goes into all their marketing is phenomenal. And it resonates. We're preparing to roll out some product with them in Massachusetts, and we did preview calls with all the different stores we sell to. And everybody's asking to have the exclusive. We just can't give everybody in Massachusetts an exclusive. But, what we did with them is it's a true partnership. They brought their architecture in that's working in California. We've had to do a few modifications to handle the Massachusetts regulation. So it's a great give and take. It's not your typical licensing deal where one side's incentivized to build something as cheap as possible and the other side gets paid no matter what. It's really consultative, and it makes it fun, frankly, because we're just starting to explore where these brands could really go and what we can do with them, and whether it's a form factor or a formulation or just putting a twist on one of their existing product lines. It's really fun and collaborative. And the best part is we're not the ones who have to be out there trying to keep our brand fresh and spend all that effort into building the marketing. That's not what we do. That's not what we're good at. We're good at manufacturing and growing and distributing, and that's what we like to lean into.
Definitely. And it's very interesting, when you were presenting Tilt, I've always thought of you up to this point as a house of brands or something like that, right? And from what you said, it's, it almost made me feel like you're the picks and shovels MSO, right? It's like you're the provider for other MSOs. Have you ever thought of the company this way, or I don't know, is it way off?
No, it's funny. When I first joined last July, that's all we kept talking about is picks and shovels. And you see the picture of Peter Lynch and all those fun things. It's like, okay, everybody can't be picks and shovels. And then I started scratching my head and saying, what exactly is the pick and shovel in cannabis?
Exactly.
And I think for us, that is what we fancy ourselves, to be honest, which is why we're not trying to compete with brands. If one of the brands wanted to come in and displace us as a top 3 brand in Pennsylvania, I don't think we'd argue because we know that it's a nascent place. Same thing in Massachusetts. We've got a great wholesale business, strong brands. But we think we're in rented space right now. There's not a lot of brands here in Massachusetts. Wholesale prices are through the roof. So at this point, you ride that wave, but I don't want to be the last guy standing there trying to get a premium price on wholesale when my brand architecture isn't as built out. I'd rather learn from what people have done in California and partner with them than try to recreate what they've done myself. Because there's only going to be room for so many brands. And I think a lot of the MSOs out there are very invested in building their own brands. So for those folks who are just pure brands that want to come east, they're sort of competing with some of the people who could bring them east. In our case, we're kind of the Switzerland along those lines. But we're not looking to buy brands and become a house of brands. We just want to support a lot of brands.
Can I ask?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Javi.
Oh, I have another stupid question. My specialty. Is the hockey stick above you some kind of subliminal message? Is it like a wink? Is it, just to like an inception kind of thing, for investors watching?
Yeah, well, listening to you guys before I got on, that's exactly the way we're going, right? The hockey stick is where we go. That's what everyone talks about. So, no, I think if you live in Massachusetts, let's face it, you have to have something from the Bruins. So it is kind of a metaphor, though. It wasn't intentional. It just happened to work out that way. So.
Very nice. So, Gary, kind of going into a little bit of who you are, you being the humble guy you are, I don't expect like you to say this is anything but tilt, but tell us like when you joined on as president, because you've had a pretty quick, I would say, step up, right? Since we talked last time, it's probably been 3-4 months that you've been president of Tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, stepping forward, what is it that you are focusing on as president of this company, as President Gary Santo, and what direction are you taking them into 2021 outside of operations? I'm curious, what your focus is.
Sure. When I joined Tilt, it was always with an eye on strategy and really looking for ways to bring growth to the company. I think, Mark Scatterday, our CEO, and our then President and COO Tim Conder had done a phenomenal job stabilizing the company. So when the board decided to replace the management back around, I think it was mid 2019, I guess it was, they tapped two of the founders of the last two companies that were purchased by Tilt. And being entrepreneurs, they knew how to run lean organizations. So they immediately went about the business of stabilizing the core. And that's really what they spent 12 to 15 months focusing on, to get to the point where now the question was, where are we going? So now we know we've earned the right to stay alive. Where are we going? And they asked me to come in and start to focus on that. And we did a deep dive on the strategy side and took a look at what others were doing in the space, but then also what we were doing and what we were doing well. And it was a hard decision, frankly, when we finally decided to jettison our software and services, Tim's company, because I believe in my heart that the industry needs a front to back platform that can really be an ecosystem that allows operators to not have to worry about all these different systems talking to one another, to allow you to get products seamlessly from your warehouse to your dispensary and even out to the customer. And I do believe Blackbird has the potential to do that. It's just such a fragmented market right now that it's going to take a little bit. And unfortunately, we just weren't in the position to see that all the way through. But I can't think of anybody better to see that vision all the way through than Tim. And I know he's been having a lot of success since we separated, or we still have a vested interest in everything he does. He sits on our board. He's a tremendous asset. Mm-hmm. But once the company made that pivot and said, okay, the Jupiter business can actually coexist quite nicely with the plant touching business, that was something that really no one had put the pieces together. I always heard the term, oh, it's a Frankenstein holding company. And what we were missing is the fact that we had two pieces of this business that were profitable. In fact, plant touching was profitable almost by accident because we really weren't putting a lot of time and effort and resources into it. It was incredibly well built, and it was hard not to make money with those build outs. So now that we have the ability to lean in a little bit more and to deploy some of the capital that we were previously using to support Blackbird, we don't really have big CapEx expenses in front of us for 2021. It's really just sweating those assets and starting to get a heck of a lot more efficient, which that's one of the things I'm focused on. But then keeping an eye on, what is that next step? The best time to think about 2022 is at the start of 2021. And I think this brand strategy you're seeing us talk about is exactly that. We could easily ride the wholesale wave for the next year or so. But I just don't think that's never been what I've done in my career. I've always tried to be one step ahead, always giving up a basis point as needed to get there. And I feel that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, and let me follow up. You were talking about profitability and it being almost accidental. And on the YouTube chat, Jeff Cavallari talks about high taxes in Massachusetts and Connecticut. So how do those two coexist? How do you become profitable by accident in an environment of extremely high taxes, where, by the way, most cultivators are not profitable because everyone got into the industry thinking, oh, I'll grow weed and make a bunch of money. And guess what? It's super hard to do it. So,
Yeah, I remember taking meetings when I first got into the industry. People, how could you lose money growing weed? And the short answer is pretty easily.
I'm smoking it.
At the end of the day, you still have to be an operator. And listening to you guys talk about how all these dollars are coming in, I hope this next wave of financing focuses a little bit more on the fundamentals. There are some really good MSOs out there who have built very strong operational shops, and the fundamentals matter. The idea of let's just buy our way to profitability and we'll focus on the top line. I still get questions about that. I actually had an investor ask me specifically, why aren't you focusing on growth at any cost? I was like, is this thing on? Hello? Why am I not focusing on growth at any cost? Because I don't want to lose money at the end of the day. I think for us, with the taxes, what makes it interesting is we don't really have a big retail infrastructure that sits below that line, right? A lot of the things we're doing is up in COGS already. Because we're doing wholesale manufacturing. We only really have one retail store that's open right now in Massachusetts. The others are built out, but we're waiting for our final licensure to go in. So it's been a very tight wholesale ship to us. So that's why you saw in a guidance that we put out, we don't need to generate 300 or 400 million in revenue to get to 30 million of positive EBITDA. We're doing that with about 200 million. It's just a very efficient, tight ship. And really that's taking a lesson that we learned from Jupiter. How to run that as tight as possible, but keep some manufacturing in there, and I think that's the secret sauce for us.
That's incredible. I really, if you can surmise this in this Cannabis Hour chat here in a couple minutes, what do you think about the future of vaping? I have talked to a lot of people recently. Heat not burn. Those that, are looking to have clean air, and not secondhand smoke, limit that. I'm curious where you see it going in the sense of quote unquote vaping, but I use that term broadly.
Sure. And look, our CEO, Mark Scatterday, who's the founder of Jupiter, as far as he's concerned, he's only 1/3 of the way through his journey in that, because he felt that the high viscosity vapes that you see out there today was sort of the very first phase, and there's so much more to do. Which is why I'm excited to be lightening as much of his load as I can so he can get back in and do R&D. He's been out of the lab for almost 2 years. And when you think about it, he was extremely essential with helping C-Cell take its tobacco-based products and bring them into the cannabis marketplace. So being able to continue to innovate will be key. And he always loves to talk about that space between the high viscosity and the heat not burn. And we always laugh and say, well, what is that space? Is it a dark, shadowy place? Where only strange things live. And the reality is, I think you're starting to see more concentrates work their way in. And I think there's a fidelity to the concentrate, right? There's the taste. You can taste the terpenes. It's a fantastic experience. And live resin obviously is a great embodiment of that. And the different ways you can do it. Do you use solvents? Do you not use solvents where you just use the cold press? So I could see that starting to take on more of a flavor. I mean, what is true is inhalation is here to stay. I mean, you cannot have thrown more at the vaping industry than you did in the last 18 months, right? You had the vape crisis right into a respiratory pandemic. Yet, while you can argue it was down a little bit as a category, whatever it was down, smokable flower was up. So at that point, what you're hearing is the consumer saying loud and clear, yeah, the other form factors are great, but we really like the absorption profile of vaping and or combustibles. So I think exploring more of what those concentrates could look like, making things like dab rigs perhaps maybe look a little bit more consumer friendly as opposed to some kind of scientific experiment. I think there's a lot of places we can play there to try to make a much more robust experience for the end user. And part of that's just listening to them. I think what you have to be careful is you don't want to necessarily design things that are so complicated or so specified that it's a pod that can only be used with one system, and we get the system right.
And some are tough to use. I've found a lot of those, and like I specialize in cannabis, and still like people send over some stuff, and it takes me days months to figure out how they work. Sometimes I have to give them to friends like, hey, how do you use that? Like, please investigate. I'm not interested. I lost interest at minute 5.
Oh, exactly. There's got to be a simplicity and a utility to it. Otherwise, it just becomes kind of a niche, fun thing to play with, but not something you're going to really rely on for whatever it is you're using the product for. And I think that's something that we're hyper focused on. How do we come up with designs that are the right form factor, that really do those things? Her Highness is a great example. The things they've done with their vape pens, just with the design, thinking with the woman in mind, thinking about the length of that vape, even with their combustibles, the length of their cones that they use on their pre-rolls, those kinds of form factor things really matter to people. So I think you'll see us start to experiment more in that area. But I do think the high viscosity vaping is probably getting close to running its course by itself, and we'll be looking into like the next generations of that.
Fantastic. Awesome. Gary, we do have to wrap up here, my friend, but I do want to call it OTC TLLTF, Tilt Holdings, fabulous company. You can see them in a week at the Cannabis Capital Conference. Gary will be talking there with my older and shorter brother, Patrick. Gary, much appreciate you being here, my friend.
Oh, pleasure as always, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, thank you. Awesome. Okay. So we are going to keep this moving. We do have Michael in, but I think first let's get to Fabian, and then Michael, if you can hang around, we do want to talk to you as well. But let's please move Fabian over for Gage Cannabis. Fabian, welcome, sir. How are you?
How you doing, guys?
Oh, we're good, man. We are pushing along, talking about cannabis. I'm the optimist. He is Mr. Glass half empty over there. But we're doing well, man. How are things going at Gage? Please, let's dive right in. Why don't you give us an overview of who you are and what Gage is?
Yeah, sure. I'm the president and director of Gage. Gage is a cannabis company solely focused on the Michigan market. We've been focused on the Michigan market since inception. Michigan is probably going to be a top 5, top 6 market over the next couple of years. It's already exemplified that it is a top 8 market in the space. We're particularly excited about the consumption habits that we've seen in Michigan historically, and really think Michigan's going to be a winner as a state, and we hope to be the number 1 player in that respective state, and that's what we're gunning for. And I'll stop there, see if you guys have any direct questions. I know I've talked to you guys before many times, but if you guys want any updates on anything specific, happy to share.
I mean, since it's focused, like this show specifically is focused on the importance of brands and in cannabis, in the cannabis industry, maybe tell us a little bit about building the Gage brand, right? And of course, how you came out to market and quickly, made a name for yourselves. I assume Bruce Linton's involvement had something to do. And then again, how you chose, for instance, Cookies, we know Burner's brand, which is also super strong to partner with. It all seems to point toward you really putting an emphasis on the value of brands.
No, totally. I mean, we focused extremely hard on our brand since inception. We really managed every single part of the process from seed to smoke. That was a key item for us. So we didn't do a lot of wholesale as a young company. I say we're a young company because frankly, we've only been operational since 2019. In the middle of 2019. So to see what we've done in such a short period of time, especially in this space, obviously your previous guest was talking about, how difficult it is to navigate, the cannabis market and actually make money. I think we've done a phenomenal job as a company, one of the best actually with the amount of capital that we had raised. And frankly, what our assets look like today and what the company looks like today. And so for us, we focused on that brand, focused, really, really hard on that post-production process, packaged all the product ourselves, really had a hand in every single kind of stage of the supply chain, and really catered to the consumer as well, managed the retail process, really educated the consumer on our product and why it was, top notch and why it was some of the best product in the state of Michigan. And I think our partnership, you mentioned Cookies, our partnership with Cookies also helped us elevate our brand alongside theirs. Mm-hmm. To be frank, they're the number 1 brand in the space, hands down. I don't think anyone can compete. If you take a look at Burner's social media or Cookies' social media, and just even take a glimpse of any of their grand openings or anytime they have a product drop and count the 100+ people, maybe even 200, 300 people on the line, I think it's safe to say, hands down, number 1 brand in the space. So to be able to partner with them, such a refined group of individuals when it comes to expertise in this space, really helped elevate our brand as well, helped elevate our company. We learned so much from them. And frankly, again, you know, our reasoning for really moving so forward as a company so quickly is really that dedication to brand, the consistency every time you consume a Gage product, every time you come into a Gage store or a cookie store. We're going to have our second cookie store open pretty soon here in Kalamazoo, Michigan. We're the first adult use cookie store in the Midwest, so we're really, really excited.
Awesome. Now, if I can, and feel free to dive into this as much or as little as you want, but with cookies, we have talked about them last week. We've talked about them before, right? We all know their reputation. And you know, when I have a client that comes across my desk that partners with cookies, I send them a congratulations email. Like it is what it is, right? But can you tell us why? Why is that so important for you guys in terms of attacking a single state market? Like, is it necessary for you? But maybe how it's been helpful. I don't know how else to frame that question for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, nothing is necessary. Obviously, you want to build your own brand within your own company and have a keen focus on that. But again, you know, when you have an opportunity to partner with someone like Cookies, they're basically, you know, the Nike of cannabis. And they've already been in existence as a brand and have been ingrained in you know, the cannabis culture for so many years, over a decade. If you take a look at even some of the operators in Michigan, including ourselves, the majority of the people on our team have been in this industry again for over a decade. The caregiver model came in 2008 in Michigan. It's the second largest medical cardholder system behind California for, frankly, again, over a decade. I think up until 2020, where Florida overtook Michigan in terms of medical patients by state. So really just a massive medical market. You have a refined consumer. So when we came to market, partnering with Cookies really helped us get right into that refined consumers. It allowed us to attack that kind of consumer base, the consumer that comes to our store, you know, multiple times a month, that spends hundreds of dollars each and every time. Like the average consumer for a Gage and for a Gage and Cookies dispensary comes every 2.2 times a month. Sorry, every month comes 2.2 times. Sorry. And if you take a look at our basket size, on average basket size across all our locations, you're looking at, from in the 2020 year, 160 to 180 average basket size given the month. And those are some staggering numbers coming from a, on average consumer basis. And again, I think partnering with an entity and partnering with, great operators that we have within Michigan really allowed us to go after that refined consumer. It was a must. I think anyone that's in operations in Michigan now will tell you it's a competitive market. You talk to any of the MSOs that are there, some of them are in a very, very small way there, Cresco and also Curaleaf, they'll tell you it's a very, very competitive market in Michigan. You really need to have a refined product offering and service offering to your consumers.
Yeah. One of the things you said, you say nothing is necessary, and, weed kind of is, but it's also essential. And that makes me think, as a company, you've existed an equal amount of time during the quarantine than before. That is pretty unique, right?
Totally.
How does that shape you as a company, right? Because it's not necessarily just adapting. Many companies had been around for 10 years and they had to adapt. For you, it was, you were just out of the door and suddenly you were hit by this. So how does it shape the company and its strategy and its future? And why are you opening stores, right? Like people are saying, oh no, it's all about online retail right now, and your strategy is still opening stores, right?
No. I mean, well, frankly, there wasn't a big portion of 2020 where people could actually come to our stores. Really, it's more of like a focal point and location for someone to come. And, obviously curbside pickup is thriving. Frankly, that's 100% of our sales. I shouldn't say 100%, but the majority of our sales in 2020 because of the COVID pandemic. For us, that threw us for a loop initially. We were just starting to get our footing. We had just opened up the Cookies location actually on 8 Mile, had a phenomenal opening. And, that was on January 31st. Things were looking fantastic for us. We were really ramping up, and then boom, we got hit with COVID. And it's brought its difficulties. It's a difficult thing to navigate, especially when you're growing as fast as us. And, it allows you to really, really be diligent, watch your costs and really plan. and plan really, really well in order to navigate something like that. And, I thought the team from an operational standpoint did a phenomenal job, quickly implemented the curbside pickup model, thrived really, really well throughout the summer months, during that. And again, it's just a testament to the team and how quickly and how nimble we were. And I guess, luckily we were still a little bit small at that point. We had, it was really only three dispensaries open and only one cultivation, location open. And now we have 3 cultivation opens and soon to be our 7th dispensary location and a couple processing assets up and running. So for us, we were a little bit more nimble than most and could quickly turn and pivot. But most definitely, you learn a lot. You learn, again, how to be extremely, extremely diligent in how you run your company.
That's awesome. And no, speaking of running your company, you all just finished a $50 million US Reg A plus. Can you dive in a little bit as to your reasoning and maybe the importance of Reg A right now in cannabis? Because you're far from the only company doing that. And maybe
the importance of Reg A in cannabis. Come on, that sounds like a pun.
That was,
just for viewers, we're talking about Regulation A plus offerings. It's a way to raise money from retail investors created by the Jobs Act, not Reg A as in.
Okay. That's a fair
Reg A.
That's a fair clarification.
That's a very good clarification.
My apologies. But if you could talk about the importance of where that is, how that's helping cannabis, especially private companies right now, maybe where that takes you specifically moving down the road.
Yeah, for us, so we actually started thinking about a Reg A plus offering in early 2020. We had submitted our offering document to the SEC back in June. So it took us some time to get qualified. Usually takes everyone about a good solid 90 to 100 days to get qualified with the SEC to actually launch a Reg A plus offering. So we really thought about it, long and hard. We really wanted to tap into that, that strong retail investor base that we're seeing now in today's markets, and more importantly, give people the opportunity finally for investors to have an investment opportunity in a company that's soon to be public. Most of the other MSOs and companies that went public before us, really they just tapped in through the Reg D format. Accredited investors, we're really the only investors that were able to invest in these companies before they went public and got to take advantage of that private to public arbitrage. We thought to ourselves, why don't we create a great retail investor base and following? And frankly, a lot of the people that participated were actually our customers from Michigan as well. We had over 1,000 participants in the offering. We now have close to 1,500 shareholders at Gage. Wow. And really it just creates a phenomenal backdrop and mini army that's supporting the company as you move to being, a private company and then kind of changing the game and becoming a public company, right?
Yeah.
And really giving that opportunity. I think people appreciate it, really having the chance to, for us to go through that, I don't want to call it a painstaking process, but it is some work. It's frankly almost like going public, going through a Reg A plus process.
It is.
So going through that process and giving that opportunity to the investors, I think, already we're being rewarded for that. Investors are just extremely excited about us going public. And then, that retail investor tells their brother, tells their sister, tells their mother, and so you just have this complete, following behind you, watching your every move and kind of cheering your successes as well, right? So it was really beneficial for us. It was as you guys know, a successful financing for us. One of the fastest Reg A's to ever get to 50, the full 50. So we were blessed with that opportunity and blessed from just the massive demand that came through.
Unsurprisingly successful is what I would say. Javi, let's get one more question in here for Fabian if we can.
I mean, I have a comment. I love Reg A plus offerings when they go well, right? When they're done right, of course, they've also, provided a vehicle for some not so great races, but when they do work, they democratize access to capital formation. And that to me is inherently American, right? The fact that your regular mom and dad, your grandma, whomever, gets to access the deals that were previously reserved for hedge funds, right?
Exactly.
How does that translate into your philosophy as a company, right? Serving customers, right? Seeking to democratize access to cannabis. Is there anything we should know on that front?
No, I mean, again, yeah, no, not a tricky question at all. Again, for us, it was more so we were seeing a lot of demand, even, just in Michigan, people coming to our store saying, how can I invest in this company? Are you guys going to go public eventually? And we were getting that on a daily basis at our stores. I'd get emails saying, hey, this person's interested in possibly investing in Gate. And so by seeing that, by seeing how much people appreciated what we had to offer as a company in the cannabis space in Michigan, it really, frankly, flipped a switch for us in the sense that I knew I wanted to do this. I knew, collectively we wanted to do this and give an opportunity to people that, again, as you mentioned, just don't necessarily get that opportunity, right? It is mainly, these types of financings, especially pre-public financings, are usually dedicated towards, accredited investors and hedge funds, giving them the opportunity to have outsized returns. I wanted to kind of flip it a little bit and give the retail investor, not to say that, we didn't have strong institutional support in the financing as well, but, again, getting 1,000+ followers and investors and, me now working and the company working diligently hard to make sure we give those investors a phenomenal return is frankly extremely satisfying, especially when some of those investors are actually your customers as well.
Amen to that. Fabian, this has been very enlightening. We're going to hear more from you next week, right? We're going to see you on a panel, I believe, concerning single state operators. I wanted to ask about it today, but I didn't want to take too much away from the conversation next week. Very excited to have you back, my friend.
Yeah, thanks so much for your time, guys. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Talk to you soon, Fabian.
Take care.
Fantastic conversation with Gage. And I mean, we're excited about them, and I think rightfully so. I want to keep going, though. Let's please welcome the Chief Legal Officer of Mystic Holdings, otherwise known as Qualcan, Michael Cristalli, as he's coming over. Michael, how are you, sir? That is a fabulous beard.
I do have
the
quarantine beard going, Elliot, so apologize if it's not as trimmed as it should be.
Oh my God, no need to trim. It's a compliment.
I'll give you this. I'll give you the side look too.
Dude, there's probably some jokes I can make here that probably are going to make me look stupid, but lumberjack, there are different ways to go here, man. But you are a chief legal officer of a cannabis company, so let's stick on topic, Elliot. Tell us about Mystic Holdings, about Qualcan, and what you guys do.
So Mystic Holdings is a Nevada-based corporation. It was founded in 2014, really in the inception of the legalization of cannabis in the state of Nevada, really when the legislation came through for medical, and when companies and individuals were betting on the future of cannabis in the state of Nevada, and that there would eventually be a ballot initiative or some legislation to ultimately make it recreational. So the founding partners in this company are still there. We are the same people that were there in 2014. We're the ones that are here today. As your previous speaker, Fabian, had explained and discussed with you two, we are also in the midst of a Reg A Tier 2 offering, which we're very excited about, and growing our footprint in an effort to prepare and posture ourselves for the public offering and give individuals an opportunity to get in early with us. But we're a fully integrated cannabis company. We started in wholesale, production, cultivation, distribution. We now have 2 operating retail stores with 2 coming up on the market here shortly. So we will have the entire state covered. We have 2 in Las Vegas and 2 up north in Reno and Carson City. So we're very excited about the future. We have some great opportunities to grow coming up here shortly. I would love to expand on that with both of you.
Is that common in Nevada? The vertical integration? I feel like I'm just off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of a lot of vertically integrated companies, like a whole list of them.
So Nevada is a unique market space. It is a closed market now. It's now regulated and controlled by the CCB, the Cannabis Compliance Board. It previously was controlled by the Department of Taxation. But what we learned early on, and it was good that we understood and knew how to grow our wholesale operations and production and cultivation. But what we learned is that it's incredibly important to be a vertically integrated company in the state of Nevada. Most of the operators, successful operators in the state, and there are only a very few, are vertically integrated. And the important part of it is that you are negotiating for shelf space when you are placing your product in different retail establishments, and so you can't be a one brand stop, right? Your retail has to have variety. Your clients want an opportunity to have different brands, and you have to deal with those individuals and those operators who are in the space. And so being vertically integrated gives you an opportunity to have shelf space in other retail stores. And it also really affords you a great opportunity as far as operations are concerned, in being able to have your wholesale be distributed directly to your retail. So it gives you that really direct flow and allows you a lot of flexibility in terms of marketing and just operations in general. So that's the way the Nevada market is. I know it's not like that in California, and there's some other markets that are different, but being a closed market and understanding the industry here in the state, that's how it works.
Definitely. Now, something that, I would like to touch on is, how does the Nevada market look on the retail side, right? Because people think about Nevada and they go like Vegas, and that's about it. And people who operate in Nevada have often told me there's a lot more to Nevada, right? So how does that market look like? What's the percentage of local sales?
And Javier, one of the things that we saw early on in the pandemic is that, tourism dried up. There wasn't any tourism. And so everyone kind of had to shift to really feel out, what the local market was and what the demand was. And there were some companies that were, strictly driven by tourism that really saw significant depreciation in their revenue. Fortunately, we were able to mobilize in our DI location, our Desert Inn location, and be able to get up and operational through delivery services immediately. So our delivery services went up. In fact, what we were able to also achieve is that we are the first, really, and the only dispensary in Clark County, which is the Strip. If you understand Clark County, that is the Strip. And we were able to get the first drive-through done. So what we were able to do was actually increase revenue during the course of the pandemic, because we were able to really mobilize our delivery service and our drive-through. And so even though the Strip is sexy and it's Las Vegas and it's recognizable and people like the storyline as far as having
the idea,
the idea, right?
It's the Fifth Avenue store.
Absolutely. And having that is nice. And there's no doubt about it, because when tourism comes back, you definitely want to have a piece of that market. But in terms of sustainability, what we understand is that having that community presence is absolutely crucial in order to continue to just develop really a recession-proof, a pandemic-proof company.
Mm-hmm. I would love to dive in further on your all's product suite. It seems like you all have quite a bit going on. So, specifically, with your expertise in Las Vegas and Nevada, Clark County, I was looking in your site. It looks like you all had pretty extensive market analysis. So I'd love to dive in a little further on maybe trends you're seeing, what product line you see outperforming, maybe surprisingly so, maybe unsurprisingly so.
Mm-hmm. So just from a company standpoint, we have seen now an extraordinary increase in our revenue, right? You're talking about in 2019, our company went from, $5 million revenue, when recreational was just coming up, on the radar, to now 2020, we're, approaching $20 million in annual revenue. And we look to, 2021 to be around $35 or $40 million in revenue. And by the time we go public, certainly we think we're going to have a significant footprint. So what we're seeing in terms of, product development, product lines, one of the things that we're very successful with is our pre-rolls. Our pre-rolls have been recognized nationally, and we take a lot of pride in our pre-rolls, and they have been recognized. Our SKUs, our edible SKUs, we think we have some of the best edibles in the marketplace. And what our focus is to really kind of get them out there in terms of marketing, so people understand them. Our packaging, we take extraordinarily pride in our packaging. And if you look at it, you'll understand what I mean when I say that. And certainly go to qualcan.com to check out some of our product lines and our packaging. So really, our edible market and our pre-roll market is what we're trying to get out into the market space, into other dispensaries, and to introduce to the consumer.
Fantastic. Also, I do love your packaging.
Yeah.
As a quick follow-up, I'm sure Javi has a question here too. So you have the QualCan Q on the top of your packaging. Did the recent QAnon kind of upstart ever like create an obstacle for you all? I'm assuming not, but I was just curious.
What just happened there?
Elliot, I don't know. You just put that on my radar, and that was never on my radar. So now you just.
I don't feel like it. I didn't think it had to be. Yeah, I didn't think it had to be at all. But like, I was just like, I saw it and I was like, Q. Anyway, silly, dumb question.
Well, I think we were there maybe before QAnon. I don't know.
I would assume so.
I think so. Yeah, we were there before QAnon. So,
well before. Yeah.
We love our Q, right? I mean,
it's great looking. There's nothing to do with the like the beauty of your packaging. I completely agree with you there. Javi, I apologize if I cut you off. Apparently, I didn't cut Javi off.
I do have a question. I mean, going back to brands, you built the one brand, right? Many companies build many brands. You build the one brand, and it's been around for almost 7 years now. You've always kept it clean. What was behind that decision to just focus on the Q brand, like the QualCan brand, and keep it so clean, so simple, pretty much similar to the launch, right?
Oops, I froze on there.
Are you? No, you're not.
We can see you.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. You're frozen on my side, so as long as you can hear me, that's good. I got you now. No, the Q was simple, right? And it communicates a message. And so what we've been able to do with Q QualCan is be able to have a lot of sub-brands, right? We have the QualCan brand, and now we have the Cosmic brand. We have the Lush brand, which is, our vape line. So under the Q, we have a number of different product lines that, are some of our more sophisticated lines and some of our more consumer financial friendly lines. So we try to give the consumer some options, right? Because you need options. Consumers want options. And we want to be able to put out there a solid product across the board, but also be able to have high lines and then consumer-friendly lines.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. So can you please, for the audience again, can you dive in just a little further into the ask right now? So you have a pretty, I think, reasonable ask, concerning your Regulation A+. But do you want to touch on anything else for this audience, seeing as how we probably have some interested people here?
Yeah, I mean, Mystic Holdings goals are to, get 10% of the Nevada market right now. That's the most immediate, focus. Getting 10% of $1 billion annual market, because that's what we see projected for the Nevada market. I mean, obviously, it's heavy in Las Vegas because that's where the majority of the people in the tourism is. But we have the entire state covered. And so to be able to, have the Reg A offering to give individuals an opportunity to get in early before our IPO, and then also gives the company an opportunity to build and to create a bigger footprint so that when we do have our offering, it's an offering that will reflect what we have done as a company. And so what we're looking at, in addition to opening the 2 additional stores, the one in Las Vegas, the one in Carson City, in terms of our retail, we have our Strip location, which is off of Desert Inn, and our Reno location, which is on Virginia Street, which is a really well-performing store and asset. We're looking for a possible acquisition in Las Vegas that is significant, that would bring additional cultivation and retail to us. But we're also looking into emerging markets. We're looking into the potential for Arizona and Utah. And so really the western half of the United States is something that we're focused on after we achieve our goals in the state of Nevada.
Beautiful. I love that. I might take a look myself. It's qualcan.com, right? QUALCAN.com.
Right. Invest Qualcan is the is our Invest Qualcan is our investment site.
Perfect.
I'll drop
Michael,
it in chat.
Yes, we will make sure our audience has that. It's been a pleasure talking to you. We're not through. You are also back next week to talk more about Qualcan. We're excited to have you there. Thank you again, Michael. We're excited to be hearing from you both today and next week.
Thank you both. It was a pleasure being here. Look forward to talking in the future.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon, Michael. Awesome. So
how many speakers do we have?
We have one more
for the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference.
We have, I believe, close to 70 participating companies.
Mama.
I mean, it's really an incredible lineup. Anywhere from Curaleaf and Canopy to the amazing Deanie Elsner from Charlotte's Web to Michael to Gary. I believe Fabian. I think Fabian. But I mean, the lineup is absolutely insane. It is the who's who of cannabis. It is bzcannabis.com. If you have not registered, please do bzcannabis.com.
I just dropped a link in the chat. And by the way, some shout outs, from Hank, Daniel Adams, thanks for joining. Larry from Dallas, Reza, Jeff K, thank you for the comments. We see you. We love you. Thank you for the support and keep tuning in. And by the way, Daniel asked, how high am I? The answer is I am not. I will be after this show. So just if you're wondering.
Oh, Javi. Oh, Javi. We love him. I mean, honestly, though, listen, he's not the only one who's going to be after the show. Anyway, but please, let us get to, I think, one of the most exciting interviews we'll be a part of here, and not to take anything away from anybody else we've spoken to. Deanie is just a powerhouse, and I think everybody would agree. So if Deanie is here, let's bring her over. There she is. Deanie, how are you?
Wait.
You're a little soft, but I did hear the word best friend, and I'm assuming that was meant for me.
Yeah. We can't really hear you.
It's very, very soft. We just.
Is that better?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
Ooh, that's fire.
Mute and unmute. It is what it is. Deanie, welcome to Cannabis Hour. You're going to give us a different taste, though, of the cannabis industry. I'm excited to hear from you. But to start off, can you please give our viewers, in essence, who you are and how you journeyed to Charlotte's Web?
And the story of Charlotte's Web, if you don't mind, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll cover it all. So I'm almost the antithesis of what you'd expect to see in this company. I've spent the vast majority of my career in consumer products goods companies like Procter & Gamble, J&J, Kraft, Kellogg. So you would almost say a disconnect with the world of wellness and dietary supplements, and definitely a disconnect with CBD. But what attracted me to, and I'm getting a funny son, so I apologize. What attracted me to the industry was really the global awakening of wellness. And I think what we're seeing, especially driven by millennials, is this wake up of my body is only as good as what I put in it. And if I sleep well, and if I can reduce my anxiety, and if I can reduce my stress, and I can do that in a positive way, I will be able to fight illness. I'll be able to perform better. I'll be able to feel better. And so millennials are rejecting pharma, big pharma, and they're moving into botanicals, and they are influencing consumers in front of them and consumers behind them, and the whole world is waking up to wellness. And so that was the first big mega trend that attracted me in. The story of Charlotte's Web is an amazing, emotional, compassionate story about these 7 brothers who stumbled across low THC, high CBD hemp extracts in an effort to help a dying uncle with his end of life. Found it to be really quite helpful to him, and then was contacted by a woman named Paige Figge. And Paige had a daughter named Charlotte who was suffering from Dravet syndrome. So under doctor's supervision, Charlotte began taking this high CBD, low THC extract, and her wellness improved. And so as the word got out, Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN came and picked up the story with an desire to prove that it was a myth, that it was not happening. It couldn't possibly be true.
Well, excuse me, Dr. Gupta.
came out to Colorado and actually was blown away by what he had seen. So his piece on dispelling the myth actually became a piece to open everybody's eyes globally on the power of botanicals and CBD specifically. And with that, 15,000 families came to Colorado to participate with the Stanleys in this high CBD, low THC hemp extract. And that was the lightning in the bottle that almost opened the entire industry. So the company went public in August of 2018. The Farm Bill Act was signed in December of 2018, and the CBD industry today in the U.S. is about a $2 to $4 billion industry, and exciting with a lot of upside in front of it. And so that's kind of the story. What attracted me was the story, the wellness, and then the complexity of what's in front of this industry, the lack of I think regulation combined with the explosive growth, combined with the consumer need and a market share leading product in Charlotte's Web as a company and as a brand that is probably globally the most recognized hemp extract, but maybe the most recognized brand in the entire cannabis sector. Like if you looked at that sector, Charlotte's Web is the one that everybody knows. And so we have been establishing the infrastructure of this company for the last 18 months and really excited about our future and this management team and the potential of this company globally to help lead the transformation of wellness globally. So that's why I'm here.
I have so many follow-up questions.
I figured Javi probably has like a million questions.
Oh my God, yeah.
go.
My brain is about to blow up. First, tip my hat to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, a good scientist, a good scholar, a good researcher is the one who is willing to change their mind, who goes to prove or disprove a theory and learns in the process and changes, right? So, hat tip there, because that also gave birth to an entire series, right, of documentary style productions from CNN. The other one was related to the brand itself and to Charlotte Figge, right? When Charlotte sadly passed last year, we published a story in our Spanish website called El Planteo, and everyone knew who she was, right? Yeah. And it was not just the States, right? Like all of Latin America, Spain. And same for the brand, right? I'm in Argentina. This is where I live. This is where I was born. One of the few products that arrive here are Charlotte's Web. When people reach out to me going, hey, do you know where I can get seeds? My answer is, unfortunately, they're illegal. And everyone goes like, okay, how do I get Charlotte's Web anyways? And I am not, this is not a lie. This is, I'm not, So how does this global brand come to be? What is behind such global reach, right? Only comparable to, say, raw rolling papers or maybe cookies or High Times.
Yeah, I tell you, this company, and I'll give the credit to the Stanley brothers, has taken a very different approach to hemp extracts. From the start, they believed in the power of the genetic, and so they found a library of genetics that we've been utilizing for a number of our brands, and we know those genetics from the inside out. So those genetics are known, they're documented. We ensure that those remain consistent all the way through the process. So first and foremost, it starts there. Second, it was the brilliance of setting up this vertically integrated supply chain, right? So if you know the genetics and then you can go and cultivate it exactly to the same specs every single time. We control the water that goes on top. It's all tested, the soil that it goes in. We test it all the way through the process. Our products on average are tested 20 different times through the entire cultivation, biomass, and manufacturing process. And so we've got a track record of consistency in delivering our products. And in fact, it's why our products are regarded as one of the most consistent hemp extracts in the world. It's the most trusted hemp extract because we've got a number of consumers that if that product changes even slightly, consumers' wellness is impacted. And so the brothers saw the weight and the need to have high consistency, high safety, and high quality products out in the marketplace. And that's what we do. We own everything from seed all the way to the shelf. Our products are in our possession, tested, validated, and those that are not meeting the specs are not used. We keep moving forward. Cool. It's very different from other CBD manufacturers in the country that are using isolate or using biomass that they're buying on the open market. You don't know what's in those products. And I think that's the big difference is in a Charlottesville product, you know that those genetics and that manufacturing process has been vetted the exact same way every time. And actually on every one of our products, you can go to the QR code and you can look to see exactly where it was cultivated, what lot it was cultivated, and you can see all the testing methodology behind it. That's important with a new industry like this because consumers have to trust the product they're taking into their bodies. And it's gone a long way in helping us get the FDA on side in terms of the data we're able to support. So I give the brothers a ton of credit, but in the last 2 or 3 years, we've built that into our infrastructure so that that is automated, part of our process and part of our controls consistently all the way through now.
That is incredible. It's, you have, since I started talking to your team last year, we've been talking about transparency and getting you to speak on that subject. So here is my opportunity to initiate that discussion, which you have already touched on a bit, albeit just now, but I would love your thoughts on the overall CBD industry. There's such growth potential here. There's such opportunity here, but do you take issue with a bit of how it's rolled out in the U.S. unregulated, or are you seeing potential growth just from where it is right now? I'd love your thoughts on where the state of the CBD industry is right now.
Yeah, so it's not perfect. I think that's of an understatement. So the Farm Bill was signed into law in December of 2018, and that was a really good thing. And it legalized the cultivation of hemp. Phenomenal. Everybody rushed out, started companies. The companies in the industry moved from 280 to over 3,500, exploded with opportunities. And farmers went out and planted the product. But while the Farm Bill was helpful, it left 3 really big things undone. First, it stranded farmers because it let them grow, but it never anticipated transportation, distribution, and ultimately the extraction process. And so you've got this biomass, but you can't sell it anywhere. You can't do anything with it. That is one big hole in the law. Second, it brought tremendous risk to consumers. So it enabled farmers to grow, but consumers have no idea what's in the product because there's no regulatory standards that consistently drive a high level of knowledge for the consumer. And so consumers are entering this category and they have to be careful about what they're taking. A number of studies have shown that what's in the bottle is not what it says on the bottle. And so the consumer is at risk. And then it stranded manufacturers because manufacturers went in, and because there's not federal preemption in this bill, state by state by state, everybody's planning their own rules and regulations around this category. And imagine if you were a food company, if you were a spirits company, if you were an automobile manufacturer, and every state had a different set of rules by which you had to comply, you could never scale. And so that hemp bill was great, but more work has to be done to simplify and open up really to get true commerce behind that bill. And that is in large part what we've been talking to the FDA about. It's in large part what we've been talking on Capitol Hill about, and the new legislation that's coming forward, which is HR 842, is in fact going to help resolve all of that. But the FDA is in a bit of a quandary because they've approved an isolate that is a drug. And now they've got a dietary supplement that has naturally occurring CBD that qualifies as a dietary supplement, but they want more data to do that. To get more data, you've got to do clinicals and research. Well, if you go down the path of clinicals and research, now you're in the conundrum of, are you a drug or are you a dietary supplement? And since nobody's designated anything, we kind of handcuffed the industry in terms of moving things forward. So we're trying to work with the FDA. We're trying to supply them data. We've had great conversations. I believe they want to get to the right space here, but the industry's been a little bit slowed as a result of their lack of regulatory.
Even the Cliff Notes version of this is exhausting. I'm listening to you and going like, oh.
It is.
But honestly, it's super interesting for me. Like I have been in an internal discussion, albeit, but like I asked all of our thought leaders on here what their thoughts are on the industry here when it comes to CBD, and that was a beautiful summation of it. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Javi, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
International expansion. That's my, my favorite topic. I just mentioned Argentina. I know you closed a deal with Intercure, in Candoc recently to get into Israel. You're also exporting, small batches or specific products to many other countries in Latin America. Tell us about your international presence, about your projects, about the present and the future. If C-Web on a global scale, what's the World Wide Web for Charlotte's Web?
Look, we have every intention of becoming $1 billion wellness company that is focused on botanicals. And in order for us to do that, we've got to move outside the U.S. And so we will cement our position in the U.S., but you will see us start to expand in the international markets in a more scaled way starting this year. You mentioned our connection with Candoc and into Israel. Israel's a really important country. Cannabis and CBD has been studied in Israel for years and years and years. Think about this. For over almost 10,000 years, this world, populations have been using hemp and hemp extracts for wellness, for foods, for materials. And in the last 70 years, as tobacco lobbyists and as taxes came to the forefront, all of a sudden there's been this pullback in this amazing botanical. Israel, about 50 years ago, opened up the research on cannabis and on CBD. And so really, they have more knowledge and insight in this category and in this sector than anybody else in the world. Partnering with Candoc as a division of Intercure was really important. Candoc has products in every single 100% of the pharmacies around within Israel. Candoc is represented. They're a wonderful partner. They have ambitions outside of Israel. We have ambitions outside of Israel. So there's a lot of opportunity for us going forward. You'll see us start to make those moves this year, consistent with what we said to the market. But we have every intention of making Charlotte's Web as a company, a global company with global availability. And we're going to push the boundaries on this sector so that every consumer who's looking to push into wellness with botanicals has the availability to get Charlotte's Web.
That's incredible. And just so you and everybody knows, we talked to Michael Auerbach at the end of last week. He was fantastic. Candoc is an incredible opportunity and exciting to hear you are working with them. That's two powerhouses together. So I kind of want to touch on the idea of Charlotte's Web being your brand, right? So Charlotte's Web is the brand for all intents and purposes. Am I correct somewhat in saying that?
Yeah, we've got a portfolio of brands, and Charlotte Web within the portfolio is our biggest brand. So yes, it's both our namesake as well as one of our biggest brands.
Fantastic. So can you talk about some of your other brands, in terms of obviously you going internationally, but how are you stepping forward with those? Because it seems to me like when I look at Charlotte's Web's homepage, I see Charlotte's Web as the brand. So can you dive in a little bit more into your portfolio there?
Absolutely. Some things I can't share with you because we haven't launched it yet. But this is where the excitement.
Come on, please do. Okay.
We'll see them soon. But this is where the excitement of the CPG integrates or crosses over to the category. In any consumer products category, there are segments of consumers that make up that category. And within the segments of consumers, there's different need states and different conditions. And so Charlotte's Web as a brand or as a company has an opportunity to segment the category in a very specific way and launch brands specific to consumers and specific to their need states. That's where the principles of marketing come exactly to the forefront. And so you'll see us begin to push out with brands that get after new consumers that today Charlotte's Web doesn't necessarily attract, with offers that are consistent with what they're looking for in wellness botanicals. In addition, as you know, last year we acquired a company called Abacus. Now, Abacus was one of the leading companies in over-the-counter CBD topicals. And there's two brands within the Abacus portfolio, CBD Medic and CBD Clinic. Almost 3/4 of the Abacus revenue was in the healthcare practitioner channel. So when you look at the synergies of what the companies brought together, we were not as well developed in topicals. Abacus was incredibly well developed in topicals, and then moved into the over-the-counter space with FDA monograph ingredients that enable them to get to condition claims. That was really quite helpful. Their channel synergy worked incredibly well with us from a scale standpoint, and then our vertically integrated supply chain enables us to get to ingredient streams that are lower cost and get to products that are more efficacious in the market. And so for us, it was a great marriage. Those brands, you'll see us expanding those across a number of our channels this year, as well as thinking about how we might take those international. And then we've got a couple of other brands in the pipe that very specifically meet new consumers for us with new offers that we're really quite excited about, and we'll launch those this year.
That's really exciting, and I'm ready to have you back on to announce those.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I should ruin surprise or kind of secret or not, related to Genie and Benzinga. What do you say?
I say ruin it. I mean, we've already used it. I don't know. I don't know what the wait here is for.
Maybe Patrick Lane will be mad at me after.
Okay, well, he's my brother. He can deal. I'll deal with him. Just go ahead.
We have an amazing Benzinga Cannabis Advisory Council, and from what I understand, what I know, Dini is our latest addition. You heard it here first. We'll be announcing it soon. So again, spoiling the surprise, but I'm just too excited. I'm sorry. I get excited.
No, and just to give a sense of what that is, it's a way for us as Benzinga, a leading voice already with our news, to accumulate the leading voices in cannabis. The people who are making differences in this industry to discuss the topics that they want to discuss. And with that, I want to, give you a few minutes to kind of bring us to a wrap here, Dini. If you could talk about the overall outlook of 2021 in the CBD sector. I read something recently that said, there's a huge growth potential. The number was ridiculous. I don't need to quote it here, but I'm sure we all kind of have an understanding of the limits and the ceilings and the not ceilings of CBD. But what's keeping us from there, and what can we do this year? What should we be looking for this year from Charlotte's Web and the CBD industry going forward?
Okay, so a couple things to unpack. First of all, I want to go to Javi because I want to talk about your advisory board. It's a privilege to be on it. I am excited about the opportunity to have the engagement. There's nobody more at the forefront in terms of this cannabis sector than you guys. You are for sure a leading voice, just not in the U.S., but globally. And I'm excited to have Charlotte's Web participate in that because I think it will be helpful for us and potentially helpful for the industry to have a broader CBD view. So really excited about that invitation and excited to jump into that. In terms of the industry, look, today it's about a $2 billion industry with the potential in the U.S. to become a $15 to $20 billion industry in a very short amount of time. The barrier to that happening is the FDA. When do we land a regulatory environment that begins to establish the rules of the road for dietary supplements and full spectrum hemp extracts with naturally occurring CBD? A very different article than the CBD isolate, which is a drug. And so that's going to be the unlock. We've been engaged with the FDA quite a bit. I really do believe they want to get there. With the new administration, of course, there's a lot of energy behind this sector. And I think this will be the year that it happens. We've been saying since November of 18 that we expected regulatory to land sometime summer to fall of 21. And so we're there. We've been participating, we've been advocating, and we've been trying to push it. And when that happens, I think the industry opens up very quickly, and the brands that consumers trust will rise to the top, and you'll see an entire transformation in this category.
We'll stay at the top for Charlotte's Web.
Before you go, I have two quick comments. One, someone in our audience left a compliment for you. They said you look like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, very cool. I love that.
I love that too. Boom. That should be your next Halloween costume, by the way.
Yeah.
Halloween.
From here down, not so much.
We have to pick a movie though for that Halloween costume. There's too many good ones.
That's right.
The other completely random thought, whenever I see your ticker C-Web, it makes me think of one of my favorite rappers called Chris Webby, and he goes by C-Web. Yeah. And he recently told me he got very much into CBD. So just putting it out there, the C-Web strain or product line.
It's a good, I bet I know you can follow up on that. It's good. Thank you.
Awesome. Dini, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on. I do really hope you'll join us again soon. I'm sure we'll have more announcements to touch on, and maybe you'll give us the pleasure of announcing it, at least one of those on here. But again, thank you so much. You'll be participating on a panel next week discussing CBD opportunities domestically versus overseas. Excited to have you on it. Again, Deanie Elsner, Charlotte's Web. If you don't know him now, you do. Thank you again, Deanie.
Really, thank you so much.
All right, Javi, that was probably one of the cooler shows we've done.
I mean, 90 minutes. We had to fill it up somehow. I think we did a good job.
I think we could have
Before
got
we
longer.
leave, don't forget to check benzinga.com/cannabis every day. bzcannabis.com for our event. We're having an event next Thursday and Friday, February 25 and February 26th. Follow Benzinga Cannabis, BZ Cannabis on every social network. Elliot Lane 10. I am Javier Hasse. Follow me, follow Elliot, follow Benzinga. Like and subscribe and everything. Just get your entire Benzinga, just sing it up, and by the way,
Amen. And
check our
thanks to
swag
you all.
store.
Yes, we do. I still need to get some swag, apparently. How am I not gonna have some and expect other people to get it? But we do have discounts for watching the show to get the swag. We'll get you those in the chat. But outside of that, thank you to the PMP listeners who stuck around and listened to us. If you are a Cannabis Hour faithful, we love you. I take emails and messages all the time for suggestions for guests. Please do reach out. We love hearing from you all. Again, Javi, always a pleasure, my friend. We'll see you next time. And thank you, everybody.
Maybe it's time to get high. No. He's like, no.
Go away.
See you next week.
Later, guys.